Welcome back, everybody. It feels like it's been a minute since we've seen each other, and that's because that's true. We had no Open at Major 4, so it felt like we were on like a little off-season break there for a minute. But we're back, we're live, we're ready to go with our final regular season of Challengers Elite. It's Season 4 on my whole chip. With me, I've got Visions, and well, here's the fun thing about this season. This is the first time maybe ever that we did not have dramatic roster mania in either region. So we had 8 teams that made it to the playoffs last season. Those 8 teams retained their spot coming into Season 4, and we only had to qualify 4 teams for each season. A rarity, but if there's anything we know about Challengers, rare things happen all the time. Austin, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great, man, as always. I mean, we're getting back into it. Like you said, we had a bit of a break, which means that there's been a lot of time for the players to be able to practice and maybe grind out, some of their strategies coming into the end of the year. But you really just said it, right? It is at that point where we are at the end of the year. Pro points matter more than ever to get yourself the best possible placing. Everything is on the line. This is where it gets the most exciting, without a doubt.
It's going to be really nitty and gritty, dude. I mean, these points are going to be massive because we're getting close to knocking on the door of Challengers Finals. And the qualification process to get there is very different from what we had in previous years. There are 3 different ways that teams can qualify across all 4 of the regions that Challengers encompasses. First and foremost, you're looking for the top 2 teams from the upcoming Toronto Open at the end of this season. Those top 2 teams, doesn't matter where you're from, they're already going to be qualified in. Immediately after the Challengers Elite season, we'll be going into a last chance qualifier where each of the 4 regions will hold separate tournaments, and the winner from each of those regions will also qualify. The last way to get involved then will be 10 teams from overall pro points will also qualify. That'll be 4 from North America, 4 from Europe, and then an extra team from both APAC and Latin America. So for Challengers Elite, 12 total teams that are involved. There are not 12 total spaces for either of the 2 regions. So placing well here is very, very key to trying to earn some extra points and obviously set yourself up for possible success when Toronto comes knocking.
Exactly, yeah. Toronto event going to be just absolutely electric, and it's also going to be that much more for trying to get there, right? For a lot of these challenger guys, especially maybe for some of the European guys, knowing what is on the line. But if you don't have that kind of an opportunity, you're forced to find results here in this season, and doing it by having, a little bit of an easier way through the regular season, so you're not stressing about those tiebreakers and those maps coming into that 3rd week.
Well, it is our first day of group play action, which means it's time for us to introduce both of our groups here for Europe. Again, every team will go into a 6-team group round robin. There will be 5 matches, of course, that get played, and like Austin already alluded towards, the top 4 from each group will make it into the playoffs. So Group A will consist of Team Notorious, Affiliate Esports, the Atlas Lions, and then qualification teams Noctum, Black, Clutch Rain, and VVV's actually in return here, but those bottom 3 teams have gone through some roster changes to kind of mix things up and try to find the best formula possible. But of course, we keep our attention, obviously, with Team Notorious and Affiliate Esports, who are looking like clear-cut favorites for this group.
Exactly, yeah. Team Notorious, the Atlas Lions, they're coming back with the same rosters, but Affiliate Esports, I mean, this is the team I think I have a lot of eyes on right now for Europe, just with the changes they've made with, Mythix, Furious joining up with Denza and Harry.
Yeah.
Who knows what this team is going to offer after what we just saw there in that previous season with those 2 individuals joining these guys.
And don't sleep on that Atlas Lions squad. This is another team that has not made a change in quite some time. Just need to get over the hurdle of some of the plateaus that they've faced throughout this season. Over in Group B, though, taking a look at the 6 teams that'll be competing there, we've got Awobabobs, Deviants, Team Strays, Noctum White, Signs, and eFuse. And the interesting thing here about this particular group is that Team Strays roster is the majority, kind of the team that won last season in the name of Unnamed, but Furious getting poached led to some roster changes, and based on this seeding, they actually find themselves a little lower down on the totem pole than they would have figured, considering that they are kind of, in certain regards, your defending champions from Season 3.
Exactly. Have high expectations, I think, coming into this season to see if they can try to do what they just did. But, a lot of the roster changing, who knows if it's going to play anywhere close to how it did last time around. But I think with the players like Rafi and Henry and things like this, they could still definitely look to make some moves. But I've had a lot of eyes, I think, on this Deviants roster coming. This is one of the first times that we've seen, Vortex leave Denza throughout this year, right? It's been a lot with Denza and Harry. He's coming over to this team alongside Lucky, Gizmo, and Journey. This looks like, I think, one of the top seeds in this group alongside Bobs.
It's going to be a really fun one. Of course, this is just day number 1. We want you guys right now to start getting active throughout the entirety of today and the entirety of this season on social media. We're trying to get you guys involved, all right? So get on your socials. You guys live on Reddit and Twitter. Don't do the Reddit thing. Do the Twitter thing. Tweet at WeAreClutchGG or just use the hashtag ChallengersElite to let us know about what you think, whether it's damn, Furious is looking nasty, or my goodness, I will say Henry is one of the more striking, handsome mans I've ever laid eyes on. Whatever it happens to be, throw it out there on Twitter. We'll get it here on the broadcast for you. But with all of that aside, now it's time to introduce our first overall matchup. Affiliate Esports going up against the Atlas Lions. We kind of teased at both of these two squads roster-wise, but look, here's the thing. This is a key opening matchup for both of these two teams that find themselves kind of in that battle for what would likely be some combination of the top 4.
Yeah, exactly. I think these two, going head-to-head. Again, the Atlas Lions, coming back with this same roster with a lot of question marks, like, were they going to change something? The answer has been no this entire year while looking over these guys, and they haven't placed outside of top 4 this entire year either when it comes to the playoffs. Yep. But there have been a lot of very close seasons where they have just barely squeaked in, and then they perform once they get into some of those brackets. So can they perform during a regular season? I guess is kind of where I'm getting at here because we haven't seen it so far.
That's a really good setup. We'll talk more about that as we see the roster on page. But for us, starting it off, it is Affiliate Esports. You kind of already alluded towards this. Furious being brought in. Denza, Harry sticking together. And how about Mythics in the middle? I mean, he's found himself on some great rosters. And it's not just like stroke of luck. He's had a great season so far. Definitely his most consistent.
Yeah, I think Mythics has been that guy, right? We wanted to see it through last year in Vanguard. We never did. Now he's coming alive. He's really showing out, being that star player alongside Furious. And, well, he's got a great combo behind him to do it with Denza and Harry.
Absolutely the case. Excited to see what this team has to offer. Again, they're trying to find the proper formula to get on top of the EU region, which is something that has eluded the majority of these guys from being able to consistently put together years like they had in the past, especially talking about players like Denza and Harry in particular. On the other side, though, talking of our Spanish roster, the Atlas Lions, hey, the thing about this team is, like we mentioned, they had not made any real major roster moves over the course of the last handful of seasons, but as you were kind of framing up, what is it going to take for these guys to kind of get over the final obstacle, that final hurdle to be a major contender? Because throughout the group stage, they're often finding themselves starting slow and having to really grueling battle into the playoffs, where eventually it's like, okay, we finally got them, they look solid, but then they fall a little short in the playoffs. So it's like, what do we have to do to get these guys to a top level?
Exactly, and that's why I think it's like so difficult to have a lot of confidence in this roster, from an outside perspective, because you just haven't really seen the result that you wanted to see, especially coming in with the anticipation of these guys. You're really expecting, some first place finishes potentially throughout this year. They just haven't put it together, still haven't placed outside of top 4, like I said, so it's not like, they have to make a change, but this would be the season to really show out.
Yeah, and I think it's just probably one of those moments, depending on how the season starts here for them, where you put a lot of focus on Sucre and Yako, because Super and Rencor have been lights out, but we've had hot and cold moments from Sucre and Yako individually, so that could be part of the conversation point. So let's take a look at the map mode combinations here for this best of 5 to open things up. And well, we are going to get Hotel Mercado Asilo and then Mercado Hotel, so a little bit of a symmetrical map set here for us. And I will say though, we have seen this Atlas Lions team on these first 3 map mode combos pretty regularly, so I think you've got to be feeling pretty good about this if you're TAL.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, these guys obviously have more reps than just about anybody else right now in this entire Challengers EU scene. So yeah, they should be able to come in here and likely grab a couple of these maps. I'm interested to see how much the S&D though is going to change now for Affiliate Esports, because if you remember back to that unnamed roster when we had Mythics and Furious, those were the two that were kind of really leading the charge, and they were being like the key playmakers working together with the subs. I'm wondering if maps like Mercado and Hotel, if they can kind of replicate a lot of what we were seeing that last season when we get to those modes.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. Okay, so with that in mind, it's a key, and I mean key matchup for both of these two rosters. Kind of a litmus test for Affiliate Esports to see how good is this new roster going to be. And on the other side for the Atlas Lions, are you improved? Have you done the work? Are you in a position to actually compete at the top level of Europe and maybe find a way and a pathway to get into Challengers Finals? Of course, it's going to be weird. We've got like a micro and a macro focus here. We've got Season 4, which is, of course, super important for the prize pool and the points, but, of course, you cannot lose sight of the overall goal, which is to get to finals. And, oh, Harry's gone back to Lucifer, brother. If he's coming like this, I'm excited for it.
Yeah, you remember last year when Harry changed his name to Lucifer, it was almost like a different type of playstyle you were seeing out of him, so I'll be interested to see if we kind of live up to those same expectations, but very exciting to say the least. But as we jump in, it has been all the Atlas Lions on P1, able to get themselves a nice 20 seconds and even threatening now through mid-map.
I love this. You've got Yako on 3, Super on 2, so that sub-duo is really starting to set the tempo up here for the Atlas Lions. Affiliate Esports trying to scramble to put together some sort of response, and they do crack through the scrap time here at P1. Still a little bit troublesome to get across the map as Sukri locks down. That's his first elimination, and with that, Atlas Lions good for a little bit more time, but more importantly, also to lock down this new setup.
Yeah, this is very scary for Affiliate Esports. Now have to basically win this rotation, and you take a look at where Yako just spawned. He gets a blessed spawn to come behind the play to give them a lot of information on where they might be coming from. And, well, so far, everyone knocking down the kills here for the Atlas Lions in a good position to run away with it. You need a big break here from Affiliate Esports.
Bit of a weird spawn, though, for the Atlas Lions, spawning up towards shops. The hit is coming down through Spaso. Rencor is going to get tested, and he provides 4 in a row for Rencor. One member in Furious will sneak around the back, and that could actually block, if not fully flip the spawns here. Rencor with a snap. Oh my goodness, tons of damage dealt, but ultimately, Affiliate Esports do secure their break.
Get the break, and, well, it's going to be at least 25 seconds back their way, but you can already see Sukri on the move, trying to get himself inside of Kitchen. Has to deal with a couple of Aphelion players, though. We'll see if he can try to come up with a first. Yes, he does. Needs to get a read on the second. Gets a good look, but won't be able to finish off the kill. Denza's made the move, and he's now locked down the spawns in the back.
This has been an absolutely flawless start for the Atlas Lions. We asked the question, would this team be able to kind of hurdle some obstacles? Could they be a major competitor? Often, we see them in hardpoint kind of struggle when it comes to stringing together hills. So far, a beautiful start. As a Semtex will open the doors now for the Atlas Lions that have numbers trying to flood on in. Lucifer gets the first, tries to turn the aim up for a second, but Atlas Lions will ultimately get shut down as the player on the back is denied.
Have to try to now find a way to get in here if you can. The Atlas Lions going to create a bait and switch right through the freezer, and Lucifer only able to come up with one, but information once again here on the attack through the front doors, and you got to get through Furious, who's had a slow start. Has support through the back doors, and now the final real attempt to try to flood on through. Rencor, clean shots over the top of the counter, but can't put together two. It's Denza now for 5 in a row, looking to earn some streaks.
And you love to see this from a player like Denza. We often, over the course of this season so far in Modern Warfare 2, have talked about Denza's impact, maybe not living up to the hype that we had seen in the previous 2 titles. Now that he's matched up with Furious, though, I expect this Affiliate Esports squad to absolutely fly again. Furious was part of that unnamed roster change right at the end of the Season 3 run in playoffs, and maybe one of the key reasons why they found themselves part of that title conversation. So now matched with Denza, who's on that 5 speed like you mentioned, expect some absolute fireworks out of these two.
Yeah, it can get very dangerous very fast. You know how explosive they can be, but Atlas Lions doing a good job of still getting themselves in and around the point, fighting back, able to get themselves now in to secure some time. But Affiliate Esports with this close spawn, just constantly pouring on the pressure. It's still a 50-50 battle for who gets control, but Super trying to put together 2. Teammates will be there for the assistance, and now maybe the Atlas Lions could hold on, but Affiliate want to give it one more hit.
Yeah, decent little battle back here for the Atlas Lions, but they're still kind of without the power positions to deny Affiliate Esports free entry. Sukri's going to use this as a chance to cut down mid-map and actually just rotate behind this. So going to give up most of this mid-map control in favor of getting forward at Restaurant, which is going to possibly work out. I mean, he's got Super on one side. He just has to worry about the cross, and Affiliate Esports are not prepared for this quick rotation from the Atlas Lions. They will get to new pretty early. Furious at least neutralizes the early time as Affiliate look to stack in through rugs.
This play from Super, he's been very annoying, just kind of scouting in a lot of information here, and he might have picked the perfect timing. Does find one through the connector, and his teammates look to have control of the point. The patience won't pay off, but you can still see numbers in and around the Restaurant. Will they be able to hold so many different angles now as Affiliate Esports battle back through? This is critical time that they need to get, but Sukri trying to pinch up the play, coming from behind.
But he gets caught. This is a 50-50 battle, ultimately speaking, around the hard point. Affiliate on one side, Atlas Lions on the other. Denza, who's earned that score streak, now an opportunity to try to fight off these next contestants, but as he drops, it's just down to Furious, and the break is in for scrap. Maybe one more try from Mythics, and he does collect the first kill and avoids the trade. Yako off of the regen will ultimately get the majority of this scrap time, and in fact also take down the contested at Mythic. So we get through this next hard point and over towards Roofs with about a 30-point lead for the Atlas Lions, but Affiliate Esports have numbers nearby here at Roofs early.
I mean, the big difference is the slaying. When do you see Yako dropping 19 kills going into the 6th hard point? It's been a long time, I think, since we've seen this Yako. It's paying off right now for them, but a chance for Affiliate Esports still to very much get back in this game. A lot more open here through the back, and Lucifer has a chance to really start picking them apart. Rancor's got a huge battle to try to take out one of the key ARs, but everybody finding kills around the point. Finally, Yako just hops up, breaks it open, and right back in is the Atlas Lions.
He's just moving so much smarter than we've seen him in the past. That's going to be 5 kills in a row for Yako. He's gotten good help, and I think the biggest thing about his play so far that I've been impressed with is he's not over-challenting anything by himself. It felt like in seasons past, he was trying to be like an X-Factor playmaker, kind of like Hixie was kind of last year in Vanguard, but it really wasn't working out for them, largely due to the fact that the TAC, when it's holding a lane, is just so hard to deal with Vaznev at range. But smarter challenges so far from Yako. I love what I'm seeing. And the 21 and 13 is also matched with over a minute of hard point time as we get over to the new rotation to Hills, and the Atlas Lions up 50 points.
I haven't really seen, Mythics kind of bring that same pressure, and maybe because the AR is in his hands, right? We were seeing him a lot more with the sub. Last season, he was putting in a lot of key kills, but haven't really lived up to that, at least thus far. Still a chance to bring it back. Furious working through the backside, knows Rancor is nearby, but the double team is there. They're shutting it down. They're controlling mid. This has just been incredible slaying from the Atlas Lions, but maybe a moment for Affiliate Esports to battle back.
That's the one thing about this Affiliate Esports squad. Even though it is a new roster, collectively and individually, these 4 players are not bashful about getting into the hard point, so their focus around the objective has always been a huge strong point of them. Nice stun from Sukri, but it's shrugged off and the kill comes out. That's Furious on the other side. Long-range shots! Oh, my goodness! Absolutely destroys Rencor, but ultimately the Atlas Lions will get around the back. They just need to find Harry, and, well, he's going to be difficult to deal with as more Affiliate Esports reinforcements make their way on towards lobby.
See what Super's going to be able to do here from this backside. Will they expect him? But through the front, Chandelier. Furious able to play a little bit of peekaboo back and forth behind the Chandelier. Comes away with the first one. He creates enough pressure to now maybe set up Mythics for a trade, and he will get there. So Chandelier now clear. Focus back to the front. Mythics there for 2. Starting to heat himself up. Trophy down. Has to get through Yako. Mythics says no problem.
I'm telling you, Mythics as a flex AR in this game has been so good to every team he's been a part of. And it feels like this roster right here is really going to allow him to shine, considering that you know what the subs are going to bring. Mythics now holding down the backside shops. Yeah, great information out of Lucifer. Follows up now 4 in a row for Mythics, and Affiliate Esports will get pretty much the entirety of this scrap time. Lucifer's going to get challenged maybe on exit here, but he deals with 1, and he's going to have a teammate to spawn with him. So this is going to get to right about 200 points for Affiliate Esports. They're going to be without the rotation to Kitchen, but ultimately that was a massive P2 for a team in purple.
Yeah, it very much was, but you can already see at least the zoning coming through for Rancor. Really good understanding of when he can play for exits. He slows down that double push through the Chandelier on the minimap, and now Sukri in a prime position to maybe catch a couple players off guard. That's the first one. Might be able to put together a second. He knows one more is nearby. Challenge comes through to him, but he does enough to at least stall out some time. First 20 seconds secured for the Lions.
But this is the thing, only 2 members for the Atlas Lions still hold on towards Kitchen. There are 4 Affiliate Esports members on the way in. Kills are good, they're clean, they only drop Denza in the process, and the last 2 members who were spawned out have to kind of wait a little while longer before they can hit. Furious contesting in towards Freezer, and Furious starts to light it up. A double for him, 3 in a row as he gets to his 23rd kill, trying to keep pace with Yako on the other side.
Furious got the dead silence, not slowing down, looking to fly on out, and he's going to spot Sukri. Nice cleanup there, gets a reset of the dead silence as well. Now 24-19 on the 4 spree. Gonna take a totally different route here. I mean, I love this play from Furious. He might be able to surprise Yako right up close here, and he does. Furious makes the play. He's got a read on Super, but almost finds another. However, does enough to get his teammates in position.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that Super is just so weak, though, so ultimately the play still comes out successful for Furious. Denza trying to predict Rencor on the backside of bar. Mythics follows up. He's on 3 in a row again as we get to the 235 to 197 mark. Atlas Lions still spawning in behind and towards Spa. A chance for them to break back through, retake the hard point, pending they can take care of Denza, and the nades will connect. So Atlas Lions over 200 points, but boy, do they need this hold in full.
Absolutely need it. No excuses, but you can hit this time, rotate. You have options here if you're Aphelion Esports, and I think they're going to go for the rotation to Restaurant. Super does get cut down. That is a massive kill. He gets there early, and he starts to flip around those spawns. Who knows what ends up happening on the rotation, but scrap time secured. We're going to have a very tight game, and it looks like it's going to end on this next point.
And that's the thing is you've got a really solid lockdown here from Lucifer over mid-map. Denza's up top at Catwalk, so even though it's about a tie game, Affiliate Esports, they're in a prime position to get the first 10 seconds, which means that the Atlas Lions, they have to break on this attempt right here, right now. It's all coming through rugs with one player flanking around the back. It gets to 246. Here comes the action. Denza flipping things around, not quite able to get the kills. The Atlas Lions are going to get the kills on the hard point itself. Furious trying to clear. Help is on the way. 248, 249. The Atlas Lions trying to get in from the back, but cannot quite touch or contest. And Affiliate Esports will come away with a barn burner of map number 1.
Yeah, that's a huge comeback. I mean, when we were going from P6 to back to P1 through the reset of the hills, you know, there was about a 60, 70 point lead, but enough is done on P1, and then that transition right here. This is that play from Mythics that gets them right back in that game. That 3-piece comes in, they lock in just about that full 60, and they get themselves just about tied going back into Kitchen. A lot of key breaks coming in, and a really heads-up play there from Denza to even secure the win at the end with that pinch play, buying time, not challenging, and trusting his teammates to find the kills in the restaurant.
The setup was beautiful. I mean, you mentioned it perfectly when it comes down to the fact that Affiliate Esports, they opt to give away the back 15 seconds at bar, play for the new rotation. But the thing that's different that I think a lot of maybe lower level challengers teams would probably default to doing is, hey, we're playing for rotation, everyone get inside the bar in the kitchen space. Not the case. You've got Lucifer playing that back pond. He's just watching the mid-cross. He's the alarm system for Denza, who's playing top catwalk. So what you're doing is you're taking away the middle of the map completely, and you're forcing the Atlas Lions to have to go the long way through restaurant, where ultimately you're running in through choke points. So really heads up play from Affiliate Esports on that setup in particular. And here's a look back at the scoreboard. It was a masterclass from Yako early. He did slow down though by the end, 26 and 23 overall. Rencor gets the 25, but ultimately on the other side, 2 minutes of hill time for Lucifer, aka Harry, with 14 objective kills. Talk about getting it done with the AR.
He's back, Alan. I mean, we saw it last year. It just gets to the end of the year. You know, not a whole lot has went his way so far during the Modern Warfare 2 season, and looks to come back in fortune. Well, there's one thing that you're always going to think of when you think of Hotel and EU. I always just think of Harry putting up some big numbers here, and that's exactly what he delivers on. But Mythic's couple of really key plays. He has a lot of time in the hill as well. And I really think you could see Furious come into his own, just like we were seeing through that last season.
Yeah, I really agree with that point. And again, that's why I'm really excited to see what this roster's ceiling is going to look like for Affiliate Esports, because on paper, like, if you were to go back a year, like a calendar year, and said that Harry was going to be playing ARs with Mythics, be like, that seems like, you know, an okay AR line. But there's been something about how Mythics has gotten around the map in Respawn this year that has really impressed me as kind of an up-and-coming flex AR. And then you match that tempo and speed with Denza and Furious, like, goodness gracious. Like, when we were talking about Denza last year, it was Denza and Wardy, right? Like, they were flying at people, and it felt like throughout the majority of this year, Denza has not really found a sub-duo to allow him to do those same things, but the numbers there definitely show that this roster's got the potential to fly at you. And they're going to need to, because it's Mercado Search and Destroy coming up next. This has, again, been a really solid overall map choice for the Atlas Lions in the past. Just comes down to, are they keeping things alive here in Season 4?
That's definitely the big question here. And I mean, this is even something that we saw a lot from that Elevate roster, you know, through the beginning of the year as well. They loved playing a lot of the Mercado. We've even seen, you know, the Atlas Lions square up with the majority of this roster multiple times on it. And this is where Super brings out the scope, and he does what not too many, well, just about nobody else can do with a sniper rifle and challenges right now, it feels like, with the way that he finds kills and forces you to just reposition in areas where you don't get a lot of information and coverage because you're so worried about that shot connecting. It's something that plays so well, you know, into what they want to do, because they can match that aggression with that scope, and they are just constant problems to deal with unless you have an ability to match it, stun nade him out, and just stop him from being able to find some of those connections.
Yep, I like that call a lot. I mean, that's the one thing about players like him. You're really the only other player out there that really comes to the top of the mind when it comes to aggressive sniper rifles is Maple, right? Like, there's really nobody else in either region that kind of plays the same style as those two with the scope. So expect to see it very early and very often for the Atlas Lions. And on the other side for Affiliate Esports, that kind of causes some things to think about here, because if you're looking to run subs aggressively into Mercado, one shot can completely foil your entire setup from the sniper rifle of Super. So will there be maybe an opportunity for Mythics to pull it out on the other side, or Harry? I mean, either have pulled out snipers in the past, so I'll be curious to see what that role is going to look like, and if they even decide in the first place to try to go 1-for-1 with Super, because it's hard to do. Really, nobody else is able to do what he does.
That's the thing. It's just, it brings a different dynamic to Search and Destroy that we're not used to seeing, because when we think of Mercado, we just think of brute force, you know, into the bomb site through Cantina. Like, that's just kind of how the majority of the map goes. So yeah, it just brings in, you know, different variables into the map, and it does force you to have solutions before you pick it. And based on the fact that they didn't veto it out, they wanted to play it, you have to imagine they have something prepped to work around that, or at least shut them down. Or maybe like the other way that you can play it is try to avoid Super the best you can through that mid lane when he's sniping it, and shut them down, I guess, in Cantina. Stack your resources if you can on defense, and just never let them get control. That's kind of the other way that you can work through it if you're not willing to take those challenges, I guess, head to head.
It's just tough, though, because you think about if you're going to take those outside routes to avoid the sniper rifle, and, you know, the Atlas Lions get a read on it, you put yourself in a position to get naded. Really, really tough, because even though trophy systems, of course, can deny, it does feel like on this map, if it's not quite seeing around a corner, it doesn't actually connect onto some of those utilities that are being thrown. So there's a lot of little things that could go wrong by trying to get maybe a little bit too cute when it comes down to trying to avoid the sniper rifle. I have a feeling, though, for Affiliate Esports, they're going to try to go 1-for-1. They're not going to back down and, you know, give too much respect to Super. They're going to challenge him, see if he's good for it, which, again, expectations and anticipations would be that he will be. Just comes down to, is that actually going to be the case here today?
Yeah, and I mean, just to kind of highlight, you know, the two players coming into this roster here for us, you know, played extremely well through the last season. When you're talking about Mythics and Furious, like, I think when you look at where they were most dominant, it really was Search and Destroy. Like, you can remember watching over like their Elisilos, and it just felt like it was just a masterclass with the way that they were working off of each other in that grand final. Alongside a backline that's going to do kind of similar things to what Rafi does, you know, I imagine in my mind with kind of Harry. Ideally, I feel like you should be able to put up a similar style if Mythics is willing to pull out the sub, because we did just see in that map number 1 that he was playing the second AR, right? So do we continue to see Mythics kind of use that aggression like we were seeing in S&D previously, or now is he fulfilling a bit of a different role here for this Affiliate Esports roster? I think that's also, you know, a really valid question based off of not really having any information so far or any film on these guys.
And that's the cool thing about, I think, this roster and this individual season for Mythics. Like last year, I would have considered that to be a concern, but talking about it in this immediate moment, I'm excited about it. Like, the anticipation is very different. Just give a year between the Vanguard season and here and now in Modern Warfare 2. But Affiliate Esports survived through a tight map 1, including about a 60-point comeback as we just framed up on the hotel hardpoint. We also have El Asilo Control waiting for us for map number 3. But first and foremost, it's Mercado, Search, and Destroy. Affiliate Esports throw a couple of nades over towards A, but early intentions happen to happen over towards B. And this is the thing about it, is you've got Sukri and Super not quite in position to deal with this. They don't even have a read over here as of yet, even though there are some shots to kind of alert the defense that there is a play towards B on the way.
Do you like what Furious is doing, though? They get a little bit more information on Super. If he challenges maybe one more time, then Furious likely flies out, but Super completely repositions through the back alley. Stun not going to go where Denzel wanted it to go. Backfires a little bit. We'll lock him down for a second, but the nade hopefully makes its way over, and it will. Might get a tag. It forces Rancor's position. So a lot of information here, but the bomb is still leaning towards A, so this is all just a bait.
It's a double fake. It's a double fake, and now Yako is watching this corner, but he cannot save Sukri's life. I was about to say, this is cute from Affiliate Esports, but the Atlas Lions have not been fooled by it. They are in a great position to get a read and put together some sort of a resistance. Bomb making its way on. Not a lot of time remaining, so it has to go quickly as Cantina is in possession of Affiliate Esports. Yako snapping, finding shots, finding damage. Traded through the door, 2v2. Bomb collected by Denza. He has to make a play to get on. Super shot out by Lucifer. Rancor now the last one left for the 1v2. He's going to go over the top, sees the head of one. Does he get the second? Oh, Rancor gets the double down, and Atlas Lions take a dramatic first round.
Very dramatic first round, little bait and switch on the bomb sites. A nice last second play comes through for a fellow, and it's looking like it's going to be so successful. They do the hard part. They clear out Yakko, who's kind of sitting in and around Cantina. Once you get clearance of Cantina, that kind of gives you a little bit more security to get that bomb down. But Rancor uses the dead silence perfectly. They don't get any sound cues on that little pinch through mid, and he just hops up over the top for a nice combination for two. Very well done here from Rancor.
Dude, that was such a cool round of Search. I won't lie, it's been a minute since I've been that excited about a round of Search, just off the game plan for both teams. Nade over the top for Super, connects for first blood. Rencor follows up with a second. Talk about versatility. He pulled out a sub in this round. Denza tested. Oh, goodness, Denza, what a read. Gets the kill, turns it to a 2v2, and also gets away.
Yeah, Denza just playing his life so beautifully, getting a read on multiple challenges. Might find another. But not going to get the best shots off there in that gunfight, however, is still alive and well. And, well, based off that pressure, Sucre's like, I don't want anything to do with Denza right now. Let's go reposition. We got a little time to work with.
And the thing about it is, if you do kill Noise here for long enough, it will create doubt for Affiliate Esports that, wait, they could have wrapped all the way back to B. You've got an idea that both players are here if you are the Atlas Lions. And, yeah, look at this. Lucifer is going to bounce out, head over towards B. Denza, at the same rate, though, is getting very proactive, saying, well, if this is a fake, let me get into a position to kind of surprise them a touch. Hops on the railing, trying to contest the second floor of Cantina. Atlas Lions playing outside. Look to hit for the plant. Denza's timing could be perfect. Shots to Sucre. Doesn't win the gunfight. And now Lucifer has to rotate back in, trying to stop the plant from ever happening. He gets the first, but the quick shot from Super on his left denies the double, and Atlas Lions go up 2-0.
What was that gunfight there from Sukari? Trapped in the corner. Looked like he was probably dead to rights with the way that you can kind of finesse the angles there in and out of the building. But the headshot comes in there from the tack. Denza is denied the third kill and maybe even potentially the ace in that round. The patience coming through for the Atlas Lions there, even not immediately jumping on the bomb when they find Denza, is also extremely impressive.
Jeez Louise, man. Okay. Both teams showing us something early. Lucifer, sniper rifle, mid-map offense, looking to actually hit through mid. And Denza is going to get the first and then follow up with the second kill. Furious was assisted on that elimination, but an early 4v2. Regen in, and oh boy, talk about a quick hit through mid. Rencor scouted out, can only get one, no chance to get away. Oh, and that is a very, very valiant response from Affiliate Esports.
Search and destroy so far. Like, the preset nades are now becoming a huge factor. Not that they, weren't on Mercado Search and Destroy, but the way that they're kind of using them through this mid-map here, opening up this tunnel rush, good team shots from Furious and Denza, but it's Denza that's the one that gets the finishing shots there in the remaining two players on the site, and is able to put himself now up to 5 in 3.
Yeah.
Continuing to make plays, but more importantly, it's a huge round for Affiliate Esports to make sure they get themselves here on the board.
And just to make sure that you're still involved with the mental game that is Search and Destroy, right? Because at the moment, the Atlas Lions have read all of the different little cheeky ideas that Affiliate Esports have tried to put together until that point right then and right there. Now how about it? The Atlas Lions say, let's get a little cheeky of our own. Opening nade reduces the defense over towards A, but the bomb is still kind of deciding which direction to go. No dead silence for Yakko, so he's just going to walk forward. Had not seen any defensive nades tossed into this back alleyway, so he's thinking there's a chance to go aggressive. Furious, lots of damage, wants more, and only gets the first kill. Numbers still persist for the Atlas Lions on offense.
Versus 2 here. Looking for a chance to get this bomb down. Not going to be threatened, at least as of yet, here from the Affiliate Esports. So might be looking to play retake, unless we see Lucifer inch up through this back alley. But not going to be the case. Rencor just going to play his life. He's going to allow that bomb to go down. And now 40 seconds on the clock to work with for Affiliate Esports on the retake.
Heads up rotation from Mythics, though. Unfortunately, Super can see it. I was going to say, if you can isolate Super, get the kill, turn this to a 2v2. It becomes more doable, but that's the power of Super's scope. That's the power of Super's freaking scope. Guy doesn't miss. 3-1, Atlas Lions up.
And now you bring up that question, right? Do you match it? Do you try to shut Super down? Have to see, but I mean, those last 3 offensive rounds have all been first bloods because of grenades. And I mean, it's just such a massive advantage on Mercado to have numbers advantages that early in the round where you get to toy with your opponents a little bit, get to figure out what their setup is looking like. How are we going to be able to attack either bomb site? It just leaves you with so many options here. and they're taking full advantage of it. We'll see if Affiliate Esports can keep it going here with the nade kills.
Yep. I mean, that really has been the only way that they've been able to kind of continue to suppress some of the Atlas Lions early. Stuns, nades over the top. Trophy, if it was in place, dealt with most of it. Mythics down low. Yako getting cute around the outside of the doorways. Does get traded. Mythics very wisely holds off for a moment. But talk about another difference in the defense. Sukri's pushed all the way up in towards mid-market to watch this cross, which means that the players on site just have to worry about the windows and doors on the front-facing part of the Cantina.
A lot of room to work with here for the Atlas Lions to hit flanks, to collapse onto the bomb as soon as they get a little bit of information. Might take a double chow, or might just take a huge gunfight to try to open up that line of sight through mid. And Super still kind of narrow down in the back, but Lucifer will get the information. Trophy system will go down. They're looking to inch closer to this bomb plant, but Atlas Lions, they could pounce at any moment.
And the thing is, Affiliate Esports need to deal with this play through tunnel. I mean, they're kind of stuck right now. The nades do get denied, so that's already a little bit of value off this trophy, but the problem is the hit's still on the way. That is beautiful from the Atlas Lions. I love that call. You've got Rancor playing over towards this tight elbow position just outside the bomb site so he can help out his sniper rifle at back alley if he needs to, or he can rotate the tunnel, which he did, to make sure Sukri can reinforce and never allow the bomb to get planted. Love the look from Atlas Lions, and it works out absolutely exquisitely for him.
They're taking full advantage of it right now. They're playing some clean search and destroy. And Affiliate Esports, I think the worst part about this is that, these have been a lot of winnable rounds in some of these situations, but coming down to those 20, 25 seconds, it just feels like every single time the right call is made. Have to find a change. Super, he's not going to change anything up himself. Wants to keep the scope out, looking through mid here, seeing if he can try to open up for some more picks. Did hear a Deddy be popped, I think, so it might be a mid play while Super watches over his teammate.
This may just be Yako getting in position, though, to watch these crosses alongside Super, but no, he actually goes deep into tunnel. Boy, that's bold. And this is all about trying to cut off the defensive rotations. Oh, this could work out exquisitely if they can continue to move Affiliate Esports defensively around, because you would never expect Yako to be on elbow like this. Thing about it is, Affiliate Esports do have two members defensively here at and now possibly through B. Oh, this first contact is everything, and Furious just guesses the wrong corner. Huge advantage to TAL. There's that rotation picked up on by both Super and Yako, and this should surely be a fifth round.
Yeah, it's looking like it, right? Denza is Cotton Cantina. They should know that he's Cotton Cantina, and he's just going to die to his own Semtex. Doesn't want to feed any streaks here, but I mean, you don't even need streaks to close this one out right now. The Atlas Lions are now 5-1 up again. It just feels like they have got themselves into key positions, this one being Yako, and I called it. I said I thought I heard a dead sound play. Yako waits for a second. Super watches over him. You have the green light. Fly through. That's exactly what he does. And once you get a position like that on Mercado S&D on offense,
yeah,
I mean, that round is yours.
Absolutely. It's just such a cool look.
It is.
And the weird thing about it is, out there, go back and double check. I feel like we didn't see much Mercado Search and Destroy in Season 3. But if this is the new level of strategy that we're starting to get in Season 4, give me more of this map, bro. These guys are innovating right now. Quick hit from Aphelion over towards A. Defense is going to give up the site completely. This is all about playing for retake here. And the thing about it is, Affiliate Esports are not going to just default to playing for an early plant. They want to try to get Furious maybe a bit forward here to deny these defensive players from even seeing the site.
Let's see how they play retake. Stun comes out. Furious just holding the angle, needs to come up with one, but Mythics finally gets himself on the board. First kill of the game secured. Yako laying down, goes under the side of Furious and is not ready for that one. Heavy wallbang shots onto Denza. 20 seconds on the retake, but it's all up to Yako, and Yako will fall.
Yeah, tough call there. It almost felt like Atlas Lions were predicting that Aphelion were going to go back to B, hence the 2-2 stack. Or not stack, the 2-2 split with two members on B and then the other two mostly leaning in mid. But I think that's a really good call from Affiliate Esports saying, hey, we haven't seen any nades come our direction. We haven't gotten shot at while we're making this move towards the bomb site. Let's get past tunnel and make this retake extra difficult. And I think they are going to be feeling pretty self-rewarded off of that comm. So a second round gets tallied by Affiliate Esports. Super over the top looking for an opening sniping duel, but he will not get the chance, at least not from that angle, as Lucifer's playing a little bit of a tighter corner on the other side of mid.
Have to be so careful here, overcommitting to one side of the map, especially if this bomb goes down. A lot of options here. Rancor could hit a little bit of a late flank. He's got that sub out. We saw that a couple rounds previously on the attack. Sukuri, first shots again for Furious, but can't come up with a kill. Sukuri's AR just hit a little bit diffy on the day. Only has 2 kills, but both have been just like that.
Now the delayed utility being thrown. Lucifer does get tagged, and just the easiest, freest kill. Couldn't move anywhere. Couldn't even move his joysticks. Mythics would have to solo defend this, most likely. Denza trying to get involved with him. Over the top. Okay, information that Yako's nearby. Denza confirms the trade, but does not make a difference. Atlas Lions put on a masterclass of search and destroy. And the thing that's cool about this 6-2 win was that Affiliate Esports were trying to be just as creative. But the reads from Atlas Lions and the denial. Oh my goodness, I haven't been that excited about a search in a minute.
Yeah, it was a great search map, man. I mean, a lot of rounds, again, that could have been one for Affiliate Esports, but I really do feel like those last 30 seconds in almost every single round that we saw come down to the wire, it just felt like the right call was being made over and over again from the Atlas Lions, whether that was just stopping the plant, having great lines of sight, or just using their numbers correctly, overwhelming, getting some key gunfights. It was on point, man. Great S&D for them to bounce back and tie this one up here at one apiece.
Love it. Unbelievable stuff, and this comes after a dramatic map number 1 that Affiliate Esports were able to take, if only just barely. I mean, there's a moment in there where Atlas Lions are probably looking back at the moment and saying, we could be 2-0 up in this series. They are playing with some fuego right now here today. But Affiliate Esports, respawn-wise, you have to figure that they're going to be a huge problem to deal with across both the hard points and, of course, the control, which will be LOClo coming up in a just brief moment. But ultimately, I think we can take this as a moment, way too early of a read, but I love what I'm seeing on both these 2 rosters right now. For Affiliate Esports, I think the creativity that we're seeing is very much so noted, but their ability to slay, looks maybe even higher than previous iterations of the rosters that these teams have been on. And then for the Atlas Lions, I think that this is an improvement early, and again, through 2 maps comparing to what we saw in Season 3.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair point. Definitely seeing a lot more just participation out of some of the members that we haven't seen a lot of throughout this entire year. But we'll take a look at what's happening right now here with Noctum White as well as eFuse coming on here to another Mercado. This one, of course, on the hard point. It's a great opening for eFuse as they've gotten just about all the time here on P1.
Yeah. Exciting to see, I think, what both these 2 rosters have to offer. Aroma has been a statistical solid player this year throughout the last 2 seasons of Elite in particular. But for eFuse, nice little start here overall. A couple of convincing kills allows Luigi, a.k.a. Disarray, to start to make a play around, and the cleanup looks solid. This is looking pretty decent for eFuse when to consider a break. Maestro will change that a touch, leaving Disarray by himself. Nice little finesse, and how about Disarray on 4?
Starting to move down low. The nade is finally going to take him out of the picture, but a good amount of damage was done to at least deny a bit of his time for Noctum White. But it's not all theirs just yet. Feeling a double hit up top here. Actually, 3 members going to hit this for the remaining 20 seconds. Young's got a lot to do in front of him. Good for BB Connor. Has a read on Runner, but won't get there. It's going to delay the rotation, though, to New, but they do get the scrap time for 15 seconds.
And I think that's fine, because on this exit, you're going to be able to control what part of the map you set your spawns up for this next approach. Now, the thing about it is, FDOT is watching all of this happen, so he's going to transmit that there are still 2 more members around the back through parking. Nice nades from BB Connor, though, clears out Dark, and that's a chance for him to kind of set up a bit of a pinch. Oh, and they've seen Maestro. Should be an easy cleanup, and it is. Runner for the double. Roma, the last one left. Semtex to the door, but it's Runner for 3, leaving FDOT on the way out, and the break successful for eFuse.
Yeah, that kill, I think, on the F-Dot was everything from BB Connor. Once you find that, it opens up the floodgates. You can flood on in, and that's exactly what they were able to do for the break. But still, a lot of time here to get. 30 seconds. Want to try to fight for it if you're Noctum White. But Runner is snapping right now. 6 in a row. Streak is earned. eFuse will say, thanks for the time.
And this is the cool thing about this eFuse roster. Runner has been a competitor. And, of course, he's been competing. But, I mean, like, when he's on rosters in the past, when they were finishing top 16, top 12, he's always been, I think, a star-lighted player. And if he's able to kind of go back and forth between the TAC and the Vaznev like this, oh, yeah, this team could be pretty nasty. Early call for the cruise missile. Not going to connect, but a decent read on where exactly Noctum White are set up as we head over towards Barber. One more player to deal with kind of at old, but Runner is moving, ready to take care of Maestro, but he goes prone, finds the kill, Kels for the trade, and now the hit's on the way.
BB Connor trying to work his way to the front, has to get through 2. will be denied on the second. Chunk doing a good job of playing his life, locking down time, and just doing his best to stay alive. But through the backside, Disarray will be denied. Aroma from the low ground, able to find that with the AR, and the control has been perfect through the middle of the map here in this back alley. Might be a moment now for a break, but these first 40 seconds have been great for Noctum White.
Kels does open up the back door quite literally. Chunk predicts the first spins. Oh my goodness, Chunk! Little 1v2 for the scrap time, and that will allow Noctum White not just to kind of neutralize the large cushion for eFuse, it allows the rest of their teammates to focus on new.
This is a scary moment now when players start to catch fire like that and then have maybe a fast transition to new. Yeah, it can get scary. Aroma's just pinned at the back, says, coming to my web. I am just sitting in a corner waiting for you. Finds the easy pickup. Spawns look to be solid. Setup now in. eFuse have to find a response.
And they're going to come around the back as we will get about a tie game. Nades on the way. Aroma pops open the door, takes care of Disarray, no problem. Shots from Runner. Predicted by Aroma on 4. Well played, and then reads BB Connor in dark. Team Nade takes him off the killing spree, but ultimately Noctum White will secure their initial hold.
Yes, they will. Fortunate to not get the streak, but able to at least clear a lot of that space through the back, and Noctum White, well, they're starting to run away with it. I mean, they were down by about 60 points, and now they're just snapping, shooting different. Maybe just needed to warm up a little bit, get into the flow of things, because they are now awake, and they're in the lead by about 30 points.
Man, I mean, it's been 3 back-to-back-to-back individual moments from Noctum White. I mean, it starts off with Chunk's 1v2. Aroma gets 5 in a row, pretty much by himself, and then that final from Felix, really well done. But here on rotation, towards Cantina again we go. eFuse finding a couple of solid kills. Disarray stunned up, dealt with by Chunk. Information, though, that of course there are multiple members coming around the back. BB kind of trying to get into position. But the thing about this is they will not have Disarray for this hold. It's going to be a 4v3 break attempt. Runner gets the first on the backside pinch. The rest of the hit from the front. Chunk trying to clear out the first floor. Trying to come up, but no. Kels denies. Aroma up top already, and he is not going to be in position to continue on this break attempt. eFuse get the first 30.
30. Very much needed. Aroma, though, gonna try to work through this with an AR. Not an easy position. Says, all right, I'll take a Vazdef. Gonna make it just slightly easier, but does get some bad timing on the way up. Now, really, the only one here gonna be Chunk, and he realizes he's gonna have to maybe wait for some of the players to exit. And, well, he is good for that first one. No some more players lingering by as they fight for scrap time. Just 9 seconds go their way, but they're gonna try to flood through the back alley and push through.
Oh, nice double up from BB Connor. Even though the scrap time not fully confirmed, it does create an exit for eFuse and now a setup for someone to get onto hardpoint. It will be Runner who jumps on in. Disarray locking things down over through Warehouse on the trash can. Runner also shutting down mid-map, and I love this setup from eFuse. Are you kidding? I mean, they've got a deep line of scrimmage. Thing is, Runner in the hardpoint somehow dies. So now Kels has to give up her position at mid-market to get under the hill. But you can see Noctum White, they have no idea where eFuse are positioned. Disarray for his third, trying to hit the fourth, but Maestro denies, and now maybe a chance for Noctum White to actually get a look at this hard point.
If they can actually find the kills, because Runner has just found 2, and well, Kels gets the third. Looking like a full 60, and yeah, it is going to be a full 60. Forced to rotate now is Noctum White. They have to take the long route through the back of the map there on the left side just to regain control. This has been an incredible resurgence and a huge bounce back after letting up on that lead. eFuse back in control by about 50.
Back over to mid-market. BB Connor looking for a cross. Sees Chunk. Disarray deals with it. Felix down low. Does at least secure a trade. Tough position to hold in, and that will be an easy cleanup. Kels. Oh, my goodness. Little drop shot spinner. Says, all right, Chunk, you want to try to pop off with the sub. I got you, brother. And with that, eFuse will see most of this hard point for the early 20. Go neutral. Runner on 5. Looking to do more, and how about this to get eFuse over 200 points?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's just catching fire at different moments right now for this eFuse roster. Right now, it's Runner snapping like that onto Chunk. I mean, he's had like 3 or 4 tough gunfights in a row. Can't catch a break. Finally, Aroma there in the back to shut him down, but once again, feels like the damage is done. All this P1 time is basically went the way of eFuse, but F-Dot trying to make a big play. He secures spawns, and they have a chance to get Cantina control.
Oh, but no, doesn't quite catch Disarray. Now the last one left is Chunk. Did not see the player, I don't believe. Rode up the staircase just to his side. Nice kind of flush out from Disarray. Goodness gracious. He is flying right now. 225 to 146. What looked to be, after 3 miraculous individual plays from Noctum White, to possibly be control of the game. eFuse now a chance to put it away with a convincing scoreline if they can just set one more hold together.
Yeah, feels like it should be in right now with the way that they're shooting. One last chance to fly on in. And Kel is just going to play outside of the hill, knowing her teammates are not here at the moment. Wants to try to reach out now, though. There's the first one. Kills might just start to flood through, and, well, so far they are, but Aroma, Maestro fighting back, trying to get in here for time. Kelso with the double. A chance to put it away with the triple, and she delivers and says thanks for map number 1.
Oh, my goodness, Kels! Master of the house, doling out the charm. Are you kidding me? That is unbelievable. I was just about to mention, like, for the most part, Kels has been able to kind of kick her feet up. She's just been hanging on the hard point, running an even KD, but don't rule her out when she needs to make a play. Holy smokes. Electricity from eFuse in their opener. First time we've seen them in Elite since Season 1. And wow, what a reintroduction that was.
Yeah, it's a heck of a way to get the job done like that. I mean, especially after what we had saw like halfway through that game, right? It was about a 70-point differential. We go into like that P4, P5. That's when we start to see the comeback happen, and then they pull ahead by about 40 points.
Yeah.
Noctum can't hold on to it. It's just a couple of those hills that get chained together, and it's not something that we say too often, but the P1 time that eFuse was getting was actually very substantial and led to a huge amount of their points.
Goodness gracious. I mean, come on. That is 2 very exciting opening sets of maps from both of the 2 series we've seen so far. Of course, our main focus will still stand with Affiliate Esports and Atlas Lions, who do find themselves in the midst of the control. Atlas Lions took their first defense by the look of it, with some pretty good conviction. They only gave up 18 total kills, so really solid opening defense from them. And how about this start to the attack? First couple of kills are good. Denza left on 1 HP, trying to find a route to take care of Rencor. And as the regen comes in, he will challenge, but ultimately Rencor wins the battle, and now the Atlas Lions can stop the clock with progress happening at A.
I feel like this is where Rencor is best, when he gets to sit in control, take a lot of 1v1s. He puts himself into a lot of winning spots. 10-5 start for him so far, but Furious will be able to come up through the high ground, get some help from Mythics, and they will regain control of the point. We'll swap back over to now the attack on B, and Furious is just flown through. Doesn't see Super right away, but there's the first. Gets eyes on Rencor, and now is in a prime position to stop the respawners from getting on the map.
And look at Lucifer on the other side. I mean, they have them unbelievably pinned. So now for the Atlas Lions, you kind of need Rencor and Super to create a problem for Affiliate Esports to back off this position. And hold on a second, they're actually creating that problem right now. First tick of progress at B is good. Second could come through. Atlas Lions have gotten out of spawn. They track down Furious, and now Numbers can start running in towards B. That's an unbelievable response considering the set of circumstances in front of them. But still work to be done here with only 40 seconds on the clock.
They'll throw themselves on the time. Second tick on its way. Affiliate Esports on the retake. Coming to this backside, have to get through Super. Super will be spotted. Lucifer able to find 2. That is some key kills to stop that second tick from coming on through on B. It will, of course, force the play for the Atlas Lions back over to A, but it's just Rencor here at the moment.
But still, locks down the shots versus Mythics. More players to deal with. It's Denza up top, Furious around the back. The aforementioned former player denied, and there's the follow-up. So good 2 kills coming out. Second tick of progress looking solid with a 3-man stack. Lucifer thinking about it. Feeling it out. Seeing maybe if there's a chance, but he will not be able to challenge to stop the progress. Just looking for kills on the exit, and oh my goodness, Lucifer destroys everything, including lingering trophy systems. That's a killing spree for Harry, and Numbers start to look good for the defense.
Yeah, I like that play. I mean, there was probably no chance he was going to be able to 1v3 them if he just ran into the point, but once they think it's safe, that's when he pounces, and he's now looking for kill number 6, and that streak is going to be earned. Love to have those streaks on a map like El Asilo Control, but time to play with. Minute on the clock here. The Atlas Lions have about 10 lives as they're going to flood through this left side and try to take control of the map.
All it may take is one solid break attempt. But the problem is there's not a lot of lives to play with here. So whatever this is going to be, it has to be convincing for the Atlas Lions. Affiliate Esports are stacked around this B point, and yeah, it's just so hard to shrug them off of those 2 high ground positions that Lucifer and Denza happen to be in. Are you kidding? 28 seconds on the clock. Atlas Lions looking to reform for one last hit.
Have to get through Furious. You have to spot him, and they do. Rancor able to find the first one. Has to wait a second for the regen, but the stun will delay it. Have to find so many AR players through this backside as well, but the nade over the top, a Hail Mary does connect. They're on the point, and they're going to stop the clock. Rancor's flying forward. Kills are coming in. Denza's going to drop, and the stack should come in.
Second tick of progress will for sure be locked in here. The only player nearby is Furious. He comes around the back, takes care of one. Shots in response and retaliation do connect. Now the third tick of progress on the way. Can anyone from Affiliate actually get here? With 5 lives remaining, Atlas Lions are doing it, and there it is. The full capture comes through thanks to the stack. Whoa, what a heroic effort that final little charge was. And now all of a sudden the Atlas Lions are 2-0 up in the control.
Oh, I mean, it's what a crazy round, right? We go from players like spawning up and immediately getting spawn trapped to somehow getting a chance to fly back out to this A zone and then turning it into a B play. And it really does start with that first kill. If Rancor doesn't find that first kill inside of storage there right beside B, then you probably don't have an actual chance of getting numbers onto the point. That it was everything from Rancor, opening up the play, allowing that second round to really come through.
Wow, dude. I mean, if Atlas Lions find a way to win this map, they were looking down a possible 3-0. That's just something wild to say, considering that Affiliate Esports have looked really solid in this series. Super, backside, well done. Causes some distraction for the Affiliate offense towards B, although Denza joins Furious a little bit deeper on towards the zone, starting to get a work done on the first tick of progress as Super just gets to work cleaning up the back.
First tick is in already here, though. You have a lot of members that should be able to respond to this, and it's, well, so tough to watch everything here from Affiliate Esports side. Gonna force Denza forward to play his life, just buy time and see if he can maybe find one more. Not gonna be the case. Yakko there to pounce, will find the kill. Just a single tick, but you'll certainly take it as Affiliate Esports. And now, gonna direct their attention over to this A point.
And Ranker's already in a solid position on the rocks just south of the tower to possibly get a solid read here on where this next hit's coming from. Super's still back here, by the way. I mean, he's taken everyone into this home like it's an orphanage of some sort. Like, you want to come in? Have the doors wide open. Please, sir, may I have some more? Like, it's just, goodness gracious. He eventually gets dealt with. Yakko kind of replaces him on the back, but ultimately Affiliate Esports looking really solid here at A.
Yeah, it feels like it should come through, but Sukari, he's got other plans, and now he's actually got Super with him, so maybe that final tick doesn't come in unless Furious can make the play, but that entire tick has basically been depleted. And now just needs to force one more 1v1, but will be taken out. The control has just been here. The defense is just refusing to drop and die. Mythics maybe has a chance to open it up, but it has not been clean. Have one more real good attempt here with 20 seconds left to try to get to A, and it's not looking good.
And look at Super cutting through mid-map again. He gets 2. That stalls out Affiliate's reinforcements. Rancor back up top on the rocks. Holy smokes, Atlas Lions are putting on a show. Mythics, last chance. Yakko in the down corner. Surprised he wouldn't find that kill. And the clock will stop at 7.7. Rancor quick, trying to find him on top of this little heady. Mythics in the corner, off the regen. Sees the threat. And will there be a challenge? No, there will not be. Atlas Lions not going to commit to it. Looking for more kills on the exit and just reinforcing this already steep life lead.
Exits, not fully clean. Lucifer still alive, but we'll be able to spot out Super down low. And hold on a second. Defensive members starting to spawn down low on that left side of the map. The only one back here to play defense at the moment is going to be Sukari. And Sukari comes up with 3! Nobody's watching the backside. And there's no time to cap this down for Mythics. A huge misplay there from Affiliate Esports. Sukari saves the day.
And that was it. That was the offense for offense that Affiliate needed. Rancor does drop, but the problem is, look how far back Affiliate Esports have to try to re-hit this with only 5 lives remaining. Yakko, good read on the second player, gets the double up, does get traded, and hold on a second, Lucifer could stack this with Furious, and they could possibly secure it right here. Rancor only gets 1, Super has to come around the back, and he does secure the kill once again in the nick of time. Last one left is Mythics, and he's red, put down, and the Atlas Lions take a 3-0, Asilo control. Mercy.
Oh, man. I mean, talk about the ice in the veins right now for the Atlas Lions. I mean, so many moments, not even just in this map, but in this series where it has come down to the wire, and a lot of times they've been able to deliver But once again, how about that play from Sukri in the back? I mean, nobody's looking at the back because everyone must have thought that Sukri's the last guy up. He's got to be pinching up this play. But no, he is just patiently waiting there, pounces behind the fence, and just takes them all out. That stings because, I mean, that was a Aphelions round.
Bro, this is day one of Season 4 Elite. I feel like we're watching the grand finals of an Open right now with the action we've seen on screen. Are you kidding me? What a set of maps we've had so far. Heroics, individual plays, great team cohesion on all fronts. I mean, you couldn't ask for more right now. It is a plethora, a buffet of COD action coming your way. You take a look back at the scoreboard, and the Atlas Lions will enjoy a pretty heavy non-traded kill percentage across the board. 14 for 18 out of Sukri, 18 for 23 from Super, who just went rogue for what felt like an entire round and a half worth of control action. And on the other side, I mean, you got good participation from Furious, good participation from Lucifer, but Denza just couldn't get anything going.
Yeah, 10 assists, couldn't finish off any kills. I mean, not what we're used to seeing from Denza, right? Sometimes, especially in Control, known for winning a lot of his 1v1s. A lot more difficult to do, though, on a map like El Asilo, especially when he can't constantly get to some of those key positions to make the play. But overall, like you said, just not really being able to kind of get the key playmakers up off the ground here on the other side. I mean, just this ice factor. This team has been together for a very long time, and there is just a certain amount of chemistry that comes with it, and I think you can really see it in their gameplay, especially in those last 3 rounds that we just saw in Control.
And here's the cool thing about that storyline in particular, and I'm really going to age both of ourselves right now, talking about, remember that Carnage roster from Modern Warfare 2019? That
I do.
They were like top 8 the entire year at best, made a couple of Sundays, and then they stuck together, came into Challengers Champs and finished second. So, yeah. I mean, resiliency is the name of the game when it comes to, especially a COD title like this, where any given day, Modern Warfare 2 can feel like your best friend or your worst enemy. It's just, some days it just does not click. But here today, this Atlas Lions squad has put together one hell of a show. That all said, the series is not over yet. A Mercado hardpoint coming up next. Affiliate Esports put together right around a 70-point comeback near the tail end of that hotel hardpoint, looking to kind of keep that very fast-paced tempo here in Mercado and get to a map 5.
Yeah, the big factor, I think, from that map number 1 was, the players that were frying kind of through that first half of the Atlas Lions really did slow down to that second half, like we saw there from Yakko, right? He was like, 19 and like 8 or something along those lines, and then, finished like 26 and like 18. So have to kind of really keep up that pressure and intensity here if you're going to be able to get through that team. But we'll get there when we do. For now, we'll head back over to Noctum White here in eFuse. And, well, this one's very tight the whole way through. And Chunk is off to a very nice start as well as Luigi here. Disarray.
Disarray's on 10-3. Chunk on 8-3. I mean, this could be like Disarray's flu game. Because what I've been told is that he has had some medical things kind of popping up. And he hasn't really been able to kind of get on the game as much as he would have liked. But, dude, he's looking solid today, I tell you that. He's going to get a chance to plan here and maybe even push to a 1v2 situation. Closes the door behind him. Noctum White on the way through soccer. And Disarray's going to hold the corner. Looking for a lineup. Dead silence pop. Doesn't catch much information there. The exit turns around, but Maestro is waiting for him, and Noctum White will get to their 4th round.
I really like that retake there. Just like basically holding hands, right? Like Chunk and Maestro, they don't split up. They don't try to, hold a different angle to see if he's wrapping around. They don't want any kind of a 1v1 gunfight to come through because we've seen way too many times, specifically at this B side in El Asilo, a player getting a kill, finessing his life, and then resetting for the second gunfight. Very well done. Very clean. Chunk keeping up the spree. And able to shut down what was, of course, 10 kills coming through there for Disarray. Huge round to go up 4-2.
Yep. Big stuff. Okay, so we'll kind of, again, try to evaluate both of these two teams as we get into the deeper parts of this search. This Noctum White squad, again, another one of those teams that made their way through qualification. It's been weird, I think, kind of, if you were to go back and tally the history of this year for FDOT, the amount of teams he's bounced back in and out of.
Yeah.
I mean, he started the year playing with that Elevate team at one point in time. I don't know if they were still as Elevate then, but, like, he was on, like, a major roster. Like, holy smokes. Okay, FDOT. We see you. Now finds himself one of the bigger EU streamers right now in Challengers of Aroma. Disarray with an AR in hand here. Efu is looking to stay maybe a little bit more reserved. A little how do you do right there. A little tag across. But Aroma's waiting for the chow, and that will be enough for first blood.
Yeah, this array is not ready for that secondary chow to come through in the back. Nice moment there. Able to open up, and Kells will not be ready for that one either. Maestro able to pick them apart. Now E-Fuse in a very tough spot. Bomb should go down without a problem. Runner will try to give it a go here and play retake, but gonna have to do something special.
Well, they've got an isolation here. That will work. Reset off the dead silence. Oh, this quick rotation out, though, for FDOT is so wise. Just don't get stuck inside the site. And yeah, this post plant has become so much more dynamic because of that exit. He even chases behind Runner to secure the kill. BB Connor, no, not going to find the shots to lock up towards top office. And Noctum White will get to map point with a very convincing one, at least so far, for them to try to respond to what E-Fuse did on the Mercado hardpoint.
Good so far. I mean, it's just the gunfights that are starting to go their way, and once you create gunfights like that on the attack, it's just all about just getting in, planting the bomb, playing post plant. Just use our numbers, and FDOT, like you said, makes a really nice route to make sure that he's not caught up in a weird spot and then around the site for another 1v1 isolation gunfight. Good wrap, 5-2. Noctum White doing what they need to try to tie this series up. One more round to try to get it done.
Yep. I mean, it's been a great map for Disarray, but everyone else has not found the same success. So E-Fuse need to do it here on this offense, try to continue forward. FDOT playing just down and underneath kegs. Chunk looking for a quick early flank with help with him. Oh, how do you predict this if you're E-Fuse? I mean, they are under threat of being completely boxed up here. Although Aroma gets caught trying to pop the Deady, so there's a free opening towards B. Maestro has to wait as his dead silence expires, but ultimately we out-trade if you're Noctum White, leaving Kels by herself away from the bomb. No dead silence. Oh, not great news here.
Tough spot. Still got a nade to work with, a bit of time. That's kind of the good news, but not ready for that gunfight. Secondary chow comes through the window. Noctum White. I mean, we jump in, and it was a pretty tight affair, 3-2, but then it's just 3 straight rounds in a row, all pretty swift as well, coming out with the dub here to tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, and you know, I think the thing about this is, you know, when you can just control that much of the map, at least in the 3 rounds that we watched, and then hold that space, win your ones, it creates so much confusion, I think, for this E-Fuse time of like, what do we do? Where do we go? You know, you lose that opening first blood from a multitude of angles, and it can be hard to kind of wrap things up. So here we go, back into our feature matchup for the moment. Atlas Lions currently up 2-1 after their dominant LSELO control, but Affiliate Esports looking to stay solid in the hardpoint as we jump into the middle of this Mercado hardpoint.
Be a fun one, man. This series has been so fun watching these two go head-to-head. Rancor able to deal with Lucifer, though, through the back, just trying to get control of the parking lot. Meanwhile, in 10, you can feel the wrath of the pressure coming in, the stuns and nades. No trophies to protect them here. Mythic's going to have to do some key work up top. Able to find that first one, knows there's some more players. Drops down, takes the chow, and will win that 1v1 versus Rancor, but still does not have support.
No, he doesn't, and Sukri's cutting down this mid-map. Good trade from Denza, but it leaves a 1v1 for Yako to try to play inside the hill. Jumps in, finds the first kill, but he was tragically weak. So it's an easy cleanup for Denza, and with that, the scrap time goes the way of Affiliate Esports. A great opening to this map as well, by the way, for Denza, 9-4, and also soaking up the majority of hardpoint time that has been, in total, earned for Affiliate so far. And he's got 54 of the 80 seconds.
It's been insane from him so far. Jeez. Denza trying to bounce back from the map 1 and map 2. Doing so, Furious trying to do the same as he's going to have to run away from his own Semtex, tags the wall, and we'll just have to wait a second. Going to be a 3-man hit here from Aphelion, trying to work through the back alley, have to try to find Super cleanly to make sure too much time does not go over to the Atlas Lions.
Whoa, my goodness, if Super pulls that transfer off, I reconsider my entire life. That would have been unbelievable, but Rancor provides just as special of a moment, turning, finding the kill, now on 3. Gets Atlas Lions the majority of this opening 30 seconds. Problem is, Affiliate Esports do have the spawns, and Rancor's in trouble. Tries to get out of the hard point, but not going to be allowed to, and with that, Affiliate Esports looking prime for the scrap time.
Yeah, prime for the scrap 7, prime for an early exit. You can already see Mythics way down low in the middle of the minimap there, just trying to make some moves over to 10, but will be cut down, will be Red Sukri with another big 1v1 to slow down Denza. And now Affiliate Esports just going to have to wait for everyone to spawn back up and figure out how they want to attack this. Parking lot spawns now for them, but it's a great entry to try to get themselves into the point.
Yeah, just not quite, I think, the zone of control that Atlas Lions were anticipating. A quick threat from Affiliate Esports allows them a chance for an early break. hunt down is good. Super gets denied. Last player left is Sukri, and you got to be careful here for the Atlas Lions. They're starting to get kind of strung out a little bit, playing individually. And this is the problem. You start to kind of give away a lot of easy and free kills, and Affiliate Esports have a chance to blow the lid wide off this game as they continue to reap through the middle of the map.
Mythic starting to shoot. Also, kind of fitting into this new role. So far, so good for him here in the Mercado hardpoint. Denza just laying down, ready for members to come flying into him, and he just weakens them up there for Lucifer to find an easy double. And Affiliate Esports, it just feels like they can't be worked out of the hill at the moment. Every single time they get a position, they are holding on to it.
Yeah, they're looking really, really good at the moment when it comes down to not just finding control, but enforcing it, and then even pushing beyond, just creating issues for Atlas Lions all across the map. Maybe a moment of breath here for Atlas Lions as they open up the new hardpoint in Cantina to their name. Spawns are not fully in, but Rencor locking down one lane, gets away. Kills looking clean as well on top of that, and Super, who rejoins the action, secures the full team wipe, and now the Atlas Lions have a chance to really secure some time.
I like this spot from Super too. He's going to hear a lot of sound cues flying in and around him. And he's going to spot a lot of where this push is coming from while keeping the tunnel safe. Maybe even the backside safe, but can't turn and snap for Denza. However, a good moment maybe for Aphelion. Pinching up both sides of the map will force now the spawn out here for Atlas Lions. And these two members inside got to hold on to their dear lives.
Sukri, good for the fourth, off the reload, knows there's a player at back alley. It's a free fifth elimination.
Okay.
How about this from Sukri? 17 and 11. Harry inside of old time is tested, and Rencor puts him down, so that's a full 60 for Atlas Lions, and they've got numbers over towards parking lot. Tough gunfights for Super at long range through mid. Still has the heady to work with, though. Nades are out. Yako locks down the back warehouse play, and now the only hit from Aphelion is going to be from the front, and Rencor's here to support it. Oh my goodness, Atlas Lions are stringing together the kills they need as they go scrap to initial on our previous two hills.
Rencor's on 5 in a row right now, trying to earn the double or 20 digits here. See if he can maybe put himself up to a crazy scoreline. Atlas Lions holding on, bringing it back. So far, so good. 20 seconds, all theirs. 10 spots now coming through for Aphelion, and they're going to try to work through middle of the map here, and Super is just lacing in the shots, making it so difficult to move, but maybe an opportunity to try to hit through mid again, but Yako shuts down the first.
And the pinch has been red. Yako's going to back up, knows that Denza's on the other side of this truck. Finessing, denying the gunfight. Furious eventually gets a tally over the top, though. Rencor almost had Denza in a position of vulnerability, but no, there's no such thing, apparently. Denza, for his double, secures the scrap time. Creates a little bit more of that same cushion that Aphelion had, but it's much more reduced, just 23 seconds between them, and Atlas Lions are finding kills as we head back over to mid-market.
Mythic's now going to drop. Really all up to Furious here to try to play this Cantina role and just hold on to this positioning, and he's able to find two. Might have heard one up top. Yes, he does, but Furious tries to throw the stun. Will be taken out. Sukri, with the streak in his back pocket, has a now important role here just to play his life and find kills, and so far he's delivering 23 and 13.
Sukri and Rencor are giving Atlas Lions a chance. But boy, do they need a little bit of help out of Super and Yako here on the hard point itself if they want to actually see this come all the way through. Lead goes back up to 40 plus. Oh, Super, Sukri, locking down 3 straight kills. This, you have to play for this scrap too. There's only one member left. You may as well give this a good old college try. What is that prediction from Super? Tags up Mythics down to about 1 HP, but the problem is he ran out of ammunition, and now all of a sudden the plan has backfired. Yako has to hold the line through tunnel. He is the only one to survive, and even though he does get 1+ an assist, he needs help, and he needs it badly.
He does. Yako going to pop the dead silence. Has to fly around and just finesse and play his life. And, well, able to find the first one cleanly. No trade's going to come through. His teammates are now with him. Everyone from Aphelion Esports has paused and has tried to wait. The kills have not really come their way. An unfortunate team kill there from Furious as well is really going to delay things. The Atlas Lions, they have a chance to bring it right back on this point.
Little stack right here. Problem is the nades are landing. No trophy in place. Rencor from up top saves the day from that initial hit. Once more, Aphelion have to wait. Trophy now in place, trying to reinforce. Rencor for 3. Predicts another one at range, but no, it's Denza. Mythics able to get the kills, and it turns it into Sukri for a 1v1 for the time, and he takes the gunfight win versus Denza. That will confirm the scrap. Aphelion Esports are spawning all the way out, and Yako's already here on rotation.
Yeah, they have no idea. Yako is already this close. Mythics is caught with his knife out. Shots over the top, though, not going to be good, but does it set up the play for Rencor? It's a team kill, but Sukri still able to get one. Furious, the only one right now in position around the point, but no one's going to flood towards him just yet. Affiliate Esports still have a chance to hold on. They have the firm position.
That team kill is not the end of the world, but it does hurt the chances of Atlas Lions stringing together these two hard points. 220, 197, Rencor, he finesses it into the building, takes down two. Aphelion trying to play off the pinch. Rencor gets the read. Denza, last one left, fully healthy. Plays with doors, trying to keep the attention of Atlas Lions spread. Now on the way in, gets the first, not the second. And how about it? Tie game as we head to the wire here at Mercado.
Oh, this is unbelievable, but still a huge 1v1, and Super's able to find it. They're actually going to send another member here. They know how important this time is, and the reinforcements even comes through away at the old hill. We'll see what the scrap time happens or which way it ends up going. But meanwhile, at the new hill, you can see Sukari trying to battle through the back. He is shut down. The Atlas Lions, they are so close to bringing it all the way back, but Affiliate Esports, they are here, and they could still do it in Barber.
The only thing about it is the Atlas Lions winning that scrap 1v1 means that they know they can take a breath, get a setup, but Furious is in position to deny the split. Rencor trying to secure the trade. Good for it. Yako, damage onside the hard point. Wait a second, he may try to give this a go. This would be a bold challenge. Makes safe the trophy. Semtex goes out into place. Does not quite find the damage nor any kills. All of a sudden, it's 240 to 240. Kills turn up for the side of Aphelion. Have to find a way to break. 243, 240. Sukri can't find an entry. Rencor provides maybe a chance for him to go. Mythic's up top. He's stunned. Oh, but he turns, and the trophy system allows him a chance to clean up. It's Mythic's for all three. Help from the trophy system, but Affiliate Esports, help from Mythics allows them a chance to bring it back from near disaster. And to map 5, this series goes.
He might not have any teammates with him, but we're going to call the trophy a teammate in that instance. I think it got more than one player a little bit weak when they were flooding all of their stuns and nades in there. And it allows Mythics to snap not from 1 to 2 to 3, but all of them at the same time. They line up. My goodness. That is just a map that you're thinking is just never going to end like that. It's just never going to end like that. But Mythics holds on, man. I mean, what can this kid not do? We saw it all last season. He's already showing it early in day number 1 in this season. What a crazy hard point once again.
Can we just turn this series into a best of forever? Because my goodness, dude, these guys are absolutely putting on a show for an opening day 1 group round 1 matchup. We talked about the importance when it comes to playing out a win for maybe seeding by the end of it, because both of these two teams are looking like they should be in the top 4. That's been the case pretty much every time that some combination of the players or the full roster for Atlas Lions have found throughout group stages in the past. But man, if this is the level of gameplay we're going to get from these two, I could watch these guys play for literally the entirety of the day. Holy smokes, I gotta take a breath, as this ending is nuts. And the thing about it is, you know, just as we kind of were crediting Atlas Lions for stringing together hard points, Affiliate Esports don't panic. They know they've got a clean setup. They don't just bottle and bunker up. They try to provide some buffer, and that little line of scrimmage ultimately gives a read to Atlas Lions and makes this last hit so hard to fully come through.
It really does. And then they deal with Lucifer at the back, and then look at this. Mythics is stunned. The trophy finds the kill, and then he snaps like that. What is that transfer? Everyone just trying to find one single member. You find that, you get into the point, you hold on for 10 seconds. Maybe you end the series there. But Mythic says no. 27 and 25, that's where he ends. Top fragger for his squad to make sure that they do get the dub and send it to a map 5. What an insane hard point here, Alan.
Dude, we still have another full block of matches to go. Like, give me a break.
And then NA.
And then North America happens afterwards. Like, oh my. Wow. What a series. And it's 34 and 20 with 26 non-traded for the L for Sukri. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Talk about an unbelievable map out of him. Rencor also went 31 and 20. It just, life was made so difficult for the subs for Atlas Lions. We're on the other side. I mean, you see it. 24 and 22 from Denza. Sure, Furious also had some difficulties, but he still got over a minute of hard point time. So, I mean, that is about as close as it gets on the scoreboard when you compare the ARs and the SMGs together. as well as if you compare any of the statistics across the board in the subcategories.
Yeah, I mean, even the assists coming through there for the Atlas lines, everybody was team shotting. Feels like everyone was picking up trades. Comms were probably on point, but it just comes down to the wire sometimes and who wins those key gunfights at the end. And Affiliate Esports, they are good for both hard points. I mean, you take a look at the score. Even when we jumped into the LSU control, like, those were very tight rounds. Like, you know, like just barely winning offenses with like 5 lives on the table, you know, or a crazy 3-piece to stop Affiliate from getting the stack, whatever it might be. These have just been some wild combinations through these first 4, but it all ends on Hotel S&D here, Alan.
And this is the scary thing. This has been a great map mode in the previous instances of the Seasons of Elite, not just for the combination of like Denza and Harry, but also Furious in this map can go absolutely buck wild.
True.
Same thing though, Super with the scope. Could still be a problem. We haven't had a chance to see too much out of Clutch Rain and Team Notorious at the moment. We find ourselves in a 2-1 map count. This Clutch Rain team, they were surprised last season. Made a couple of roster moves here and there to kind of reinforce the team. And so far, it looks like they're at least putting together a tight series against Team Notorious.
Yeah, not an easy team to take down by any means, but Wee Man looks to have earned some streaks at some point in time throughout this map, which might very well secure some of this scrap time, unless we see a pinch from Genesis from behind, and he is there for that first one. Gonna give a lot of information to his team. That's a nice pinch-up play. That's going to leave Metals all alone now on the rotation over to P6.
Looking over some of the results, just to kind of speak on it, the opening hardpoint was Mercado, was a 250-143 win for Team Notorious, but the Hotel Search was a 6-1 for Clutch Rain. Did not get a report in yet for the Hotel Control, which is the map previous, but obviously it went the way of Team Notorious. So that's just a little update as far as how this series has gone up until this point. Tight game, over towards the roofs. Wee Man going to be tested here as the reinforcements from Clutch Rain are on the way. They're on the way quickly. Metals locking things down, and oh my goodness, locking things down. Headshot after headshot. Genesis at range. Get out of there, brother. You just don't want to deal with it. And yeah, he backs up.
Forced to reset there as Metals able to find that. Oh my, okay, we switched away, but he got like tagged 4 times before snapping on Gruz, and he found that one too. Metals maybe starting to heat up a lot. Team Notorious don't want to see a map number 5, but Gruz, important role, just trying to hit the scrap time. Not going to have a chance to do so. The slang really starting to pick up right now for Team Notorious.
How about Maple going back to, well, this is actually a new username for him, Z Maple. I feel like I need to say like in a German accent, like, oh, Z Maple. But jack off the SIGs moniker, back towards the one made famous, especially to the Modern Warfare 2019 year. My goodness. And he's good for now 20-16. Metals on a 5 behind him, and this is leading to Team Notorious growing a pretty large lead here in the mid stages of this Hotel Hardpoint.
Starting to get a bit out of control now for Clutch Rain. 57 points, still lots of time to fight over on P1, and you need to at least make sure it goes neutral. Can't allow all of it to go over to Team Notorious, not on a map like Hotel. Difficult to try to find break after break, and well, I mean, Clutch Rain just can't really find a kill at the moment here. Allen struggling a little bit. They do get blessed with the spawns to P2, but they're going to have to lock in really a full 60 to get back in this game.
Yeah, I don't think Team Notorious fully realized that the spawns were here in the back. I think they thought that getting in towards shops and Chandelier may be good enough, but no, they would just not get here fast enough. So the hold for Clutch Rain is on. Have to have it, though. Team Notorious looking to stack up for the Chandelier push. There are 18 trophy systems for Clutch Rain inside this hard point at the moment. So this cruise missile will not do too much of anything. Does allow an opportunity for Team Notorious to wrap around the back, though. So multi-pronged attack on the way. Genesis now good for the first 2. Metals dealt with. 3 for 1 the exchange. Eric the only one to survive, and he's backside spot.
There we go. Good moment there for Genesis. 25 now for him. Gonna overlap his streak. Well, that's what you needed. You needed Clutch Rain to really come alive here with some kills, and more importantly, the hard point time. But will they get all of it, Eric? Oh, it snaps on Maple there. I mean, it's some clean shots. Yet no aim assist with it, but we'll be able to at least roll back on the trigger, allow everyone to move through, and that is still a great time here for Team Notorious to get them over 200 points.
Yeah, really solid effort for the squad on that break attempt. Clutch Rain seeing a lot of success from Genesis at 26 and 15. But he's not a part of this initially. Long wrap from Team Notorious, but there we go. Now Genesis anchoring up at another 2-piece for him, allowing Clutch Rain a chance to open up Kitchen. But again, they need to hold this, and they need to hold it now.
Gotta be perfect here. Genesis just slow down this push a little bit if you can find 1 to 2 kills just like that. Play your life now, and the support's there from Twiz. I like this. So far, so good. People going to try to break into the front, but not going to have any assistance while doing so. Now a little bit delayed will be Team Notorious on this next team hit, and they're still trying to battle through the ARs in the back.
Yeah, tough battles for sure. But ultimately, Clutch Rain locked down this first break. Chance for Team Notorious to eventually win the spawns out. Clutch Rain blocked, spawning inside a restaurant. Metals predicts the correct corner, just down to Cruz inside, and it's back and forth. Pinch shot kill feed. Wee Man, last one left is Twiz, but no, big win from him. And that leads to the full scrap time going their way. Clutch Rain are right back in this game, and look at the rotation. They've got 3 members here already ready to fight for bar.
They're winning battles already too. Metal's gonna drop. Eric was the one that made the swift rotation first, so he's gonna play at the very back, but the stuns and nades will now, of course, give them that information needed. Have to play your life here if you're Eric, or at least come away with a kill or 2. You'd love to have this back spawn if you're able to get it, but the hill's going neutral here for now.
Genesis tries to thread the needle, but the problem is Metal's huge gunfight win through mid-front desk leaves Twiz by himself. Nothing there. And now Team Notorious, look at the spread on the map. Are you kidding me? Cruz does get a pick, though. Backside lobby. That will allow Clutch Rain to spawn into the back. Key win also in bedroom. God, how the heck did Metals just spawn in Spa? Spawned right alongside Eric Boom, and that kind of dwindles this break attempt from Clutch Rain a little bit too much, maybe.
It gets a little bit chaotic here. Clutch Rain not going to be able to get the huge amount of time that they were really looking for, especially on that fast track rotation. We'll slow them down a tad bit. Kills, though, at least clean, as well as scrap time going their way. We've seen comebacks before on Hotel, and they're moving their way into the restaurant. Eric's going to drop one more player. Cruz finds 2. Maple will fall as well, and Clutch Rain, they're slowly but surely bringing this one back.
Dude, all the action across EU today has been unreal. Restaurant opens. First 10 seconds good for Clutch Rain. The kills even better. Wee Man tries for the snap. Denied. 210 to 227. Team Notorious all spawning from the shop side. Eric Boom looking for a pinch, but Twiz in front. Creates a little bit of space. Good read onto Eric Boom, but the kill comes out. It's double for Eric. He does get traded. Team Notorious looking for the break attempt, but Genesis and Nile lock it down. Tie game visions.
Oh, tie game into a lead change now for Clutch Rain, but Team Notorious have to get themselves in, have to try to contest just a little bit of this time, and they are just being completely cut down one after another. One more play through the backside alongside Metals will be enough to extend this one more hill, but they can't win off of it. Team Notorious need to find swift kills now.
It's a foot race. It's an absolute foot race to see who can get to the back first, and keep your eye on Maple. He's the only one not a part of this play for Team Notorious. Wee Man just holding Clutch Rain in the back, so now Maple's on site. There is a trophy, but it's not with him. Oh, the trophy's not in a position to help. Genesis gets a double. Hardpoint goes neutral. Clutch Rain with the numbers get on. 240 to 239. Wee Man from the front has to move and has to move quickly. Maple's trying to get there with them. Contest is in. Wee Man shuts down one off the regen. Does not quite take down Nile. It's a teammate from Metals. And as he gets put to rest, Eric Boom cannot get up to contest. And Clutch Rain, from the grips of being down, also send us to a map 5.
I mean, there was like a point in time during that map where it literally looked like it was over. There was like 8 or 9 consecutive kills in a row. We were going back into the second set of hills, and it was just all P1 time going over to Team Notorious, but they lose track of the spawns. Clutch Rain, 3 of their members spawn at P2, and that's when they finally get themselves into a position where they can hold. Unbelievable comeback for them, and finding that kill there from Genesis in the back was also insane, but Alan, the action just keeps rolling.
Just let me breathe, brother, please. Denza, lots of damage, forces Rencor into a team kill situation. Sukri now the last one left, 1v2 situation, wins the first. And waits for the kill versus Denza! Oh, but the problem is he couldn't hop on for the defuse, not enough time remaining. Hell of an effort, but ultimately Affiliate Esports up 4-1 here in the middle of this hotel search.
It's like the script flipped a little bit there from that Mercado S&D. And well, I mean, you mentioned it right, Alan, you said it. Like, this is a map that this Affiliate Esports roster is very familiar with, and not only familiar with, but also very good at. And together, they have not disappointed here so far. It hasn't been one individual, it's been all of them collectively coming out with some dubs. And now, I mean, this is a round that you're obviously going to have to find success in here for the Atlas Lions. Nako, slow start of things, stuns out through mid. Looks to be an A play. See if they go very quickly and try to go for a bomb plant.
Looking like it. Super contested at mid, but holds his ground. Denza thought about it, but thought the better of taking that challenge. Yako gets across. I don't think anyone saw him. You've got Mythics. He's only watching for this play at the moment, but the rest of his teammates have made their way through mid, so it's aggression on both sides all of a sudden. Rancor, Yako, first 2 kills. Furious, left alone, doubles up. Yako with a Vaznev at range. Possible, but no. Help is on the way. Help is on the way, dear!
Well, they get there. They get there for a round. It was a little bit scary, though, for a second. I mean, you know, there's so many moments that happen during this game where you think, like, if there was red dots on the minimap, like Furious stats for Yako, he turns up, he finds those 2 kills like he did through the back desks, and like, he resets for a 1v1, potentially. But the change, of course, in Modern Warfare 2 doesn't really give you that luxury. Have to rely purely on comms. It doesn't turn fast enough there to find the third. A good attempt, however, a great round for the Atlas Lions to make sure they are still in this, but need to now put together a second.
Little 2-2 split here for Affiliate Esports. Looking to kind of make noise across the map, but look at Atlas Lions. All 4 members playing in through mid, leaning B, stuns. Furious should be traded out here, or at least taken out, but no. Long wrap from Yako. How about that? Plus Super watching the mid cross. They know they've got Furious trapped. That is just one of those blind counter rounds that executes perfectly for Atlas Lions. Denza last left with the bomb 1v4.
All 4 players on the other side of the map, so Denza's not going to find anyone. Shouldn't find anyone. And Rancor with the arrow will make sure he doesn't. So how about it? I said they needed to find a couple rounds, and so far they've been able to deliver very swift rounds. You said it, hard counter right through mid. I love that wrap around there from Yako. Great usage of the dead silence, and then they just completely concede this side of the map, knowing that's where the bomb was. Play the numbers right. They come out with it. 4-3 now the tally.
Yeah, really nicely done. That's one of those rounds that, like, makes you really think about, okay, what just happened? If you're feeling like you thought you were the one being proactive, creating noise all across. But Atlas Lions, as mentioned, just kind of throw a heavy stack at Rugs. Works out. Great isolation, great timings. Now, a little quick hit once again over towards A. Nades the contest over towards the middle of the map. No one home, though, for the defense. They're all down low, and Super may be baited into trying to hit ladder. Thinks the better of it. Bomb not being planted as of yet, but just as it starts to, Mythics gets the first. Trade is out. What does Furious want to do at this position? He's the only one that can contest here.
Has the dead silence. Love to make a play, but Denza gets a read on Sukari. Able to find him, and now he's going to back all the way up here. That's going to put a lot of pressure on the remaining 2 members on the Atlas Lions. They got some time to work with, but you feel like the key is really trying to deal with Furious down low. Yeah. Just to open up a little bit more of this site so you can look for a plan on A.
The thing is, they don't know that Furious is there necessarily. The whole focus for Atlas Lions is largely based off the information that you know someone's playing off your flank. At least you think someone's playing off your flank. That's not the case, and as Furious finally gets a chance to make a move, oh boy, he almost doubles down. Super survives at 2 HP. Still has to collect the bomb, though. That's the problem. And he's looking for another kill. Stun will land. Not a lot of time here. It will not be enough to collect the bomb and get the plant. So he's going to have to play for the kills. And the problem is Denza is on the opposite side of the map, and Lucifer is also just kind of holding that back fence line, allowing the kill to come out, and Affiliate Esports get to series point.
They do. Back at a really Furious, right? Plays his life down low. And that's just the key position. Like, not only is he just kind of bobbing and weaving through that little front bottom bedroom area in that doorway, just kind of checking the bomb, but repositions and just reads it perfectly. He almost puts it away there with a double onto Super with a little 180 turn. Not going to happen. And Super, he's going to bring out the scope here for us. You've seen how lethal he can be with it. Would love to see a pick or two here if you're an Atlas Lions fan. But have to stop this plant, and I have to imagine Affiliate Esports, they don't want anything to do with B. Might be looking to bring it right over to A.
Yeah, after that last round, I don't blame them. Thing is, you've got a triple stack here defensively, including Super, I think, is sniping backside. Looking for Furious. Dead silence. Play around the back does get red. Alarm bell should be ringing.
Bombs?
What? Did no one... Yako got the first shots from across the map, but nobody turned. And Furious may have just won the series with that, and sure does. Oh, the one misstep in the entire series from Atlas Lions comes at a critical moment. And what was a dramatic set of 5 maps ultimately Goes the way of Aphelion 6-3.
Oh, I mean, that one's just gotta leave you a little bit puzzled right at the end of it. It's shots that even connect onto Furious. You have to be screaming that instance. He's flanking, and maybe they just don't know where he's flanking from. The comms obviously not completely perfect, and nobody turns in time. My goodness, what a way for Aphelion Esports to get it done in 5. And now we move over to what is looking like a closeout here onto eFuse, just 9 seconds away from the dub.
Yeah, it is not the great map here from the subs. Kels 9-22, Disarray 12-22. Meanwhile, F.Dot's on 5. I mean, oh yeah, that was, wow. That was a convincing scoreboard walking into the late moments of this hard point on Hydro. Well, that the ARs were just not giving eFuse any room to work with. So, there we go. Noctum White, after being, I won't say obliterated, but beat down on map number 1. Put together a clean search. I think it was a flawless control 3-0. Let me double check real quick. I want to say that was what I saw on the score sheet for a moment there. Yeah, 3-0 on Expo, and then a 250-1-0 something on Hydro Hardpoint. Yeesh. Not a great follow-up there from eFuse. After an electric start, Noctum White will take that series. That's a Group B matchup. And man, talk about the differences. Just kind of looking over the scores at the moment, we had at least map 4, if not map 5 affairs in Group A matches. Noctum Black VVV was happening on the Clutch GG stream. That ended 3-1 for VVV. But map 5 for Aphelion to win the series versus Atlas Lions. Clutch Rain and Team Notorious going to map 5. Everything else, though, in Group B is done. Deviant's 3-0'd Signs. Obabob's 3-0'd Team Strays. And then eFuse get beaten 3 straight maps pretty convincingly by Noctum White. So, man, talk about the difference between these two groups at the moment. Battlegrounds here in Group A. I won't call them freebies in Group B, but convincing results nonetheless as we jump into the map 5 right from the get-go. Team Notorious and Clutch Rain.
Yeah, wild that we're even in a map number 5 right now, but Clutch Rain looking to grab a big upset here. Have to now find that same presence in the search and destroy. Twiz has made his way onto the site, but he's starting to lose some of his teammates around him.
Yeah.
And that's not going to give him a whole lot of safety to plant this bomb, but he might stick for it anyway. They do have positions up top, and Nile finds a great kill onto Eric.
Yeah, the kill to Eric gives him just enough vacancy to feel confident to plant. There will be a question mark if anyone knows that Maple's on the backside of it. You can see Clutch Rain's defenders are looking towards this back door. They're not confident to get outside of the site or this bottom billiards area. What a prediction that is from Twiz. Say, don't deal with my doors. This is my space. I'm not talking about the early 2000s social media platform.
Did you have a MySpace account, Alan?
I did have a MySpace account. Genesis for the 1v2. Cleans up the first. Now the 1v1. Dead silence at the ready. Metals steps away. And he may catch some timing here. The problem is, does he get back in time to defuse? The answer is going to be no. Wow. How about the play from Twiz to turn the tides here in the first round?
Yeah, that was everything. Not only finding the kill, but then even, like, getting outside to draw Metals out so that he can't really be a part of the retake play, you know, running right through down low in pool or taking a lap to go up top, whatever it might be. Just a good play. And that was a 3v4. It really starts with Nile finding that first kill onto Eric, right? And once you eliminate a playmaker like that on the opposite end, it gives you a lot more confidence to get the bomb down, as you mentioned. So, great first round here for Clutch Rain, just about everyone getting involved.
Man. And this was the cool thing about this Clutch Rain team, like last season. We're like, dude, they won their group. We're like, what? How did that happen?
People.
On paper, you would think Team Notorious all day long. Wee Man, Pixel peek through the door. Thank you very much. No antics from Twiz as the first blood gets tallied cleanly.
Starting to scout out what's happening in the A site. He knows it's clear, but Cruz has picked himself a good timing through mid. Able to find one Eric with the swift trade. And now wants to try to play for the bomb plant here. Metal's just searching for info. Does spot one down low. Genesis trying to get flashy, but doesn't get a chance to hit any kind of shot. And now it's all up to Nile for a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, he's just giving up his position. He does get one for free, and they are isolated. Maybe a chance. Eric Boom in the corner. Well predicted by Nile, but ultimately a tough gunfight against the Vaznev at that range. Notorious put together a hefty response to a clean round from Clutch Rain previously. So we stay all offense early. And I will say the tempo of this search has been up to start.
Has been very, very fast. Everything kind of directed right into the middle of the map here. which means that more pressure on the subs, or maybe even gives more windows of opportunity now to start using the outskirts, pinch up some of these plays, right? Use some of that high ground, kind of window to window through that right side at the top of the courtyard. A lot of angles that you could start to work through, knowing just how important these battles have been down low. Nothing really going to change too much for Clutch Rain. Going to send at least one member here, Genesis, over to the right side of the map. See if they can catch Eric, who's looking to try to get through enemy lines.
I think Cruz may have seen him. He's going to know the door is open, so he's saying, whoa, wait, guys, there's someone in our back line, and Niall will find the first blood. Very well done by Clutch Rain to get that read. And now Cruz says, well, he didn't see me, so why don't I try to do that same play? Metals will alert Cruz to where his first kill will be with that elimination towards Genesis. Maple sneaking. Oh, he's right behind this offense. And no freaking way, bro. Timing on that pre-fire is unbelievable. Maple surprises another, and it's just down to a 1v1. Niall on Maple. Maple gets tagged early. Flash, stuns, connect. Niall trying to chase it down. Maple on the run. No way, no sir. Clutch Rain take the round.
Oh, oh my goodness, man. These rounds just can't get any closer. It's so back and forth. A little finesse here at the end. Maple almost able to get away with the regen. But what are some of these kills that we are seeing every single time, it feels like? Able to get a kill, slip away, reset, and then a little trade there for a 1 versus 1, man. My goodness. Everything happening down low on this map. Like, no real battles happening through the outskirts. It is really about who can dominate down low right now.
Yeah, it really is, man. And think about how these kills have come through, how these moments have happened. It's in these little counterplay reads. It hasn't necessarily been the proactive team that's found these kills. A lot of this has been off of a really well put together response. Niall's going to be a problem here up top. That stun will also be a further issue for Eric, who somehow doesn't get damaged by the Semtex. So everyone will hold lives. 4v4 we go. Twiz up close. Cruz just on the outside. He wants more. He wants to get up top here. Bold.
Huge nade, though. Twiz going to be taken out. Niall responds. And kills just keep on raining through. Numbers here for Team Notorious. But Cruz evens the sight back up. I'm going down now at 8. 2 versus 2. Have to figure out how you want to play this. Weeman's got a lot of info right now on Cruz as he just jumps back and forth.
Oh, but Niall gets the first kill, and Weeman's down to 17 HP. Niall's going to hop in, and Cruz just goes prone, saying, you got to come to me, brother. 5 kills straight for Niall, plus the defuse. Knocking at the door of a huge potential cruise missile as Clutch Rain go up by 2. But, dude, this... where has this been? I feel like we have not seen this level of search and destroy across every team in the region yet, as the easy word to say. I mean, this is some next level search coming out today.
Oh, this has just been fantastic. I mean, end of the year, right? God starts to hit a little bit different. Teams know what's on the line. All of a sudden starts to bring out the greatness, apparently. But 3-1 up. Team Notorious, I mean, staring down the barrel of what could be a very realistic upset if they don't start to put together some rounds. And they've been great with some of these opening picks has been the other thing, but the finesse that has come through here from players like Niall and Cruz to create plays when it doesn't feel like there's any plays to be made has really been next level. Eric waiting for the nades to come through, opens up the door for him. Won't hit the flank right away, but has an option to do so.
The thing about this is losing Maple now all of a sudden means that Weeman is kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. He really can't leave Eric by himself, but at the same rate, he also needs to help the defense, which is falling apart. Metals dropping to Twiz. Weeman gets sniped, and now Eric, who is supposed to be the difference maker off this early flank, becomes the last resort with no dead silence. Genesis even hits that. Okay, see you. And Clutch Rain go up to 4-1.
I might have got another sound cue, something along those lines, but Genesis just holds it. Maybe knows the flight's coming in, and it's not an easy shot to trace. Eric throwing in some jumps there as well, but connects, follows him the entire time, stays with it. And now another round on the board. That one, of course, threw away a first blood, and Niall's not needed that round. He's still looking for that final kill there to earn the streak, but his teammates show up.
Oh, man. Okay. Have to have something here for Team Notorious. Niall on 5, as mentioned. Playing pretty passive. The rest of Clutch Rain following suit around him. Shot from Genesis goes Weeman's direction. Doesn't quite land. Wee Man's kind of out of the picture for now, at least so I would think, but he says, I know that angle. You can't see me make a route like this happen. And as Metals gets a kill inside of A, this may actually force Genesis to have to rotate. Good trade, though, from Twiz. Wee Man still on the outside. Genesis needs to put together a response here, and he will decide to back off, try to reset. But will end up dropping, leaving Twiz by himself. This would be a 1v3.
It's a little snapper there from Twiz. Giving us at least a good argument for it. Lots of time to work all the way through their side, but Maple knows what's happening. He's already ahead of the play, laying down patiently. And finally, we asked for it. Team Notorious, they do put together a round, and I really do like that play from Wee Man, just working through that right side. It really caught Genesis off guard with that second kind of flank through there, and will be able to come up with a huge one and then plays his life well.
Yeah. Man, it's just, these hard points and respawns have been full throttle, and then, like, I won't call it speed chess, but man, there is some deep strategy being thrown at these search and destroys from from all the teams we've seen on broadcast so far.
Yeah.
This Group A has been a wild one. First blood to Metals. That's deep out towards B, so ultimately Clutch Rain not going to be terribly dissuaded from still forcing into A, but they will have to be very cautious about a potential late flank, and that's exactly the call. You see Genesis and Nile both backing out, saying, let's make sure we don't get wrapped on.
Finally, it's been a couple rounds, but Team Notorious, man advantage early. Just have to hold on to it is the biggest thing. And they're playing pretty tight for the most part. Maple is a little bit isolated up top, but he's waiting for information, and Genesis is the one that has the scope. He's bringing it back down low here to bottom pool, just hoping for someone to give him a peek, even up the numbers. But stuns and nades coming out. Information given here for Team Notorious. Eric playing inside the site.
And Genesis is just going to get frisky with the angle, takes off the head of Eric Boom. Trade from Maple, backs out, keeps his life, and with that also the numbers to Team Notorious's defense. Nile down low, drop shots, oh my, Metals put down. And then the change of course here. Hold on a second, Nile could get behind this play. Doesn't quite get there in time though. Genesis was playing for the plant. Nile knows where this 1v1's coming. Dead silence popped, Wee Man stunned Nile for the 1v2.
Just every single time you think Team Notorious, they got it. They get a first blood. They get a numbers advantage. 2v1. Wee Man takes them off the bomb. Nile just surprises them. Challenges, has the stun, uses it perfectly, locks him down, and takes the chow. My goodness. Nile can do no wrong at the moment on the map. He is now 10-3.
Dude. I mean, you thought for a moment that Wee Man getting the kill in Genesis was going to win the round. Nile was just a touch too late, but the opening shot, the stun, the follow-up, all of it played perfectly. Now, Team Notorious are going to try to get Eric with attack deep into soccer. This surely has to eventually be a B hit. There's no way. And if I always think this is all about just, can you keep the defense planted in A, get Eric around the back of B, and then once he says, I've got the angle, the bomb will rotate over. Has to.
I feel like that's probably going to be the call here. Man, creaking some doors, searching for some plays. Mid, Eric will at least get one. The position, though, really was more important, though. Having Eric back there to give you just a bit of security, pushing on in, was everything. Now it might be a change of strategy. Back over to A, could be the call. Cruz, a lot of members in and around, but he doesn't spot Wee Man in the corner. Wee Man from the AR, able to actually win the 1v1 battle. And now it all comes down to Niles. The bomb goes down today.
Man, what a bailout from Wee Man. I mean, that had to have been the comm for Notorious as far as what this round was going to be, because all of them are running ARs, except for Maple, I think, who maybe picked up that Vaznev. But even though the kills are traded, Nile holding his life, back Pride Rock, still means that Team Notorious could not commit to getting to B. And Cruz inside with the Vaznev, he could have been good for a 1v2 situation. Just did not get the read on Wee Man, like you mentioned, from behind the door. So Wee Man kind of bails them out, but that entire set play was almost completely foiled. But we're back to within 2. 11-4 for Nile. 9-6 now for Wee Man. And it looks like we are going to get Genesis still with the scope on the offensive side, and Clutch Rain are going to make a play outside of A by the look of it if Genesis continues to try to hold down this angle.
Twiz is just not holding back.
Dude, what?
He has just gotten to boxes for free.
No nades.
Still has the dead silence active, and he can keep going if he wants to, or back up and just simply play for the plant. Everyone going to work through the outskirts here for Team Notorious, but I mean, this is going to be a really difficult retake with not a lot of information.
Yeah, they got outpaced here, flat out. These double flanks that are coming out were the whole setup for the defense. Now you have to break down a post plant with Maple and Eric running subs. Eric drops. Weeman confirms at least the trade. Numbers stay with Team Notorious. But you need Maple to lock down this post plant position. There's really nobody else here to do that. Metals will eventually flush out the kill. Down to Twiz inside. He's hearing all of this. First shots are clean. Pops up. Oh! 1v2 for Twiz. And Clutch Rain take map 5 against Team Notorious. Are you kidding me?
Twiz with another 1v2. I mean, add it to the tally. Like, how many 1v clutches are we at on the day? I don't know. I've lost track. But Twiz is here to deliver. Holy, man. I mean, not to mention, Nile has just a hell of a game with 13 kills. But it is just something crazy in the water today, man. I don't know what's going on, but that is just another clutch that we get. A huge upset as well versus that Team Notorious squad. I mean, that is a big head-to-head to have there for Clutch Rain.
Brother, what the hell, respectfully, happened in this first block of matches? It's the first, it's the opening block of group play. Holy smokes, dude. If this is what we're going to be getting all season long, we need to stock up on some tea and honey and all the things because, dude, our voices are going to be gone. We're not even going to have a chance at a second day, let alone a second block here. Wow, what a set of series it was, though. This Group A is looking very, very feisty. But with that, it does take us to the end of this first block worth of matches. Affiliate Esports just surviving past a very good Atlas Lions team, at least based on the opening look. Affiliate Esports through 5. Team Notorious shut down by Clutch Rain with some dramatics in map 4 and 5. VVV take down Noctum Black. I mean, come on. Here's a look at the standings through the first set of matches. Look at the map counts. Come on, brother.
Map 5s. Holy. Everything at least goes map 4, and I mean, we get 4 map 5s here through this first set. Wow. I mean, like, what a day it's been, man. It has not disappointed whatsoever. And we now have a very interesting Group A here, Alan, where a lot of different things could end up happening. I mean, VVV, they also find a pretty important win here. And, I mean, who knows what this top 4 is actually realistically going to be going into playoffs. It just feels like this has been a wild card so far.
Wow. On the other side, different story. Lots of 3-0s. And Wilbur Deviants clean up their opponents. And then after a good, frankly, great map 1 for eFuse, empty there on out against Noctum White. So your top 3 there have some very convincing opening map win-loss records. But the second block, I think, is going to be a little bit more interesting than the first block was based on the matchups that are going to be on hand here for us. So that's kind of what's been happening up until this point. We still have one more block worth of Europe and then a full evening worth of North America, of course, right after that. So lots of action still to come. We need to step away for a brief break. And I mean need to step away for a brief break because I need some water. I need some regain juice of some sort. I don't know what. But we'll step away. We'll be right back with our second block of matches right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Apologies for the delay, but that's what happens when all of your Group A matches go 5 and all your Group B matches go 3s. So now we've got essentially 6 matches, all scheduled and staggered on top of one another. Staggered? No, they're stacked, not staggered. They're not staggered at all. They're all stacked on top of themselves. So we're going to have a lot of action to get through in this next block worth of matches. Our main and primary focus will be with Team Notorious and Noctum Black. That's where we'll spend a lot of our time kind of keeping our eyes on. Lots of matches means, of course, lots of coverage on other series that are happening. Biggest thing, though, about both of these two squads, they're both 0-1. So trying to get out of an 0-2 opening day, that's what's kind of on the line. And more importantly, for Team Notorious, that almost feels more critical considering that they are kind of technically our reigning Open champions after they won Dallas.
That's right. Yeah, they did at least win the most recent LAN, so you kind of have high expectations for sure for those guys. And I mean, based off of how they just lost, I mean, you know, a couple of heartbreaker clutches that you know, constantly happened on top of them. But I mean, to be fair, it shouldn't have probably even gotten to a map 5 with the lead that they had on that map 4. So they have a lot that I think they can fix up, and I'm sure they know that themselves. So I expect them to come out with some fire here, but you certainly can't sleep on their opponents.
Yeah, no, not at all. It's just this Noctum Black team comes with just as much veterancy as Team Notorious does. But the surprising thing was, and I didn't have this initially in my opening predictions, they lost to VVV in 4, only winning the Search and Destroy. They won it pretty convincingly 6-1, but they did drop a tight Hotel Control and a pretty tight Embassy Hardpoint. So a little bit of heartbreak on both sides for both of these two teams when it comes down to how the series has gone. But of course, we already saw Team Notorious in part from our last block. Here is a more detailed look at the roster with Methods actually the one coaching. The first time we've kind of seen him listed there as the coach role, but Eric, Maple, Metals, Weeman all sticking together, and rightfully so. They've been great.
Yeah, I mean, why would you change anything, right? Like, you just won the last LAN, you're going to come to this one in Toronto, and likely put up a very similar performance, if not win the entire thing again. So this has been the team, and when they play to their full potential, it really does not feel like any other team in Challengers can actually beat them down. It's just a matter of consistently playing at that level that we love to praise.
Yeah, absolutely the case. I mean, especially with, you know, the kind of star power that's on each of all of these 4 members, but I think on top of that, the way that they kind of duo up together, you know, Maple and Eric together have been great as Maple's continue to kind of flex back and forth between Rifle and SMG. Whereas for Metals and Weeman, I mean, it just kind of feels like Weeman's always watching over the top of Metals, and he's the one kind of opening up space around the map. So it'd be fun to see if they could kind of continue to carry out that same kind of mantra here in their next matchup. On the other side, though, Noctum Black. 2 different rosters for Noctum in this EU Elite season. But Rezi, Dave, Petey, and Detain are going to be making up this group of 4. I will say Rezi has looked solid this year. It's by far been his best year since like Cold War, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we were watching him play with Aroma. We were literally saying they look like the best AR duo right now in EU Challengers. And I mean, I still stick by that. During that season, those two felt like they were untouchable. And now Rezi finds himself with a veteran AR where, you know, Dave is going to kind of play that kind of lockdown anchor, so to speak, role where I feel like Rezi might be able to fulfill still more of that slaying power, right place, right time, get up in your face. And alongside PD, who's always going to make the right play, and Detain, who's been around forever. I think this is definitely an insane roster. And, you know, big eyes on Detain, you know, coming in you know, with this change for this roster, seeing exactly how he's going to perform. I mean, it should be interesting looks for him for sure. I
agree with it. Let's take a look at the best of 5 series layout for this particular matchup. Again, we're going to keep a lot of our attention on this one in particular. Mercado, El Asilo, Expo Control to start us off with Hotel Hardpoint and Embassy Search awaiting us if we get to that point. And for Team Notorious, hey, they started out their series versus Clutch Rain on this Mercado Hardpoint, and they are just a force to be reckoned with on this map mode combo. So you got to feel pretty good about your chances of starting out this season, the series 1-0 up if you're Team Notorious.
I think so. I mean, you have to come into this match and you have to match the slaying power. And I think the big thing is that, you know, Eric and Metals are a problem on Mercados or even any small map, or maybe even in general, you could use that point. But I feel like specifically when they get to at least those close range battles, when they can make some of those big key plays, those are the two that you're looking at. So on the opposite end, I think that's when you have to really call for players like PD to try to step up here if you're going to have a shot at least through this first one.
Agreed. El Asilo Search, also kind of a deadly map mode combo. So, man, it's one of those series that you kind of feel like if you're Noctum Black, I hate to kind of stack the deck against them early here, but I think if you could get to the Expo Control in a 1-1 form, that's going to be your best opportunity. But I will say, just kind of, you know, looking at this Noctum Black squad, I expect them to be really solid when it comes to things like the control in particular. So I would assume that would be a pretty decent opportunity for them to get into this series and maybe even extend it too. I think there could be a very realistic possibility off of the maps that we have that they could pull off, you know, a reverse sweep situation if they do fall down 0-2. So I won't say it's like a, you know, we often talk about these kind of particular matchups and say you just don't want ever to be down 0-2. It's just really easy for us to say, but ultimately, I think Noctum Black do kind of look at the back end of this series and say, okay, we can still work with this, even if they do find themselves down early, which I think early anticipations would kind of lead towards that. So we'll see if that ends up being the case. Again, multiple matches happening at once. We'll jump on board with Deviants going up against Noctum White. No, this is not that matchup. This is Aphelion versus VVV. I was going to say, there we go. It's like, that's not these teams. VVV starting off their opening series with a 3-1 win. Looking to keep things going here in the Hydro Hardpoint.
Yeah, want to keep it on rolling. I mean, huge win to be able to grab on day number 1. If you can grab a second versus this roster, and that would be even better. But Aphelion Esports did struggle a little bit in the respawns, but they did clutch out a lot of their hard points, and now looking to overwhelm the fight for some of this scrap time. Everyone pinned to the back for VVV, but it looks like they will be able to defend and hold on to just about the majority of it.
Yeah, really well done here for VVV. Securing a bit of a lead. Long range shots by Twisted. Well found initially, but Mythic still wins the gunfight. Backs up into the new hard point. That has not yet opened up yet. And you've got Denza trying to stop rotations on the bottom side of the map. Keza's kind of snuck in and maybe even around here. Yeah, first kill's good. Lucifer now going to be alerted, and he's just playing an unbelievably difficult heady to shrug anybody off of. So he will lock down this bottom side of the map, or only for a time actually. Vital, well found. Also gets a read that Denza's going to be playing around the back here with them. So even though Aphelion are in the hard point, VVV is going to flip the spawns around.
Yeah, Vital's just flying forward, just gets his position right away, but will lose a lot of the teammates here as they're going to spawn all the way in that back left area. And look at the pressure from Denza. He's already putting it on. He's going to get a good read on where this hit's coming from. You would think, maybe line up a couple of kills here for the ARs, but everything just going the way of VVV. Now a chance to flood on in and try to fight for time.
Yeah, really well done. I love that idea and the mentality, even though I think a lot of teams have been like, oh man, that's just an impossible heady in the back. Lucifer is initially holding. They still challenge, and it works out aces for him. 170, 166. Split spawn situation here at the end of the last hard point. 50-50 foot race or swim race on the way into new. Vital coming in through cave. He's going to have Mythics nearby. Lucifer, big 1v1 win over through ruins as well. This puts a lot of stress onto Vital. He has to win this opening gunfight around the back if he wants to flip the spawns. Mythics is aware that there could be a threat, but does not quite predict it. And now all of a sudden, VVV once more, causing problems in the back.
Causing problems. Vital still needs to get it done, and Lucifer just dives into the water. Will take the 1v1. Spawns look to be here for Aphelion, but still not fully secured. However, you're not going to get a read on this flank. Mythics is the one that ends up spawning out, comes back, and that should be a lockdown now for Aphelion. 3 of the 4 will drop. Vital, the last one up, and he's going to just simply back up, play for exits.
Yeah, good quick realization here that there's just no way to play for this all the time, but problem is he's being pushed. Aphelion Esports also realizing that job's done here at Old. Let's get our numbers across the map. Denza will soak Old time and watch his back, as he predicts that VVV will continue to spawn back there, and he would be largely correct up until Mythics drops and gets brought back behind this play. So 206, 175, VVV at new, but they're giving up a lot of space at front. Aphelion Esports a chance to contest early.
Yep, need this time here if you're VVV, but will they get a read on Furious coming through the back alongside Denza? It's a read from the side there inside a pool for Twisted, but won't be able to put together 2. Instead, it's Denza that's able to come up with some kills, and that might be the break you needed. Keza just trying to do what he can to re-entry alongside his teammates, just going to contest and try to bait out some of these players, but no one's budging. Aphelion finding kills, and they are locking in some time. Denza going to fly.
Unreal.
And how about that? Kill number 5 is good.
And it's at moments like this that you really feel how deadly this Aphelion Esports team could be. I mean, Furious was not having a particularly great game, but just when we were talking about the fact that Aphelion Esports have to break from the front, a lot of space given to them, it is the SMGs that get the job done. Lucifer, interesting battle with Joka, does take the first win. Trade from Vital, but ultimately that is a successful hard point for Aphelion Esports. Now up 229 to 189, back over towards the bridge, and it opens up in that lovely shade of purple.
Just 15 seconds away from the dub. Vital, awkward gunfight, can't find it, and Not a good moment here. Twisted would have to come up with multiple kills. All 4 will go down. And Aphelion Esports, I mean, they have just taken over. These last couple of hills have just been all them. Lucifer looking for some more kills as he presses on forward for the dub. We'll need one more second here, so we'll see a couple more kills come through as they just look to pad the stats. But there it is. Seconds in, Aphelion Esports. Grab map 1.
Yeah, great ideas from VVV. I mean, they were kind of put into a tough situation there near the end of that last rotation of hills where they have to kind of take long routes to flip spawns around, coming off of exits of old time really late. But I think the big difference maker there is that break from the front for Aphelion. Just VVV just too tested, coming away from that trail hard point, not able to get the kills in through ruins, and that turns into a position to where you have to bunker down and hope you win your next set of gunfights. So not the greatest news overall as we head on over to the ending on another Hydro hardpoint, which Deviants, again, they did not drop a map in their first opening, and it wasn't even close to a 3-0. 4-3-0 rather, I should say. None of the maps were tremendously all that contested, and here early, tested a little bit by Noctum White, but ultimately 250-211 as Lucky goes 30 and 15.
I mean, I said it on the top of the show, like, I'm excited to see this squad truly play, just with the fact that, you know, we have a lot of different members kind of coming over, swapping up. Vortex coming into this team could be very interesting, and well, so far, they have really been able to deliver on the day. But now we come to our main matchup, as we were framing up there coming into our second block. Team Notorious have got it going, but at the moment we're fighting now for what will be this rotation to the next point, and Eric will end up dropping, maybe a chance for Noctum to flood on through.
Yeah, looking good. All 3 members get their way in. Weeman kind of holding around the inside of the hard point, but the problem is the subs are lighting it up. Tane taking care of Weeman. It's a 3 for make it 4 for 1 exchange. Noctum Black secure their break, and they keep Dave on a killing spree, so he's on 5 in a row. Split spawn situation, though, so Noctum Black, do they have the awareness to read how this play is coming? It'll be made easier by the fact that the player on the back is dealt with, and now last kills will give the awareness needed to shut down the potential pinch. Last 1v1 maybe here for this scrap time, as Metals is kind of waiting for contact inside of that warehouse just behind the hill. He will be found, and with that, Noctum Black put together a very solid hold.
I mean, that's just about a full 60 coming through there for them, and nobody's going to be able to hit that scrap time. So Team Notorious forced to rotate. Eric does come up with a very important 2-piece. He doesn't find those kills, and this game maybe actually starts to flip the other way, but Eric has shut down the rotation all by himself. He's got an AR to work with, and he's looking to extend to 4.
Yeah, looking, for a second I thought he was going to be good for it after the shots into Petey, but Petey does get a nade off, lands right in the back pocket of Eric Boom, and now as we fight through Barbershop, Noctum Black have built some sort of a setup to get their way in, or at least through for a hit attempt. Notorious fully enforced, though. Trophies to keep the hard point safe. And this is just such a hard press attack when Team Notorious know exactly where you're coming from. So first couple of kills are solid. They're clean. Resi thinking about it, but not off regen will surely fall. And that is indeed the case as the cleanup comes through. Only PD, last one left. And, whoa, he may be enough. 2 HP, tries to get away. Successful in at least avoiding the trade. And now all of a sudden, hold on a second. Team Notorious, for this scrap time, what looked to be a solid 60, are going to be bounced out. And that's a nice little lifeline for Noctum Black to keep this relatively tight.
Yeah, shout out to Petey, man. I mean, that was a veteran play out of him. He's going to lose his teammates on the exits, but they at least get in there for some of that time, as you mentioned. And that is a very critical moment here, potentially, to try to mount a comeback. But the back alley has been covered here for Team Notorious. Metal's just going to fly right up top to Cantina, which means that back alley will, for the most part, be safe. You still got Maple there for additional insurance. And that means that Team Notorious, I mean, uncontested through the first 20 seconds on the last hill.
Yeah, that's the tough part is, you know, as well as the break attempt was good for Noctum Black, problem was they never really still were able to exit safely and try to influence the setup that Team Notorious were pretty much already going to be given. Maple in a corner, trophy system down, sees one dive across. That's an easy elimination, and then the follow-up is going to be left to whoever tries to contest over towards Barber. Resi dealt with Maple on 4. Shut down from getting anything further than that, but ultimately the kills are great for Team Notorious, who are looking to get over the 200-point mark.
Zoning through the back alley was just so hurtful here to Noctum Black, and they will try to battle out for scrap, but even the 1v1 goes the way of Weeman, so not looking good right now for the Noctum boys. Down a huge amount as Team Notorious are well over 200, and well, fighting for what would be a potential P2 closeout here. Noctum Black need a P1 neutral. and win the spawns, and it's
Dude.
not looking likely. It's all yellow in the feed, Alan.
And Maple's just getting away with absolute murder with some of these gunfights. Are you kidding? I mean, he was just bunny hopping his way from one kill to the next, And now Wee Man's kind of holding the door closed onto Noctum Black from working through this backside parking lot. Oh my. Just no trades at all as Wee Man continues to play with his food. All the meanwhile, Notorious is on the hard point. It's gone from bad to worse in a blink of an eye. Trophy system even keeping Wee Man safe. Not that he needs the streak at this point, you'd think, but in a position to earn it. Trying to catch Rezi off guard. Eventually gets the shots to land, and with only 4 shots remaining, Wee Man's going to need another weapon as, well, the round will surely come to a very anticlimactic finish. 250, 127. What an unbelievable spree of domination from Team Notorious there at the end.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody get spawn trapped on Mercado like that.
Facts.
Where you have half of the map to yourself, but it feels like you can't leave that half of the map. Like, Wee Man was covering this backside by P7. I think Maple was kind of bouncing around through the parking lot. So basically the entire map was cut and nobody could flood through for any trades whatsoever. A lot of killing sprees that you can see coming through there for Team Notorious. A couple 5s, 4s, and 6s. And I mean, those were multiple sprees we were seeing as well. So, man, that was looking like a close game when we were around Cantina for the second time. But Team Notorious, they just run away with it.
Yeah, it's one of those situations that this team on this map is so hard to deal with. There have been moments where we've seen the subs just dominate, and so like you can't find any room to breathe. But that time through, it's the ARs, like you mentioned, that just kind of bottle you up, and they just kind of keep enclosing and enclosing and enclosing until you just are completely suffocated. 21 and 12 from Wee Man, 15 and 12 from Maple with 12 non-traded. Also 7 assists for him, so I mean, he was all over the map. And once more, I mean, you've got Eric Boom and Metals just kind of hanging out in the hard point. Minute 40 each, plus for each of them. And on the other side, it just went from bad to worse really quick to a point where it's just like, you're just getting completely thrown downriver.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you can never put the blame on just one person when nobody's getting a trade or winning an individual gunfight themselves, right? Like, I think Rezi was like 13 and 13 there before we started to see that like spawn trap come through, and he just could not find anything. Alongside Dave, who was struggling to do the same. Battle of the ARs, man. Not often we say that, I guess, on a Mercado hardpoint, but that's how it felt with some of those longer range battles. And listen, we did say that this is probably going to be, a great opening here for this Team Notorious squad, at least with the opening map set. So we are looking at, those potential, upsets. We did just see an LSU loss, though, come on through. Maybe Noctum were able to catch a little bits and pieces of that, because it really did feel like Team Notorious were struggling to find any footing whatsoever when we were watching over that S&D.
Yeah, that was the point that I was going to kind of go into immediately afterwards, but yeah, I think that's a really, really key point. So yeah, dangerous tidings loom ahead as we swap back over to Noctum White and Deviants in the midst of their search and destroy. 1-0 start here with 3 kills in the opening round from Lucky. Good heavens. And now as Vortex gets a trophy down, he's going to try to work this bomb into position for a plant, although FDOT is on a cross here that could possibly deter any comfort from being able to secure this plant in.
Open for some peaks or some challenges, and actually it's Journey from the top window in single. He even reach-outs there. You saw the spray come through there from his arrow. That was looking like he was trying to chow for a second Vortex. Okay, this team, I'm a little diffy right now. Shooting at pixels, it feels like, but Journey does the same play. I think this time down low, and this just looks like a full collapse here for the defense. They are not ready for that push to come through. Still a chance for FDOT, but he's forced all the way back into his spawn with the scope.
Oh, good prediction, but I don't think he saw Lucky up top. Dead silence, though, does allow him to get around Lucky, and this may catch Vortex a bit by surprise. Although he is hiding in a corner that would be hard to check, I think, if you're FDOT with a pistol sniper rifle combo. Doing what he can to clear things out around the back. But this is just taking time. There's footstep sounds. NT. Whoa. Wow. Nearly still got the kill with the pistol, not gonna lie.
Yeah, that was actually really impressive. That pistol shoots marshmallows, man. So the fact that he almost wins that versus the fast snap is pretty sickening. But Vortex gets the best of him. I want to say Lucky got a glimpse of him just as he was running past P1, because Vortex's position changed into that corner to watch that back spawn.
Yeah, maybe.
And I mean, it was almost even a nice prediction that came through there for the wall bang. If he was standing up in the corner, it might have just been a kill flat out, but not the case. Deviant's off to a pretty solid start here so far, 2-0.
Ooh, oh, that was what to say. At that saw the door pop. There was a chance. The problem was Vortex was also threatening the hit marker. Leads to a 3v3 after Maestro's trade comes out, and whoa, quick stretch of the bomb trying to get to B in the midst of all the chaos, but that gets red. Journey up top shuts down a further player, and it's just down to Maestro who can do nothing. Bold call right there for Noctum White, trying to get across. I mean, if you get that snipe kill, wide open for the taking, but unfortunately it's just a hit marker.
It's just a hit marker, and I mean, if he gets through, it's different story. If he gets that bomb down, all of a sudden things start to flip a little bit, but not the case whatsoever. That hit marker though does play a pretty important factor. It's part of the boat there as he's kind of bobbing up and down. 4-0 here for Lucky, 4-0 here for Vortex. I mean, this has just been incredible here to watch them play Search and Destroy so far. It feels like they've already leveled out all of their strategies, have a clear-cut idea on what they want to do and when. Need this round here if you're Noctum White. Big battle up top, and Vortex finds kill 5.
Yeah. My goodness. This Deviant's team is clicking, aren't they? And we talked about the Vortex playing with Denza at the beginning part of this year, majority of this year. Gets taken off that roster. Comes together with part of that old school Heretics duo. Possibly new school Heretics duo. Ooh. Saucy. Muy picante. I said that like such a white guy. Not a Spanish bone in my body.
Next, looking for another. Lucky's gonna get here for 2. Oh, dude. From bad to worse, right? Like, man. Tough scenes. Vortex is just toying with you from the inside, and Lucky says, oh, what's going on over here? You guys are both looking at my teammate. Let me just stop on by real quick and pick you up for a 2-for-1 combo.
Wow, dude. What was your reaction to that possible early Miami Heretics leak?
Give it to me.
It was CDL Intel tweeted about it. It'd be Beacole, Lucky Journey, Eric Boom, and I think the fifth in some combination was to be Metals. Yeah. So I mean, you're getting 3/5 of the old CWL BO4 Heretics roster back in the mix as Journey will get first blood, and this search almost feels like a wash.
I mean, it really does feel like there's nothing that Noctum White can do correctly. Even if they do make the correct play somehow, it just goes wrong. And while Vortex, I mean, look at this position. Even if you get this bomb down, you feel like he's going to be able to fly out maybe to these back windows or just fly out of the door once his teammates start to make some moves here. Going to be a really difficult hole for Noctum.
Yeah. Maestro should get a freebie here. Whoa! Gizmo just dancing through midair. Thought for a moment he was going to pull that off. That would have been that would have been nuts if he would have pulled that out. A Vortex on 6 does have a bailout tool available, although not going to get a chance to use it. Felix just goes prone, gets the snipe, and we'll watch this round come to an end. Wow.
And found the shot.
Yeah, found the shot. Of that.
We'll take it. I like that little play. They split up a little bit. I mean, that's a 2v4, right? Like,
yeah.
Both of them were through the back. Gizmo almost maybe makes a little like 180 snap turn play, but it doesn't happen. And as soon as you find that kill on the Gizmo, that's where Maestro just kind of flies forward and actually pinches up the middle of the map there. Looks like he came through top or bottom single, and they basically both just split to play the bomb checks. I mean, that was a round that certainly looked to be locked up there for Deviants, but Noctum fighting back. Just need Chunk now to try to get himself maybe inserted into this game, and there could be a chance, but don't like to see that. We'll see what happens here coming into round number 6.
Ooh, early art push. Heavy-handed as well here from Noctum White. Problem is, Lucky was watching it the whole way. Journey following up. That deals with the entirety of that setup. Cheeky idea, but ultimately read and dealt with. I mean, Maestro by himself, 1v4. Has a chance at a double, but not going to get the full transfer off, and Deviants clean things up easy for now a 5-1.
I'm trying to find like the right words for what we're witnessing right now, but it just feels like perfection. Like,
yep.
I know they lost a round, but like I just like the way that they're moving together and then finding kills and then like immediately like already know what the next step is. It just feels like they're kind of walking through their opponents at the moment with ease. Chunk had a chance at a trade there in that round to get himself on the board, but sadly, might be joining the agency here as we head into what could be the final rounds. Defense now for Deviants to try to put it away.
Oh, this opening stun Semtex combo alerts Gizmo that there are players nearby over here. Aroma underneath. Gizmo backs up. No way, dude. I mean,
come on.
There are 3 of you there. And all of them drop. Oh my goodness, brother. Junk gets 1, but nothing more. Deviants have not even come close still to dropping a map. I say that with hesitation. They did have a tight hydro, but man, still clean as all get out.
Yeah, it's very clean. Listen, I was coming in today like expecting this to be like one of our top 2, top 3 teams potentially.
Sure.
Without a doubt. I mean, with this names on these rosters, it's pretty hard not to say that, but I didn't think they were going to look this good. Like, they look like they've been playing together for like a very long time, and a lot of those guys have been, but this soon, this quick, oh, it's looking terrifying.
We've got some monster powerhouses here in this early stage of Season 4 in Europe. Beautiful. Nice little read by Detain as we jump into their Search and Destroy. Noctum Black up 1-0. Metals for the 1v3. Needs to also defuse. And that feels pretty impossible given the current circumstances. Resi on the cross, no worries, gets the kill. And that turns into a quick 2-0 starter for Noctum Black.
Yeah, great little start. A lot of kills coming on through here. Finding numbers, playing with them, just staying alive, and we didn't get to see maybe the entirety of the round before, but have to maybe wonder if it's similar problems. Team Notorious really did struggle with, winning a lot of those duels, like I was touching on previously when we were watching the LSU. The sub battles just weren't necessarily always going the way of Eric. There was a lot of, great little plays also coming in to shut down a lot of the flanks that Team Notorious like to throw into the mix. So it's a really good awareness, maybe potentially so far for Noctum Black, but see if Team Notorious can bounce back here on the attack for round 3.
Yeah, agreed. It just felt like Clutch Rain had such a read on what Notorious were trying to do in that previous series.
Yeah.
And maybe at a certain point here in the back-to-back LSELO searches for Team Notorious, you start to play a little bit more standard just to kind of get things off the ground. Eric has already gotten in towards Kegs. Maple kind of watching his mid-cross. And Eric is going to just slinky his way. Oh, I'll throw it for a second a little bit further forward, but there was a player contesting, so he'll just drop into A. And that should be enough for Metals to try to commit to get this bomb planted, and so it will be. Although, how about this? Detain, PD trying to contest it. Metals stuck for the plant. Bold call, and with that, 3 members drop in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, it just takes a little bit too long. I feel like E-Man has a chance for a 1 versus 3. He does find the first one pretty cleanly. No one's going to be in position to trade it. But what real options does he have? Gonna spot Resi. A little bit more info to work with. And now might decide to stick for the plant, but the stun's going to keep him weak. 8 HP should be a free kill, and it is. Dave flies in. Another round here for Noctum Black.
I guess Metals is thinking, maybe Eric is calling out 1 HP on the kill, so he's like, oh, he's not going to challenge me. Let me get the bomb planted, and then I can, create some space. Yeah. But it definitely feels strange, given the nature of how the challenge came through, that Metals decided to stick for the plant and not get the kill and then plant, considering that it was already low numbers anyways, but such is the way it goes. And again, who knows? Maybe those little mental mistakes are a byproduct of now seeing 2 LSELO searches that you're usually so good on all of a sudden start to falter.
It's not a good look so far in the S&D, but a chance still. Maybe to bring it back. Just a lot of these rounds just have not went their way on the day, period. Even outside of the LSELOs, just have not really got a lot of breaks. No free rounds, that is for sure. But what are they going to do differently? You said, mention the fact that maybe they go back to default, play point of contact, maybe play late retake, whatever it might be. It just has not worked. They are going to send 1 into the site. They're going to go for a double push through this courtyard area to see if they can maybe work a flank.
I like the idea of it, but look at Rezi's position. He is watching a tight angle just to get info on this. And he may have actually seen a shoulder or something, because Noctum Black have hit dead silence, and now they're making a quick move to B. I mean, there is no defense here besides Metals, essentially, who, how he's gotten that first kill is beyond me. And he may actually get PD on this exit, too, if we're not careful here. PD, well, little dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge away. Rezi needs to hit this shot. I mean, he needs to hit this shot, and he will. PD, though, deterred over through B means that now Rezi has to move, and there's no way for him to do that. Notorious get on the board.
Big heads up play there from Metals in the back. I mean, he was stunned up, locked up. I thought maybe more stuns and nades were going to maybe come over the top just to make sure that they finish him off and get there in time before he's able to maybe reset. But finds that first kill on Dave. Looked like it was pretty cleanly. Not a whole lot of shots come back his way. And then PD's just kind of trapped in the site. He makes sure he stays pinned there as he has a chance to play spoiler, but can't put together any more kills. So finally, a round on the board here for Team Notori. It's a good response and finally a good defense that comes through for one of the individuals.
Yep. Let the calm out of you there, brother. And that's what you need if you're Team Notorious. You know, you've got something weird in front of you. You get a couple of key kills. The trust inherently starts to go up a little bit. Then your ability to collapse, never questioned in that round. Opening stuns on both sides seem to have landed, but it's a Semtex that turns the tides as Rezi drops. Dave, he does get one. Chance for more. Maple wants to get the kill. Ooh, frag goes out, and that's enough. Well cooked. Perfect medium rare. Leaving PD now by himself in the 1v3.
They're going to head right over to B. He might hear some of this sound cues through the backside. Oh, the timing here is actually interesting.
Wait.
He should find Eric right off the bomb. It's just a matter of trying to put together the second quickly. Dead silence going to be popped. PD looking to make some plays, but he's been spotted. He's been tracked, and he will not be able to reset another gunfight. Team Notorious now put together two.
Yeah, really only two ways to play that. I think if you're PD, you expect and kind of anticipate that there's a second player nearby. Do you choose to hold your ground inside of B and try to fight the traitor face up and have to react to wherever he comes from? Or do you get proactive, try to track him down while the trade is trying to be forced in? And that was the idea, but unfortunately, Maple up top was just unpredicted. So 2 rounds in a row now for Team Notorious. Starting to gain a little bit more of that natural favor that we talked about when there comes to this map mode combo. Noctum Black, going to be tested here a bit. I mean, this is a heavy stack. I mean, oh my goodness, it's all coming right down the gut. Maple with the sub in hand, he's going to get 3. That's the Team Notorious we expect, although Detain does keep it interesting with the 2 kills on trade.
Yeah, chance for a 1 versus 4 technically. Finds the first 2. Able to reset. Oh my, he's eluded them. No way. Detain gets the 3rd. A chance for a complete 1v4, has to get to Metals and doesn't take the reach out. He's got plenty of time to work with here. Just needs to grab the bomb, but maybe he takes the gunfight. No, Metals, hold strong, ice in the veins. Another big 1v1 here from him.
Oh, he was a bullet away, though. Look at it here. This screen's going to go bright red. Oh, my goodness. It was that close. Holy smokes. First of all, that is the Team Notorious that you expect. You pull a 3rd sub out. Everyone just runs down mid. Everyone throws every nade that they have in their back pocket. And it turns into a wash initially. But Detain holds his ground, gets 2, and then nearly isolates the 1v2. Oh, my. We get to a 3-3 count, and now both teams kind of hold their breath a little bit. Isolation to Dave is good, though. Now Team Notorious have full control outside of A. Maple tries to play off the opposite angle, though, and that turns us into a 3v3.
You can see how their offenses have really changed, though. It's really about working through the outskirts, isolating some of these members. Metals tries to do the same thing once, you know, he's kind of got a distraction on the other side of the map. Doesn't really work out for them, though. Hit initially, but now dropping into a 2v3, Eric is forced to fly. Should find a freebie on to Detain, and he does, and that will now force the 2v2.
Thing is, no one knows where PD's at, and trying to find him is going to be difficult, although Metal's got him for free through the side doors. PD was, I think, looking Eric Boom's direction, so distraction is good, but they're going to rotate to Rezi. Thing about it is Rezi's not going to see this play until the bomb has already been planted. He's just hard focused on tools. Metal sticking for the plant. Eric Boom goes back truck. And Rezi is not going to get a chance to catch Metals on exit. He's just deciding instead to play inside and on top of the bomb site. Although Eric Boom is not particularly cautious about what's on his left, that leaves Rezi a chance to take the gunfight. He does get tagged up pretty heavy. Metals looking for another 1v1. Rezi off the regen? No, not quite able to get the gunfight in way, and that's going to turn it into now a 4-3 edge to Team Notorious, who've taken 4 of the last 5.
It's gotta feel so good when you watch and see Metals on your team and he just hits 1v1 chows like this. Like, there's never any fear. Like, we just saw it in the 1v4 potentially previously, right, where he loses 3 of his teammates and he's still ready to take that heads-up chow even if you have the heady advantage. Another moment there where he flies at you, gives you no time to finesse. Another big play. 6 and 3. I mean, he has won 3 of the 4 rounds in my mind here for Team Notorious.
I agree. I absolutely agree. Not to take anything away from the set plays that were being put together, but
of course.
Yeah, Metals has saved the day on some of those plays without question. Lots of opening nades again sent through mid. Noctum Black have been conditioned to back off of that, and now Team Notorious are going to hit the flank on the other side. Oh, dude, the mind games that Team Notorious can get away with after one solid hit with heavy nades through mid turn into this. Maple in the back line gets first blood. Petey's just looking for some ground to stand on. Nothing to be found, though. And it's now, once again, back to detain for another possible 1v4. This one looks very different, though.
Yeah. Doesn't really have a whole lot to work with. Could maybe fry Wee Man down low, but Metal's going to give the call out again. He's up top. Oh, no. Oh, doesn't spot him. And, well, now knows where the remaining 2 players are, but he's pinned in between a rock and a hard place. Caught in the boxes. Team Notorious, man. Is that 5 rounds in a row? They were down 0-3.
They were down 0-3. You're right. 5 in a row.
Wow.
And, you know, again, I just want to get back to the point, and this is something that you should expect to see in the future if you continue to watch their Challengers Elite, which, by the way, you should. Notorious is always so keen to pull out a third sub, heavy hit you defensively right through mid. But once they're successful at that a first time, their looks become so unpredictable. Little plays down A like we just saw in that last round. Or you get Eric Boom and Maple helping each other here at B Alley. It's so hard to get a read on Team Notorious because you always have to respect that 3-man hit down through mid. This time, Eric trying to get greedy over towards the B site. He's deterred, but the thing about it is that is just all a, hey, look at me, sleight of hand, because the rest of the focus is actually here at A.
They can just go and clear out A. That's exactly what Wee Man's going to be able to do. But might be met with Petey just trying to work his way in, just holding the angle. Wee Man's going to shut the door. And Petey's going to creep up again. We saw this last time. That's a chance to rip him off the bomb. The bomb will go down. Petey gets the first and might be able to put together the second. Wee Man falls. All up to 1. Maple for a 1v3.
Those have nades to play with, but no, Dave just spams him down. Dude, Petey is so slippery. Are you kidding? I mean, here I am. No, I'm over here. No, I'm over here. Haha, just kidding. I was actually behind you the whole time. It's like an Old Spice commercial. Look at the horse. Now back at me. Now look at the horse. Dude, those commercials were literally unmatched.
Elite.
They were
elite.
So good.
I feel like I can still slightly remember the one that like Terry Crews was in from like years and years ago.
Oh, dude, you remember the one where he's got like all like the drum machine like set up to like be on his muscles, and he's like, ah!
They're elite. They're elite.
So good.
That's how it feels, though, right? Like
it really does.
It's just very, very chaotic. Hard to track. Constantly there to disrupt the play, and will not go out. Not quietly. Noctum with that 3-0 advantage that they let slip away. Maybe a chance to still work back through for 3 rounds in a row, but Petey stunned up. We saw this last time. Heavy nades. This time it doesn't find a kill, and they will all still be alive at the start.
And this is a great way to respond to that Notorious pressure. Just make sure you're always committing a couple of nades of your own that will land, because there's never a trophy system for Team Notorious on those plays in mid. It just is not able to get down fast enough. And they've got Rezi watching the flank. So Maple was trying to come around that B alley like we were talking about the last time we were talking about this Notorious defense. He's been pressed back and dealt with. That's not bad. Going 1 for 1 there is actually not terrible news for Noctum. Problem is, where do you commit after this? And as they decided to try to run it in towards A, Team Notorious lock things up and get the bomb carrier down as Rezi creates a problem in the back to a 2v1. We go as Metals locks down Detain and now has the information on Rezi's position.
Knives a little bit far, but still alive. But no, not anymore. Rezi just rechows it, and he knows exactly where Eric was. The dead silence is still active, and he's going to track him down with an AR, challenge the gunfight. That's a tough one to win up close. not gonna have the 1v2 here, Team Notorious. They do come out with the comeback and the win 6-4.
Wow, dude. That is 6 out of 7 rounds, dude. And the thing about it is, think about how that all started. It all started with just a normal default setup for Notorious that, you mentioned it, Metals is able to clutch out a very key 1v1. And then they start to say, okay, let's get an offense together. It's a very normal offense. And then the third round in that is the gut check push right down Main Street. And when they get away with that, that's when that mental game just completely shifts. It's like you're playing checkers and Notorious is playing chess in 3D. Like, it's just, it goes from 0 to 100 real quick. That's why this team is so deadly on this map. The only thing that I can think of that's ever really beat them when they try to play like that is a really good quick sniping scope on the other side. That's like the only other thing that I've ever seen, and I shout out to like Atlas Lions who were able to do that a couple of different times because they're also really good on that map mode combo. Man, that's going to be another tricky one, I think, for teams to work through this Team Notorious squad on. Noctum Black is going to feel like they missed out probably on a chance being up early, but that's the whole base of this entire best of 5 series. The first 2 maps could be so strong for Team Notorious, but I don't think that means no hope now for Noctum Black. You go to an Expo control, which can be unpredictable, and then I like their chances on a hotel hardpoint, and who knows what happens on an embassy search.
Yeah, who knows what happens if we end up going all the way to a map 5 and 2 respawns are 1 in a row, but this is where it becomes a little bit difficult for sure. ARs need to be here. This is where I think, you know, we hyped up Rezi coming into this series, and we talked about how he can very likely match up against, you know, some of the ARs that we have on the opposite side. This is where I think you need it. An Expo is very much dictated on what happens through this little, basically what you can see through the screenshot here in the middle. Like, a lot of that battle kind of happens here, and once you gain control of the map, it's very difficult to lose it. So we'll see who can kind of be maybe some of those key players to open up a bit of that space so that they can make some of the plays over to the zone here. But this one is still unpredictable. I mean, that's kind of the beauty of having, you know, a newer map mode combination, is that you can never really side with it for one side or the other.
I like that, Com. And it's been proven to us as well, by the way, in the course of the first couple of instances that we've seen of Expo Control, which, by the way, in Europe, we didn't see at all. Like, they didn't play it at all through Season 3 groups. North America was more privy to trying to jump on it, but ultimately, EU has stayed away, just kind of make sure they get their prep done. I need to give a moment here just to kind of give you guys some updates on what's happening in all the other matches. We had 6 matches that essentially started all at the same time because of the stagger that ended up getting naturally put back together. But here's a couple of results that are coming through, and they are looking convincing. Aphelion secures a 3-0 versus VVV. And all of those maps were pretty one-sided. We saw kind of the tail end of that Hydro hardpoint that VVV were pressed to try to flip the trends around, not quite getting setups, not quite getting spawns. They had to kind of fight up against a number of different factors every rotation, and Aphelion didn't really let those advantages go. Search and Destroy was convincing and quick, 6-2, and then a 3-0 hotel control. So Aphelion, who were down 1-2 against the Atlas Lions in their first series, get out of day 1 2-0 with a pretty solid map count by the end of it, Austin.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very impressed. I mean, this is a team that bounced back after, you know, what was a grueler in their very first series. Had to go through, you know, a lot of tough map mode combinations just to get that dub. So the fact that they've done that and have now put together a pretty convincing win versus VVV is going to be great for them moving forward. 2-0 start here to week number 1 on day 1. It's exactly where you want to be, especially, you know, with the changes that we saw coming in here. Questions around how players like Mythics and Furious were going to fit in. Well, so far, seems to be off to a pretty good start.
Really, really happy about it. Taking a look at our other best of 5 series that's going at the moment, Deviants and Noctum had just, I believe, gotten through, pardon me, Noctum White. We have to be specific here because there's 2 different Noctums. They just got done with that hotel control. We saw kind of the tail end of that Hydro hardpoint. Pretty tight finish based on the score. We didn't really get to see much of the action of that, but the Fortress Search and Destroy was a quick one. And then Hotel Control on the opposite side was also apparently pretty convincing for Noctum White. So they're going to see an Embassy hardpoint, which I wouldn't feel good about going to if you're Noctum White against that Deviant squad.
Yeah.
But, you know, who knows? Anything can happen, and then a Mercado Surge would be waiting for us. The other series that is completed at the moment are Team Strays and E-Fuse. We watched the opening match of E-Fuse versus Noctum White. They looked really good. But after that, not much life to be seen. 250, 154, the Mercado hardpoint, a 6-3 search, and then a round 5 Expo control that went the way of Team Strays, who 3-0 E-Fuse to an 0-2 day with only 1 map won.
That's tough.
That's
It
tough.
makes for a very big, important day number 2 here for eFuse to be able to stay somewhat competitive there in that group and have a chance to make it to playoffs. But back on board with what's happening right now with the main matchup, Team Notorious have been mainly all over Noctum. Black, we saw them have a nice start to the Search and Destroy, but ended up dropping 5 rounds in a row. Now with some early progress. Oh, right! It snaps like that! Well, Team Notorious might just be getting back to business.
Oh my goodness. I hope that second player was weak. I'll just say that much. But Eric is holding position right here at the check-in desk. And that means that this A zone is gone, brother. I mean, you just can't chow this. You just can't be chowing that. There's no reason for it. All it is window control at the moment for Noctum Black. You've already got Maple on B. And Noctum Black look lost at the moment in the face of just straight domination from Team Notorious.
Yeah, Noctum Black did lose a teammate here, so see what happens, and will be now a reset. So pretty early into the map mode. I'm not sure if it'll just be a full reset, but we'll leave that decision to the admins. However, they came out firing. Eric maybe just, fried the router of the second player that he just killed there and couldn't take it. I don't know what it was, but we'll see what happens as the whole lobby has now reset.
Yep. Okay, so we'll kind of keep an eye on that one. Looking at the players chat, Rezi said that there was a scanner repair. So once more, again, like we mentioned, the admins will handle all of that stuff. Just wanted to give you guys an update as far as what had happened right then. Trying to see what I think the Awobabob's Signs game was also, I think, a 3-0. The Expo Control is map 3, hasn't been reported yet, but that was happening over on the We Are Clutch GG stream, and they are swapped, I think, fully over to the Atlas Lions and Clutch Rain game, which is currently 1-1. So if that's true, Awobabobs would have gotten away with a 6-0 map count. Now, granted, I think their opening day was a pretty soft one. They played Team Strays and they played Signs. So, I think all things told that those weren't exactly the toughest opponents in their bracket. You're looking at that Awobabobs versus Deviants match. That's the one that I think everyone's waiting for in Group B. That's your number 2 and number 3 seed based off of points, but I think a lot of people have them a little bit higher on the power rankings than just 2 and 3. I think that you've got a number 1 team in there somewhere of those 2 squads, at least especially considering the results that we've got. Both teams, looking dominant today.
I mean, that's really been the case. I think that we have a couple standouts. We had a lot of close series. I mean, there's a lot that could end up changing up, for as far as that Group A. But Group B, I think starting to fall in line a little bit with what we maybe come to expect with the expectations set beforehand. So have to try to come out with some important dubs. But, man, it's been a very crazy day so far. I think it's been made for a lot of very fun matches. And, you don't really know what's going to happen when you go into some of these future weeks when these top teams, start dropping some of these series early on, anything could end up happening.
Other small update here, looking at the Clutch Rain and Atlas Lions game. Again, that's on the We Are Clutch GG stream. At the moment, they are in El Silo control. It is a 2-1 round count to Clutch Rain, working on what is their second offense at the moment. And it's not out of the realm of possibility for them to secure it. So we'll keep an eye on that. And actually, as I say that, I think the report has just come through that Clutch Rain had won that round. So they are now up 2-1 in the series. And talk about what heartbreak that would be if the Atlas Lions end up 0-2 on the day, considering that they were fractions away from taking down Affiliate Esports in their opener.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be really tough for those guys because they came out in that map number 1 just swinging and then, lost that really tight hard point. And then the exact same thing happens in the next one on on the Mercado hard point. So that one was even a really tough loss. I think that one really put them over the edge, and we kind of saw that play out going into that final S&D where they were no longer in control of things. We even had that little miscom that came through at the end that probably was also really frustrating for that 2-piece that kind of solidified the round. So a lot of difficulties, a lot of struggles. But at the same time, it's kind of funny enough what we're used to seeing for the Atlas Lions during the regular season is they don't find wins, but they still manage to get themselves in playoffs somehow. But you do have to be a bit careful going 0-2 day 1.
I think there's a lot of things, though, that, again, outside of the teams themselves, this new rumored move about the Miami Heretics becoming a thing next year in place of the Florida Mutineers and them going to a heavy, if not full Spanish roster, I think you think about that Atlas Lions squad and say, how is Super not a consideration after what he's done? And it makes you wonder, was the breakup of the BO4 Heretics roster, not amicable? Because Super was out of that team. As soon as we went to 4v4, it was like Super was out. The rest of the 4 stayed together. And then we, of course, had a situation where different pieces of that Heretics roster were considered for things like Atlanta FaZe Academy. You had, Mayhem, I think, was also, a part of that for a time, at least conversationally. He goes into Toronto with medals. They don't really see a lot of play time. So there's like this big breakup that happens, but it seems like, just as an outsider looking in, that there's some bad blood between that core Heretics roster back in the day versus now Super, who's out of the picture. And I was going to kind of use this as a frame-up. Is also weird to not see framed up. If Eric Boone is a part of this roster, why not Maple as well? Like, how do you not take a look at him? I know he's not Spanish necessarily, but the duo that he's put together there has been great, and so far Maple has been unbelievable this season so far.
Yeah, I think that he has been great, and you can see it. HP KD 1.30 here throughout Elite Season 4. A lot of non-traded kills. Man puts up damage, and the beauty about Maple is that he can also run a sub. I mean, he's a main AR player at heart, I feel like, but he can also run a sub at times, and that's what makes him very flexible to work with when you're trying to set some of your search and destroy strategies as well. But I think in the respawns, you can always rely on this man. Last year, I don't think Maple was by any means a standout, but this year I think he's coming to his own.
Yeah, I've always considered him to be one of the best AR flexes or just flex players in Europe. I think you're correct in saying that, like, last year was not amongst his best performances when you compare what he did in BO4, what he did in Modern Warfare 2019, and even during Cold War. I mean, he was a part of winning roster after winning roster after winning roster and putting up numbers while doing it. I don't think Vanguard was a bad year, but it definitely was a different year in terms of team and success, generally speaking. So
yeah.
Some things to think about as we do have some action to cover. It's going to be Deviants versus Noctum White. This is that Embassy Hardpoint, which, again, talking about that lucky journey conversation as part of that potential Miami Heretics roster, you throw a player like Gizmo and Vortex onto this roster on this map mode combo, and you think that there should be one of their strongest maps, I think, for their hardpoint.
Yeah, these are tough ARs to constantly gun over and over again throughout this map, but we'll see if it can happen. F-Dot, we've seen him get a little flashy with the AR in hand, and he does actually come away with a couple of key kills here. The position here is everything, though, because he can now force an early rotation alongside Aroma and Chunk, who are already set up here, and Deviants know all about it.
Pistol out for Lucky, trying to come up the stairs. No, not going to work out. Aroma watching it the entire way. Chunk also making sure no one pops up through orange. So the rotation looks pretty locked in here for Noctum White. Deviant spawning over towards admin. Are looking to rotate through old here. I kind of like this call, just off the fact that you know you're going to get a confirmed kill. You have a chance to now surprise Noctum around the back, and that may create a bit of disaster in the spawns, which is indeed the case. Journey trying to flip, trying to find Roma up top. Oh, and he goes prone just before the shots can land. Finally, Journey gets his kill. But now it's down to, can he successfully get up the ladder? No, not again.
Wow, this control has just been so difficult to deal with here for Deviants, man. I mean, you can see Gizmo, like, he's battling down low because the pressure's coming to him. But maybe a 1v1 up top could finally go their way, but F-Dot says no. He's now on 5 in a row, 7-3, and this has just been a beautiful transition from P2 to P3.
This is one of the things, we were talking about Aroma in particular. He is so good on this map at playing the anchor role. He just puts himself in just such weird positions, so hard to trade him, as you're seeing right here. Finally, Gizmo takes care of him around the back of that last bush. Chunk, though, putting focus in towards New. Doesn't quite expect Vortex to be playing up in the cubby, and that will be enough for Deviants to likely open up this hard point with Vortex in it, but how long can he stay here? That's the real question. Predicted in the corner, only gets one, and Noctum White have the numbers to get back in and secure their opening quote-unquote break.
Wow, we do not see that very often. Deviants just kind of get broken on the first attempts, and now they're forced to re-break here. Kills have just not been there. Lucky 3 and 10. Vortex doing what he possibly can here with the sub in hand, but he's already feeling now a flank from F-Dot, gets a good read on it, puts together 2. A chance now to break in, but you have to get through Aroma and Maestro, and they finally get in there for what looks to be a back 30 their way.
Yeah, initially, I hesitated to even call Noctum White's efforts a break just because they denied a chance for Deviants to even get a setup together, but that was a break right there, brother. I'll tell you, that is so good from Vortex, keeping his life, allowing space for his teammates to work, but the scrap time, even still, goes the way of Noctum. So not a complete loss here, really from either side's perspective, but we jump over towards Kitchen. Deviants in their preferred setup. Vortex trying to surprise, and boy, does he ever. Felix with a quick trade, though. And Aroma trying to piece together a kill in Laundry. Hold on a second. This could still be broken, even though the opening double looked really solid. Aroma for 3. How about this? Trophy system still lingers, but ultimately Noctum White, that is as clean as you'd like.
Look at the control that we're seeing right now from the ARs. This is what I was about to say for the opposite end. I just can't believe that we're seeing so much of it right now from Noctum White. Like, Deviants are struggling to get team hits into the point. It feels like it's always down a number or two. And once again, this could be one of those moments where FDOT finds the first, but maybe a little bit of a fight coming their way. Gizmo pulls out the sub, but the numbers just don't fully go their way. One last 1v1 for 10 seconds.
And Maestro is just stunned beyond recognition. So the scrap time comes the way of Deviants, but ultimately Noctum White looking real clean through this first set of hills. 15-7 for Aroma with almost a minute in the hard point already. I mean, look at the spread. Everyone's over 45 seconds. They nearly have individuals that have more hard point time than the entirety of Deviants combined, bro.
You say it like that.
I know, right?
You're not wrong.
Paints a picture.
Yeah. It's tough scenes at the moment. It's just like constantly from the back foot right here for Deviants since the start. We saw them get like 4 down going into that third hill, and from there they have just never been able to regain control here.
Yeah.
Gizmo fighting, Lucky able to find another one. Starting to slowly bring it back there. It was 3-10, now 11-13, but you need a lot more of this, and you need to have a good P2, P3 specifically.
Nice from Vortex, though. Creates some problems here for Noctum, as not only are they missing out on some key time here in the first, but they're also being played around with as we start to set up for new. Maestro's nade takes care of the pesky Vortex. Lucky trying to change position by moving in towards the admin building, but he is surrounded. And at a certain point, Noctum are thinking, come out with your hands up. But FDOT flushes him out. Gizmo just surviving and existing in between the vans, not really able to do too much at the moment. Nice battle versus Chunk, but Aroma on the cross is good, and Noctum White finally get the vacancy to jump into the hard point.
Have to battle them out here. Lucky needs to find some big kills through the back. Mainly taking out Maestro would be the biggest part, and Vortex does it, so that back heady through the truck, not going to be occupied. Maybe a chance to break in, but Chunk flies out, puts together 2, and we'll take a look at where the spawns are once again for Deviants. They are not in a position to win this rotation, and once again have to push through ults.
Yeah. It's just so many situations that Noctum White are coming out clean with, right? I mean, and they're coming at really key moments as well. You know, you think Deviants are scrapping together 50-50 battles. Maybe they have a chance to rotate, but just as soon as the question gets asked, it's Noctum White who end up the responders. Nice moment here from Journey. Maestro, other side, not able to fully keep Orange safe. Vortex is, wow, I mean, no help there whatsoever. Vortex just forces himself into the play 1v2. Journey and Gizmo were trying to help her on the back, but Noctum White have a response for that as well, and Aroma gets to 7 in a row, 23-10. Good gravy. Goodness.
Oh, it's not missing a bullet right now, man. I mean, he's got a 2.4 KD. Like, what more could you ask? Maybe ask for some double digits. He might deliver. We'll see. Oh, that was a snap. Aroma. Left to right, back to right. You want to come to the time? Come back, keep coming. I dare ya. It's all Aroma right now, man. 11 in a row.
I mean, you asked if it could get any better, Austin. Let me show you Aroma on double-digit sprees as an offering. Oh, man, and now he's around the back again. I mean, I'm telling you, he is so good about playing these anchor roles and knowing how to play for spawns. Even over the top of the head, Lucky doesn't stand a chance. Gizmo, try it. He does take down a double, so Deviants will extend this map a little further, but boy, you definitely feel like damage has already been dealt.
Oh, shit ever. Like, there's not even a chance to call 911 anymore, man. It's over. They're not showing up. Emergency services cannot be found. And Noctum White, they are 12 seconds away from what will likely be a map number 5. Have to do too much, it feels like, here if you're Deviants, down by about 100 points, and scrap time might even be hit. Chunk wants to try to end it.
Yeah, I'll say. And then you get to snap like that little turn on. Yeah, if that doesn't tell you how this map has gone so far, I don't know what will. Deviants not out of the realm of possibility, but It's going to be hard for them to break through this at the moment, at least so you'd think. Teammate is able to assist. Trophy systems are down in concentration here over towards New, but even still, hold on a second. Deviants secure the break to Cafeteria with some conviction, and Noctum White are going to have to break as they kind of spawn out here.
That trophy system that we saw, they took out both of Deviances, so they're not really going to have any protection here as the stuns and nades come flooding through, and yet you can see it. Easy break there to get themselves in. Journey looks away at the worst possible time, and F-Dot, he gets two. Noctum White feels like they have just come alive here in this map, but it will still be a chance for Deviants to extend 25 seconds that they're going to have to protect. It's just 3 seconds that Noctum White need for the dub.
Yeah. Man. Tough scenes, especially considering the fact that the kills are starting to come out, although they're not hitting this together. Hold on a second. Roma's the last one left. Oh, but he takes the 1v2. I was just about to say, if Aroma falls, maybe there's a world where the pinch could come out, but Aroma doesn't lose those, apparently. And maybe we should sit with a little bit more certainty after what he put together. Man, what a map from him. As Noctum White take down map 4. And like I said, chance for maybe an opportunity here as we head to map 5.
You know, I think the craziest thing about this performance from Aroma is that typically he's the player that has, like, one of the least interactions on his team. He plays a very slow AR role, does not find a lot of kills, but the fact that he puts up 32 is just absolutely insane. But we'll keep it rolling. The other Noctum squad here. Up against Team Notorious. Team Notorious good for the very first round, trying to put together a second here to play a little defense. And whoa! That's a challenge of medals as we come right back into the action.
Just what? I mean, Eric's 2-14, and Notorious are still dominating. Like, they're still dominating. There's just no space for Noctum to work off of whatsoever. Just to give you the full exemplification of what had happened, we kind of mentioned, we saw the first round end in a scan and repair. Notorious did agree to play a full reset. So good sportsmanship out of them. And, well, when you're shooting like this, I can see why the confidence of saying, yeah, we'll just go again. No big deal.
Might as well. Wee-Man looking for number 6. Resi will get him from behind. And maybe a chance here. They did already capture that first zone. We got just under a minute to try to work towards A. Good spot here for PD. Oh, almost finds the double, but sets up the easy trade. Just not the transfer onto Eric there. However, Resi still alive and well, trying to keep the map position alive.
Yeah. Almost gets the better look at Eric Boom, who's starting to work his way back into this map. 3 kills in a row. Time becoming an issue here for Noctum Black's offense, although they do carry a life lead, so this one could be determined by the kills. And as Maple, ooh, I thought for a second he was just going to keep heading the bar. That would have been a nice little line in the sand that would have been hard to cross. Medals, 18 and 11. 19's right below him. Saved by Eric Boom, by the way. PD had a look at Medals from across the map, but Eric gets the elimination just before the kill comes through, and oh boy. I've said it once, I've said it twice, may as well say it a third time. It's gone from bad to worse, just like that.
Oh my, look at these chows we're getting today, man.
Yeah.
Maple putting them together, knocking them down. Wow. First 2 rounds, what was that? I thought 20 and 17. I didn't see from who, but big kills, I want to say, out of Maple and Wee-Man. Putting it together. Eric has that 2 and 14 start, but his 5 kills that he gets here as we tune in are actually pretty key ones, especially this play right here.
Yeah, wow, okay. Did not realize how impressive that little spree was. Saw it in the kill feed, but wow. Saves a life, takes away a couple. And even though it's still a 7 and 17, 2 rounds from Eric Boom, he was critical into the success of the rest of his teammates. So last chance saloon here all of a sudden for Noctum Black, who have to pull off the perfect reverse sweep. 3 rounds in a row in control, plus 3 maps in a row. And it's just, boy, I'll tell you, Notorious, they look like they have gained full confidence all of a sudden as they are flying and frying.
Yeah, they're looking to end it now. PD's gonna find some good shots, but Eric's back into that same spot that we saw previously before the reset. And it's not looking good. Pinned to the back of the map right now. Second tick of progress was locked in at A. Eric is just the hardest kill somehow, despite having 17 deaths, but we'll see if he can continue to hold.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Stun was on the way in. Almost gets the better part of the detain as well. That would have been cue in like the Quake 3 announcer, humiliation.
I know that one.
Metals with another confirmed kill as they try to reapproach A, and yeah, Detain's just stuck. He has to try to force a play in, and it's not going to work out. So Team Notorious will get the A zone. Should not see any further challenges here from Noctum Black, who desperately need to get their defense going towards B, but Weeman and Maple, first 2 kills right down the mid-shoot. A chance to possibly make the quick transition happen. Kill's also in the way. Petey gets a kill, but he's on the wrong side of the map, and the defense is really just on Detain, who very critically comes away with at least 1 kill.
That was a huge kill there from Detain. Able to find the first one, and now tries the entry in to see if they can get some more work done. Dave with a trade in the back, but needs to now desperately play his life, and well, that's not going to work out for him. Back on the point will be Team Notorious. First tick might be locked, and the way Maple's shooting, I don't know if there'll be a chance to get in, but the flank does work out. Rezi with the repeat. Find 2.
Whoa.
Maybe make it 3. Rezi challenges for 3. The only one up now is Metals.
Heck of a lifeline, though, for Noctum Black. Still down 3 lives. But they stall the first bit of progress from being locked in at B, and now they've got some defensive ground to work with. Yeah, well, won there by Detain. Good prediction on the gunfight. Doesn't miss a shot. Life lead cut now down to 1. Work being done here by Noctum Black in very convincing manner. Notorious stacking up for this hit. Some from the high ground, some from the low. Dave caught on reload, shut down. Back staircase now open. Detain also shut down backside projector. And this starts to turn very, very deadly all of a sudden as Notorious go 3 for 1. And they've got just 1 member on for now, but a couple of kills, they could stack this. And Weeman has made safe the entire back. Eric's zoning off backstage, and this looks like it could be the last moment.
Feels that way. 2 members on the point. Eric's still alive. We'll get some shots in there as they just have to flood, have to win every single battle. Dave maybe he can line up 2, and he does, but is it enough? 1v1 for Rezi. Really for the map, for the series, and has to play his life. The knife comes his way, and Weeman turns into Jack the Ripper for the final kill, and that's the final blow for Noctum Black.
Wow, dude. What a bounce back from Team Notorious. And Noctum Black, who put up a heck of a fight in their first series based on the scores we saw, will end their day 0-2. Big recovery match here from Team Notorious to end the day 1-1, but boy, there were moments in that series right then and there where it's just like, okay, that's the Team Notorious that we expected to see from minute 1. Took us a minute, but we got there. I'll say.
We got there. I mean, they showed us what they can do when they get into a position on some of those maps. Like looking at the respawn, they put put that whole team in the spawn trap on Mercado. Like, come on, like how often do you see that? Like 2 members on each side of the map just locking it down continuously. That is the Team Notorious we're used to seeing. Back in form and a good bounce back. And like you said, able to at least grab 1 of the 2 matches here. As you take a look back at all those score lines. And the LSC, though, even got to give them a lot of props, too. They were down 3-0 to find 5 rounds in a row. And, well, a lot of those thanks to Metals. He had a crazy performance this series.
Yeah, he looked real solid throughout the entirety of the day, if we're being honest with one another. Again, it's going to be a really interesting season, you know, the deeper we get into it and how we try to finish off this calendar year, this title year, I should say. Especially with the current rumors, which often when Crone posts a rumor, he does not miss. So the intended roster for this Miami Heretics team is going to include players like Eric Boom, players like Metals. It'll be a really interesting tell to keep our eyes on this Team Notorious squad to see how they can finish off the year, especially considering the fact that they are going to have to play up against the other side of that, which is Lucky and Journey eventually. You know, different groups for those two squads, but I'm sure they'll see each other at some point. Speaking of, how about the opening of map number 5? Deviants, quick defense through tunnel to A, but they will be incorrect in their predictions. Still a solid rotation, though, as Gizmo looked for the opening cross. Problem was, it was a sniper rifle for F-Dot that was also watching for that, and the kill gets tallied, knocked him white into the 4v3.
We've seen a lot of these bait plays thrown out here in the round number 1s. And F-Dot now for 2 in the round, looking for 3, but doesn't really get any kind of sight onto Lucky on the hop-up. So now drops us into a 3 versus 2. We've rotated back over to A, and look at the position here from Journey. He could cut them down as they cross.
He just has to play contact. There's really no other way about it. Lucky has to stay alive, and oh, wow, what a prediction that is. Everyone just hits at the same time for Noctum White. Shots don't miss. Quick kill. Lucky by himself. What a shot. Are you kidding? Snaps up to Maestro. Bomb not planted yet, by the way. Lucky's clearing windows out, and wow, that is bold. Noctum White bail and go B. Lucky off dead silence, gets the read, sees one. The bomb's still not planted. Chunk will fall. 1v1. Bang! 1v3 situation, and Lucky provides.
Lucky is a monster! What was that 1 versus 3? Oh my goodness, every shot was impressive, but the first one takes the cake. He finds it over the top. Don't peek this man, don't give him anything. That's the ace in the round. And a 1v3 to quite literally steal it from Noctum White.
Jesus. Enter the new challenger has arrived. Like, are you kidding me? Lucky, now with the AR out, give him everything. Are you kidding? Nearly still, while stunned, had to look at Maestro. But it's only the single trade that comes out. Maestro looking for more, but no, not going to happen. And now Felix a chance to respond with some sniper prowess of his own, and he provides the first shot.
Have a chance at a second here. Vortex, we stretched it.
Yeah.
So F-Dot not going to have any awareness on the play, but knows Vortex exited right. Has to work for the second one of the journey, and shots just wide. Information back over to Deviants here in the 1 versus 2, and they're just going to chow. They're not going to give him any chance to work any more angles. Very clean round here for Deviants.
Wow. Dude, I still have to, like, put myself together, dude. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
We've seen some shots today. This European region, it's very often, you know, I think a lot of people out there is like, EU, NA, who's better at challengers? Some opens, it's EU. Other opens, it's NA. I think after the previous season of challengers, I think a lot of focus was towards North America because the amount of roster changes, I think, kind of more hurt Europe than helped them. But boy, I'll tell you, now that everyone's sticking together, Champs is going to be fun. Vortex, nice shots. Chunk will drop, first blood good. And this hit towards the A site continues forward. Oh, tough team nade. Leads now to a quick transition also to B. Lucky is pushed through the site though, and he may catch F-Dot off guard. But instead, Lucky holds his breath while we do the same. But you know what he's capable of. That much is for sure at this point.
F-Dot watching through mid. Lucky now knows, but is he really going to get a chance? And we'll see how he decides to play it. Challenge comes to F-Dot. He's able to find one before he drops, and now Lucky, no way he does it again, right? Both players pinned inside of tin. Challenge has to go their way. Lucky opening doors, checking corners, but not enough time to pull off this 1v3. Everybody is patiently waiting here on Noctum White's side, knowing that Lucky's the last one alive, but they will find the dub, get their first round.
Yeah, nobody challenge him. That's the comp.
Yeah,
First come out.
Exactly
no one move. Nobody
he
move.
Comes
nobody
to
move.
us.
Yeah. Holy smokes, bro. All right. First round on the board for Noctum White. And I will say, outside of the specialty that we saw with the ace 1v3 sniper rifle shot, Noctum White's putting together some really cool ideas here offensively. It'll be Deviants on their next offensive approach. Feels like this is going to continue just to be facilitated by wherever Lucky wants to go. And he says, I'm sniping mid, boys. Hit tunnel. It's going to work out. Chunk dives right into Gizmo's waiting arms up top. Decent exchange. Vortex comes away the trade. And Journey will go for the quick plant, but it's shut down. Maestro gets the kill on the planter and stays alive. Vortex trying to secure the trade, but Maestro stays alive. And keep an eye on F-Dot. Number 1 in white. Moves all the way around the back. He's slipped past Lucky.
This is going to catch Vortex just completely off guard here. And it's a matter of, what does Vortex do? He has dead silence. There's a real opportunity they push through. Maybe come back through the tunnel, but it's tough. They're going to play for the plant. And F-Dot's in a position where he could peek it at the perfect time, and he will. Bomb is down. Tough spot now for Lucky. 1 versus 2.
He's used to tough spots, though. Let's be honest. Dead silence out. This feels familiar. Picks up a rifle, caught, turns. Jesus. I mean, he almost had a shot. He almost had a shot at that one.
It's all he needs. It's all he needs to make me hold my breath.
It's just like the fact
lined
that
up,
he did.
too, right? Like they crossed. Yeah. That's why I was like, hold on. Like, let's pause for a second here. Oh, it was looking a little mixy, but
the minute he started with that 180, I was like, he's gonna hit this shot. I just knew it.
Can you imagine? I mean, oh, you just be completely deflated from there on out for not like a 1v3 and then that.
Yeah. Noctum White nades through mid. Focus towards B early. F dot, I imagine, yep, he threw both of his nades towards A, and the defense has stacked around the A site. No follow-up nades here either, so Noctum White are coming into B with some silence. Lucky watching the cross, but F dot has given up that angle, and now it's on to how does Deviants retake against a full setup of Noctum White.
I mean, especially where F dot's position is, he can like late flank this, and it's going to be a full-on four-man push through this alley, maybe just one player kind of coming through dark, but a difficult spot. Nade's going to be good there on the Vortex trades. Now coming through, Maestro, what a snap! Turns and burns on Gizmo, and now once again, Lucky in a position he's been in the entire map. Another 1v2.
Doesn't have a read. Felix just through a shoulder. Follow-up does come out. Lucky down to essentially a single bullet. Aroma not going to challenge, wants to play the clock, and he will win the round because of that. And also secure the kill. That is unbelievable from Maestro. I mean, the nade just gets tossed into dark. That lands. He jumps out window with perfect timing, avoids Lucky, if only just barely, and somehow doesn't just get the first. He snap, prone dive, turns to get the second. Unreal.
Yeah, heck of a drop shot. And man, I hate to bring it up again, but this is, the second S&D chunk has just not been he's got one kill this entire, like, through all the S&D so far. He's really been struggling. Noctum White, they need their fourth man to step up here if you're going to take down this Juggernaut squad, but stuns, nades, Chunk has no shot in this round. I mean, this round's over. Last one up's F dot.
No chance. I think that is the most appropriate way for Deviants to put together a sixth round, is just hit him with force. Let's not finesse off of Lucky. Let's just go quick. Let's just take the gunfights, feel good about our chances of winning our ones, or in that case, just straight team fight, team shots. But I like that calm. Change things up. Get away from relying on Lucky sniper rifle and make Noctum White consider how to play this in a different way. And it works out beautifully. So 3-3 we go. And Noctum White back to the offense. All four members making their way over. Everything being thrown. Stuns do land, but ultimately Deviants are fine. They actually put Vortex forward, and he's up and in Cantina with some concealment of his own. Catches one, and not quite the second. Journey does follow up, and we go into a 3v2. Aroma pushed back and denied through the wall, leaving it down to Maestro for the 1v3.
Tough spot to be sure. Will they expect a fourth member here? Looks like it. No one really budging the setup. Gizmo over the top while Journey just plays for info. And now Maestro knows he's kind of forced to take a tough chow here to try to at least get one. Getting pretty low on time, 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Takes a reach out, not going to happen. Very clean round. Again, Deviants just great on a lot of these openings here through these last two rounds.
And Noctum White are going to look at that back and say, how the hell did Vortex get up to the second floor so quickly? And they're going to feel real bad about how all of those stuns and nades looked like they connected, but Vortex was able to still push through it. He may have had a forward spawn or something that allowed him to move very quickly into those front windows. And then once he did, it was just all business from there, from him getting to the second floor, floating down the staircase, working with Journey to isolate those players at the bottom. Sometimes that's the difficulty with Mercado Search, as now Deviants again going to go right back into playing with some fire. Journey already down low. Noctum has not been affected by nades because they've opted to give up the site essentially and play for F dot on the mid cross with a ton of support.
Oh, Gizmo prones at a good time. F dot just nearly takes his head off, but shot goes right above, and now you can see a little bit of a split here through the defense. 2-2 stack on either side of the map. Everyone trapped in for Deviants. The only option would be A, or to force their way out through one side or the other. And they are now going to make the call, try to play for this plant. Chunk is the first one up here on the flank.
Yeah, if he can get the first, that's everything. Oh, they don't see him. So they know about Aroma, but they don't know about Chunk. That sounds, fading. Doesn't quite read the situation right. Aroma does well to confirm a trade, but F-Dot's going to get caught, yeah, while hitting the dead silence triggers. Aroma, okay, hold on, 1v1 with Journey. Not a lot of time in the clock, but Aroma gets a chance at it. Oh, the shots were good, but Journeys were better. And with that, Deviants go to series point.
I mean, part of me's got to tip it, right? When you see Journey and Metals just immediately run to where their teammate just went down despite having like a bomb down or anything, like you got to really appreciate the confidence that, this roster really does show and ooze. Like, my goodness, just not backing down whatsoever. Now 5-3 the tally. Chunk still yet to get involved here, man. And it's clearly the reason Noctum White have not been able to put together as many rounds as you would have liked. They trade?
Yes, they did.
They traded.
They just trade sniped. I was scratching my head there for a second. I literally paused. I was like, am I reading? I was like, am I starting to have some sort of mental illness here? Because how did not compute. That's all I'll say. Early onset Alzheimer's feels like it is on the way. Nate's contested by Trophy. Still doesn't matter. Vortex, Journey, secure the kills. It's all down to Chunk.
Last time he got a kill when he was in the situation, but this time feels like Deviants are racking up the last round. Stuck in Cantina, nowhere to go. Forced to take a chow. He does at least get another kill, so he's refusing to drop any donuts, but can he clutch up for his team? They need it more than ever.
He's going to just slow peek this door. Journey's going to pop up. He had help behind the door as well. Not easy to work through. I've never seen a sniper trade in this game.
No, that's what I was saying. I think it's the first one.
Has
surely.
to be.
Period. Through CDL, I've never seen it. I've not seen it yet. I didn't even know you could do it.
Yeah, not even just this year. I'm talking ever.
Maybe. It's tough to think back when when you go through a whole season, but maybe. I don't know. But yeah, definitely the first one I think that we've seen throughout this year in Modern Warfare 2. And a little bit awkward, I guess, but in the end, it still works out for Deviants. They get the job done. They were down, a couple maps in a row, almost a reverse sweep, just not enough. And, it's just really difficult when only one of your members puts up 2 kills through 2 S&D maps. Two S&D maps, excuse me. It's not enough participation, not to put it all in one guy, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, you can leave the lobby early, but we all know what happened. Easy Mac is going to be quick to record that one, I think. So with that, the majority of the day now is done for Europe. I saved the majority because the Atlas Lions and Clutch Rain are in map 5 right now. That's an El Asilo search and destroy, because of course it is. And that's happening right now in the We Are Clutch GG stream. They're swapping signs, trying to get a round count. Pause, holds. 4-4.
Pausing.
Oh, wow. Okay, so that one's coming down to the wire. Sukri's 1-7. Don't love that. And they're getting carried a little bit by Rencor's 9-6. So that's going on right now at twitch.tv/weareclutchgg. The other focus, though, for us is all done. Everything is completed now for the rest of Europe. Team Notorious secure their 3-0. Aphelion confirmed their 3-0. So, big rounds right there. Especially considering the fact that the Atlas Lions squad was so close to beating Aphelion. For them to still come out, win a 3-0 series versus VVV and go 2-0 on the day in Group A is massive, as they will lead that group.
Yeah, it's too many times that Atlas Lions roster has been down an 0-2 barrel, and then they have to find wins day 2 and then the second week. So it's got to feel at least a little bit better to know that you're at least tied going into day 2, fix up some of the mistakes, because other than, what we were kind of seeing, throughout the respawns, it felt like, they were really coming and bringing it in the S&Ds that we were seeing. The Control 3-0, very clean versus the Aphelion. So coming out with a big dub here. You take a look at what's happened now and what's shaken up in Group B. Wobble Bob's leading it 6-0 map count.
Yeah.
Boys are back in town as they get themselves on the same roster once again, and they're looking to come through with a very clean opening group stage alongside Deviants.
Yeah, real tough day, though, for eFuse and Signs. 1-6 for eFuse. We watched that map win come through. But everything else from there, not quite contestable. Signs, I think, also got kind of obliterated on all of the maps that they played today. Did they even have any close maps? They played Deviants kind of close in the respawns, I guess. There is that. But then when they played up against Wobbabobs, it really wasn't much of a contest by the look of it based on the scoreboard. So tough scenes there for those two. They will need a bounce back tomorrow in a major way because the rest of the top side of that group looks pretty locked in. Here is the current status for our Group A. Again, just waiting on the Clutch Rain and Atlas Lions result. Clutch Rain now up 5-4 at the moment in their Search and Destroy. So Atlas Lions are under threat of being 0-2 on the day, and that would give us Affiliate Esports and Clutch Rain at 2-0 each if that result stays. VVV and Team Notorious right in the middle at 1-1. And then Noctum Black, man, a tough couple of maps in and out, but only walking with a single map win, again, kind of throws a lot their direction when it comes to must-haves tomorrow.
Man, these map counts are going to be very interesting in this group because we've already seen it today, but like a lot of these teams are a little bit closer than I think we had originally expected. So now you get into some of these gruelers where it's just going to be very interesting to see who holds the head-to-heads, and being near the top and having the head-to-heads versus these Clutch Rains, these Team Notoriouses. I mean, anyone, it feels like right now in this group, based off of what we've seen from the results, it's anyone's at the moment for those top four. I really don't think that there's like a couple of favorites based off rosters, but
sure.
Based off of what we've seen,
dude,
it's up in the air, man. It's crazy, wild over there, and I like it.
I love that you like that, by the way. I love that your wild side gets frisky. I love that. Update: Atlas Lions drop round 10. Clutch Rain win map 5, 6-4. So we talked about this at the beginning when we were watching the Atlas Lions in their first matchup. They find themselves 0-2 again at their first day of group play. Now they have to essentially, to confirm their own destiny, they need to win their next 3. Otherwise, it's another tiebreaker situation. It just feels par for the course, though, doesn't it? I mean,
it does.
They always do this. They always play some of the best teams in their group first day out. They put together a miraculous comeback, and they look strong for playoffs. It feels like it's just, again, the course has already been set for them. It just comes down to the journey that they take to get through it.
Yeah, it does feel that way, and it's so difficult from like a caster POV because you're like, okay, like this team's not performing well. Surely they're not going to be able to do it again. Like they've gotten away with it too many times, but somehow they do it. But we'll see if they can actually get away with it this time again. It's just so difficult when your backs are up against the wall to have to find wins, but that's where they thrive, surprisingly enough.
Tough day for a couple of squads out there, but that is the end of group play. Day 1 for Europe. North America will be starting in just under an hour at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, and there are some matches on this broadcast that you do not want to miss. In particular, Boston Academy will be on the air. Snoopy playing up against his old team of Hive, Street Mod Gaming. That's going to get saucy. I can't wait for it. I know you guys out there also will be anticipating that start time. So get yourself prepped up, ready to go. Less than an hour. We'll be back for North America with Proper and Infinity on the call. But for now, we say farewell from Europe. And we'll catch you guys in an hour for the remainder of day number 1 worth of group stage here in our final season of Challengers Elite. We'll be back in just an hour.
Welcome one and all here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. It's time for the final season of North American action, and boy oh boy, we are just so excited. My name is Infinity, and as always, I am joined by the light in my life. It's Andy. It's proper, mate. How you doing?
The light in your life? I mean, that's a lot. I might have to hit up a certain somebody that you know that we had to have a conversation about that. But man, I'm doing great, Brody. It's fantastic to be back for the final season of Challengers Elite. All roads are pointing, especially towards Toronto, but what is also lurking at the end of this road as well. This is probably one of the most important elites that we've had all year long.
Yeah, it feels like the end of the season's kind of crept up on us, right? Especially considering what the 2023 season's going to end a little bit earlier than normally you would expect. Everything like last season was in July. This season we're finishing the year in June, and we're now in May. I don't want it to end, mate. It feels like it's so close to ending, and I don't want the ride to end at all. But as we said, we are nearing the end of the season. Champs is not that far away, and that means these teams are starting to look for, well, ways to qualify for the end of the season, right, Andy?
Yeah, you got to be able to qualify for champs. That's what we're all kind of looking at the end of the road. There's a lot of different avenues for you to find yourself to qualify for champs. Obviously, the easiest way to do it, just show up to Toronto, place top 2. It is that simple forehead. Also, towards the end of, for the LCQ, we're going to be taking 1 per region. So APAC, LATAM, EU, NA, they all get their fair shake to be able to see what they can do throughout that LCQ. But then the top 10 teams from each regional leaderboards is also going to be getting that spot when it comes down to champs. A lot of different ways to be able to find your way getting into champs, Brody, but it's so much easier said than done. Pro points are going to be everything, especially walking away from this elite.
Yeah, and I think the most interesting thing here, beyond just like the expansion of champs from 8 teams to 16, right, a much needed expansion at that, is the fact that we do have those 2 regional agnostic spots out of Toronto. We don't know whether North American teams, European teams, perhaps even teams from APAC and LATAM will fill out those spots. At the end of the day, Challengers has offered up a lot of curveballs, especially given the fact that the last event, the very last open event, it was, and let me get my gloaty voice on here for a second, Annie, mate, it was a European team that did win that event. So who knows, man, how the rest of the season is going to go. But for North America, I think particularly, there are always those big opportunities to get into finals, into champs. And we're really excited to see kind of what teams come out on top here and make it towards champs for the end of the season. That being said, it certainly does raise the importance of where you place in Season 4. And speaking of, well, we got a whole fresh batch, or mostly fresh batch, of 12 teams competing for a grand total prize of $50,000. Kicking off the conversation then with Group A. What does Group A look like this time around? Well, Rockery SG, they're back. They had to qualify via the qualifier this time after their top 10 placement last season, but they are here nonetheless. Omit, Boston Academy, Convoy Gaming, Hive, Street Mob, of course not the same Hive Street Mob that we had from last season. We'll get into that a little bit later on. And Treaty 1 Gaming, that rounds out Group A.
I mean, this is just a giant toss-up. Obviously, you do have the elephant in the room you got to talk about. Treaty 1 Gaming have a lot to prove. Again, that is Juju, Proto, Siski, and Mirage. They're in this with a bunch of beasts as far as teams are concerned, but anything could happen when it comes down to it in this day-to-day esport we call Call of Duty. Who knows how this group might shake out?
Right, it's a lot of question marks here, right, with all the roster changes that kind of go down between all the different teams and such, and trust me, as we said, there are a lot to be speaking about. You really just don't know who's going to come out on top. I mean, like, you'd immediately jump to, like, Rockery SG, right? I mean, they've been consistent on LAN, at least, the entirety of this season so far. But when it's come to Elite on the last couple of seasons, they haven't exactly given us the performances that we wanted. So, honestly, who knows, man? A lot of new faces joining rosters in Group A. And, of course, that does remain the same for Group B as well. Millennium 7, the Season 3 champions, topping the billing here alongside Anarchy Gaming, making their very first appearance in Elite. Technically not so much for Cruz and Daku, of course, were on Phase 1 all the way back in Season 1. A new look Decimate Gaming roster, Team Orbit, who are the same from last season, an Outlast Gaming roster, and then, of course, the ever so creatively named team, Nidanor, sitting at the bottom.
The most creative team name of them all, of course, Nidanor, Xyril, Jintroid, Hollow, Archives. I mean, that's probably going to be the one team that you're going to be looking at to maybe try to cause a certain amount of shake. This group, again, you know, minus Millennium 7, again, Proloot, Neptune, Mohawk, and Spark. Those are your returning champions. We expect them to do well. Same could honestly be said, especially for that Orbit team. They were definitely putting a lot of teams on skates about middle of the run through Season 3 and especially towards that playoff run. But I'm interested to see what Anarchy is able to do, especially in such a stacked group, you know, versus Orbit. That'll be a good matchup. Decimate will be a good pace matchup, even Millennium 7 to be able to see how their ante does match up against one another. They haven't really been able to find a lot of value specifically for Cruz and Dak online. Even at LAN, they were able to walk away with a pretty good placing over in Texas. Fell short for Season 3 qualifiers, but Cruz, winners, Dak, and Gunzy, show me what you got.
Yeah, that is a great storyline, I think, for Cruz and Dak, who haven't placed outside the top 6 on LAN this season thus far. Toronto's coming up, man. Who knows what's going to go on with that Nike Gaming roster, but it has been about translating that to online, and that's going to be the big storyline for them moving forward. But let's talk about Convoy Gaming then. They're going head-to-head with Treaty 1 Gaming in their first matchup of Season 4, and it is a big one, because Convoy Gaming, they want to set themselves off on the right foot here, Andy, coming off a big roster change.
Yeah, and that massive roster change, of course, is the dropping of Classic, right? You know, Nicky D is no longer playing with this roster. They got top 6 in the Elite Season 3, that core 3 of Gunless, Rex, and Persini. They were actually playing with Vivid going through Cup number 10, but then they picked up Youngbug Nero, who unfortunately is now on the bench for the Boston Breach. This only makes this team that much more deadlier after placing top 16 at Texas Open. Look for Convoy Gaming to make some waves here in Group A.
Yeah, there's a lot of question marks over this, right? I mean, Convoy Gaming have consistently been a top 6 team this year, top 8. They've been gravitating around that point, and that puts them, again, we go back to that conversation about champs, in a really good stead for auto qualification when it comes to that kind of point section of the qualification process. But Nero coming into this team after that very last-minute roster change, with Vivid, of course, being kind of like plan A for this roster, does definitely throw a wrench to the works for Convoy. What do they look like now after relatively short practice? We'll say that much for sure. But on the other side, we've got a Treaty 1 Gaming roster, a new team on board here this season. One of the only new teams we've actually got. We've got new players that have never been in Elite before in the form of Proda and Mirage. Juju, of course, making a return from what I think last season was the Louisville Red Wolves roster. He was on that for Elite. And Siski, who has perhaps had the best season of the lot so far.
Yeah, and it's also got to be said, I'm pretty sure more or less guaranteed that Siski is the only returning Elite appearance for this entire 4-player roster here of Treaty 1. Is the Don back? We are all having a lot of good fun, especially in that qualifier broadcast on We Are Clutch GG while they were going through the absolute gauntlet. They lost to Cruz & Co. Anarchy up in Winners Round 2. Then they hit a little bit of a different form in the lower bracket. They took care of Zero's team, which was along with Unit, Infinite, and Venom. Very tough matchup. And then they beat Pulse, who were also very, very good on the weekend, or on the week, I should say. They beat Rocker Academy, but they took it all the way to a map 5 versus this Treaty 1 team to inevitably qualify here for Season 4.
Yeah, and there's always those questions, right, about a number of teams when they're kind of new to Elite. How are they going to perform against kind of the teams that have already installed themselves? Like, for example, Convoy Gaming, who, as we've said, are consistently a team that's been top 6, top 8 around Elite over the last few seasons. So I think this is going to be a real uphill battle here for Treaty 1 Gaming. We've seen promise from the qualifier already, but now it's time to translate that against the big boys. And Convoy are most certainly one of those. So to look on map set then for this best of 5. We will say this is the first week of Elite. It's the first day of Elite, as is always the case when it comes down to every new day or every new season. We don't really have much to go off in terms of previous performances, especially considering we don't really know how much that change for Convoy has affected.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing that you could definitely walk away with. Again, you're talking about a core 3 roster here of Convoy Gaming. Again, the only thing that you're really kind of implementing now is just that of Nero. And anything that they were probably looking good at as far as Season 3 is concerned, I'd probably say that they're going to be looking that much better. Dylan is moving different in this game, and Nero has been really taken by storm. He's actually been actively streaming publicly a lot of these scrims that Convoy have been going through as well. The team vibes seem very, very good. Communication seems to be all but stellar. We always knew that they could slay out in hardpoint. Well, it continued to be a consistency through the specified map set. It'll be a nice little growing interest for Convoy to see how the new 4 players look, and if Treaty 1 are going to be the real deal.
Yeah, this is the big question, I think, for me when it comes down to Convoy Gaming. Consistently, their big thing has been in previous seasons. They've been great in the respawn, one of the best hardpoint teams we've actually had to offer, regardless of what the 4th looked like for this team throughout the entirety of the 2023 season so far. But S&D is where they've struggled, and we're keeping an eye on that further throughout the remainder of this series. But let's kick things off on the good old Fortress for map number 1, Convoy. We've been gassing them up as one of these big boy hardpoint teams. Let's see if they can deliver.
Convoy, by the way, all the way through Season 3 of the Elite, went 6-2 as far as their map 1s are concerned. And they played a lot of series. And well, Rex, he was the #1 statistical player for quite some time in North America. You're seeing why a 4-0 start. He's the only player really over here by the streets. His teammates are still put in the blender through the middle of the map. Mirage, Prada, going to be able to find 4 dead in a row. Treaty 1, they hold on. And more importantly, that rotation towards new is secured.
Big start coming out from Treaty 1 Gaming, taking that time away from Convoy and, of course, keeping themselves on the side of the map that they want. Kill in the middle of the map that would have been there for Proda, but he's unable to deliver on it as the kill does come through for Pristini. So now they and number 3 and Rex looking to approach their way through, but Rex unfortunately not able to get that kill due to the back heady going to take them down. Convoy though should continue to spill up towards the middle of the map. 3-2-1 to try and weather the storm that is Convoy coming in their way, and so far so good, all the kills going in their way. And Convoy, I mean, they've made some progress, they've got some modicum of control over the munitions building, but you cannot allow 3-2-1 to overextend through the middle of the map. This flip might not be as good as you like.
And that was one of the better breaks that we'll see here as far as P2 is concerned. Again, instead of brute forcing your way through the double arches, you try to get yourself some arc control. It's exactly what Convoy do, and Pristini's starting to feel the hot hand as well. You still have 2 more teammates. Keep in mind, you both Gunless and Rex actually quickly rotated over towards P3, so you try to give yourself a real good shake at this if you are Pristini. You're on a 3 spree. A couple exits would be fine, but all of Convoy, they're setting up for that full 60 there at 3.
Yeah, this is the right call from Convoy. You've stolen away 14 seconds or so, right? That's a relatively good amount of time to get off the back of the last hard point, but now you can get a full 60 off the back of P3. You just got to hold. Late hit coming through around the back line from Pristini. Good read in the middle of the map from Siski as well. Nero ready for the entry coming through from Mirage and Juju. Juju going to go down, Mirage chill up, and Gunless is weak from the initial, so this might look to be an overwhelming play coming through from Treaty 1, and it is. Proda and Juju find the final kills, and Convoy, they look unrested, unsettled here. Proda's still fighting for the remainder of this time, and he does find that kill. Nicely done, supporting gunfights in as well, and Proda finds his 3rd in a row. That is such a crucial break from Treaty 1.
I mean, even with the possession of the hard point there for Treaty 1, Convoy still got numbers. I believe it was Gunless that was down there bottom circle. Was able to get a couple squad spawns there for Convoy, and they couldn't recontest it. A wonderful break for Treaty 1, and that kind of spoils the plans for Convoy. Again, they didn't get a sufficient amount of time off of P2. They wanted the full 60 over inside of P3. Now they got to lock it down over at 4, and if Treaty 1 break this again, this first set of hard points just might spiral out of control.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you start holding these times for Convoy. Just get a full 60, get yourselves back in towards this game, because it really does feel like Fortress is one of those maps where it really can get away from you super fast. Seen it in the past where teams find themselves down by quite a margin. Convoy don't want to be in that position and want to hold for the moment, but here they come. From Gallo's side, it's Juju, it's Mirage, both of them going to go down. Nice double being brought by the new boy on the block here for Convoy, or rather, old boy returning in the form of Nero, who does pick up those kills. First wave of defensive fights are good for a Convoy. Now can you hold more? Treaty looking to make their way through that street side. Rex up top. Shots going in towards Juju, but Juju gets the better of him in that particular engagement. Mirage also finding another one off screen as well. And now more kills. Pristini left up on his own, and he gets shut down. Convoy Gaming, they're broken. It's only scrap time, but still, that's nice time Treaty 1 to take.
And still just another dagger that Convoy are going to start feeling for themselves again. It's not an easy hard point, I will say that much for P4. And try to lock things down. Nero's starting to create a lot more space and chaos, especially outside of stables. And these are great kills to start collecting for yourself. Pristini, again, thinking about some scrap time. Juju laying in an unorthodox position, leading towards those art designs. Inevitably get that kill. But then in towards 5, we will go again. In Treaty 1, again, they are here threatening it early. You got player number 6 of Prada. He's all the way on the flank trying to set up a pinch to break this early.
Yeah, this would be big if Treaty 1 could get this time away from Convoy Gaming, but this positioning that Gunless holds is so horrible to even try to break in, and I don't think that Proda expected that late flank coming through from Pristini, so that initial play is going to get shut down by Convoy. Again, looking at try and dig away at the lead that Treaty 1 have built up over the last few hard points. Juju just sitting in a position over by this Gallows side, ready. There's another player on the other side of the wall, and I think he knew about it. Nero still going to catch him off guard regardless, and there's kills in the kill feed, mostly in favor of Convoy Gaming. They will trade these trades all day long. Proda knows how important getting in through. He's going to fly his way out towards the middle of the map, finds one, but the second will not be good, and there's the scrap time also going Pristini's way too. This is okay for Convoy Gaming. That was a great hard point for them, and now within touching distance of Treaty 1.
And talk about the veterans showing up when it matters the most. On Nero's trying to go for a little bit more chaos inside the hard point. Was the damage enough? Because now Mirage is the only player left inside of P1. I mean, that entire P5 escapade doesn't happen if Gunless doesn't continuously respawn close and try to keep stables in his control. Allow Pristini to constantly flank in and around of Art, and now he's leading this in towards the second set on a 5 spree.
It would be nice if you can get this 6th one. Would really be a serious way back into this game for Convoy. I mean, they do have one. There again, as I said, we've been touching distance of Treaty 1 at this point, but going to get shut down on an attempt to crawl their way towards the hard point to perhaps catch somebody off guard. Big kill there by Proda, so the cruise missile will be denied. And now off the back of that Treaty 1, they will be in. Is look over towards the picture-in-picture, by the way, as Hive x SMG going to win their first map of the day. Big map to take away against the Rocker ESG roster. A lot of X's, a lot of crossovers going on over there. As we said, that Hive roster coming in with a brand new roster for this season. Nonetheless, though, while all that's going on, Andy, Treaty 1, they're taking a huge chunk of time away from P1.
Yeah, it's just because Convoy is trying to go for the safety net play of trying to get themselves strongly set up for P2. Prasini's going to miss some timing of players heading up towards top boat, so Prada's going to catch them by surprise. Top trees, but the communication's good to Nero inside of P2 as it pops, presses forward inside a close. The trade not there soon enough for Juju. A little bit slow off the reaction time will remain for Convoy Gaming to get this setup going.
I've forgotten what Nero looks like in challenges. You know, granted he's 16 and 14, but this guy, he was a reaper of challenges back before his Boston breach days. The force spree finally does go down, and Treaty 1 now finding their way back on through. They've got those back spawns in effect. The Convoy, they want to hit this fast. They've isolated Siski, and finally going to get the kill off the back of that. Now Prasini flying his way through, has the support of Rex from open side, but Mirage is going to double up from Gallows, and that should send Rex on the way. With 25 seconds left now, Convoy Gaming, their best bet is to rotate, but we know what happened last time.
Yep, just cannot allow these players to full flood all the way through maps and all the way through the big arch as well. And again, it's working in tandem. Treaty 1 Gaming turning Scrap into potential initial, and it's the same exact effect that came through, just not as many players strong for Convoy for that initial defense over inside P3. Nero gets a very rogue spawn all the way back by the old hardpoint. Siski's going to get some very unfortunate timing, so this should be a very quick break, and it is for Convoy to get back inside P3. Now they can look to set up for a potential 50 seconds here.
Yeah, absolutely huge one. You lose control of P3 in that instance. This game, as far as I'm concerned, Andy, is completely over. So big flip there from Convoy Gaming to regain control. Nero in the middle of the map providing some coverage for his team. That's a big double to try and keep Treaty 1 at bay, but now needs to get involved in towards this hard point because it is now Rex inside. He's going to double up towards the archway. Nicely done. Siski, he's still threatening towards the hill, though. If not, Rex to get this kill, Pristini needs to, and in doing so, well, Pristini does get that kill, but Rex was definitely distracted in the play. Treaty 1 off the back of that, more than happy to take him away from that time, and they will garner the back 20 seconds off the back of this hill. There is still a leader's advantage to be talked about here for Treaty 1 as they move over towards next.
Yep, and again, over towards next here inside P4, not an easy hard point to hold on to. It's always around top rails. You got to make sure that you get a player inside of that positioning. Siski more than aware of that. He is snapping down low, though. Gets the complete skates. That was Nero trying to drop down for the trade. Rex had the closer spawn, so he will be able to take Siski down. But it still created a lot of space for Treaty 1 to try to encroach forward and contest P4 early.
Man, if Siski would have done that, if he would have got that third kill, I think that would have completely disheartened Convoy Gaming at this point in time. Nonetheless, they are back in. Big 40 seconds for them to grab here. First initials going the way of Rex and Nero. Good defense so far. Treaty 1 will get those close spawns towards Gallows, and now they've got to choose how they want to approach this. Not through the double doors, that's not the play, but in from up time, in from above, it's going to be Siski who picking up one. Siski for the double, Juju for number 3. Treaty 1, they are back in for a valuable 25 seconds, and Gunless, he knows this. He's going for the pinch from Nero from the front, and Nero will catch Juju off guard to take him down, but Gunless starts a fight here against Proto up top, who does pick up that second. There are still Convoy players fighting tooth and nail for this scrap time. And ultimately, I don't know if they're going to get it.
Oh, scrap time is very much so solid for grabs. I mean, we're down to about 4 seconds here at the final few moments, so Convoy's not even going to try to put a player inside that hard point. They're going to start scrambling themselves for the setup at P5 that worked so well throughout the first set. So a lot of players trying to go for gunfights inside of R. Prasini goes 2 for 1 in that regards. Can't find enough kills. No, it allows Treaty 1 again to encroach on forward, but look at Convoy setup again. You got Rex inside of Stables, just needs to get a player inside this hard point to generate more time.
Yeah, this is one of those power positions I was talking about, right? Gunless was here earlier on. Now it's Rex picking up this position. Really hard to take a player out if they've got a trophy system down, preventing any nades from going in towards that area. But you do need to get somebody inside the hard point. Nero does attempt to do so, but gets cut down by Mirage. Now Rex finds himself in 5 in a row. The stick will be denied by Proto. Pristini there for the trade. Now has to look towards top single for the fight versus Juju. And, well, the trophy system will protect him from that Semtex. So, Convoy still keeping them close towards this hard point here for the moment. They are about 25 seconds down for the moment. And now Nero, you can see, he's winding up. He's ready to fly straight towards munitions, and that flank will fail.
It's going to get cut down. I mean, everybody from Treaty 1 just setting themselves up around Art. It's mostly just to give the support for Prada, who's inside of the hard point. Can't allow Treaty 1 to get all comfy cozy inside of this hard point, Brody. Convoy Gaming, they can't allow all the time that they got to see go their way going through that second set. And they're more than aware of it, so it's going to be Streets control first, get inside the hard point, and maybe think about the rotation next.
Yeah, this is still big time to give away, though. Treaty 1, they've got to be uber cautious about how they play this. You do not want to give this time away. Juju definitely not going to. Going towards the hard point, and he goes for the first. Not going to attempt the fly out, though, from Nero, who does actually pick up 2 kills there. Huge time for Convoy Gaming. They cannot finish it here regardless of what happens. They're going to need to keep that rotation towards the next at the back of their mind. But for the moment, they want to soak up every single second they can off the back of this P1 kill. Siski flying out towards the middle of the map, and Gunner's going to get tagged by the stun. He wasn't ready to fight. Now Juju, big 1v1 to take, but the trades are there from Nero. Convoy Gaming now 223 versus 228, and that rotation's coming to the fore.
And they're trying to reinforce it down by the South Street side. You got player number 4, Prasini. He's trying to hit the route. He's trying to go for the jump up. He might catch Siski off guard. Mid-tack sprint. No, gets the gunning up in time. The rotation is going to be shut down. Treaty 1 are here first.
Yeah, big free kills coming through from Treaty 1. Convoy Gaming, they're spawning in Narnia over towards P3, and that's going to real dial up the urgency for Rex and Nero here, and Nero goes a little bit early. Rex now, I don't think you can afford to wait, especially as Pristini and Gunners go down. I don't even know if Convoy Gaming are going to spawn anywhere close enough to challenge at this point in time, especially with the mid-map coverage coming from Mirage. And how about that?
Wow.
The Hardpoint Kings in Convoy Gaming, dethroned in map 1.
Yeah, I mean, take everything that I was gassing up for Convoy, just rip it out of the notebook and throw it away. But albeit, I mean, that was such a fantastic first, 3 hard points coming through from Treaty 1 that it comes down to the conversation for that leader's advantage. I mean, it was somewhere near about an 80-point differential until we saw that P5 hold from Convoy. But, I mean, Treaty 1 are just relentless. And we'll talk more about these stats in a few moments, because you got 2 players up 60-plus engagements for Treaty 1 just everywhere on the map. Never allow Convoy to get set up comfortably. And even when you thought that they had an inkling of a setup, you go back to that first set in P3, you're like, okay, you know, they couldn't get full time there on P2. They contested it, whatever. It gave up a lot of time on P1. Doesn't matter. Get a full 60 on P3, we're back to an even game. In the way that Treaty 1, not once, but twice, just completely flooded through maps and got that pinch through the double archway at the same time to break up 2 setups for Convoy there on P3 really does say a lot, especially for the velocity, or ferocity, I should say, for the Treaty 1 team, the way that they're playing Call of Duty in recent weeks.
Yeah, for sure. It really is a surprise. Again, we come back to that conversation point about Treaty 1 Gaming being one of those kind of new teams on the block, as it were. They certainly surprised a lot of rosters in the qualifiers, but to come out and beat Convoy Gaming like that in map number 1, look, it's only map 1 at the end of the day, but still, you really cannot suppress the point that Convoy Gaming are very good at hardpoint, even with Nero on roster, even with that new addition to the team kind of shaking things up. That doesn't just go away, and Treaty 1 just frankly outplayed them there in the first map of the day. Here's a look at those performances, as we said. Mirage at 33 and 23. Again, we talk about Mirage and Proda being these kind of new kids on the block, as it were, making their elite debuts here in Season 4. You really want to make the best first impression on the rest of the North American bracket that you can. That's a great first impression.
That's a fantastic first impression. Again, you know, there's a lot of eyes, especially for this Treaty 1 roster, right? I mean, they go through a certain strength of field throughout that lower bracket. Again, beating Zero and Co. is no easy feat. And again, beating that Pulse team on the week was also a very, very uphill battle. I believe it went all the way to a map number 5. But, hey, man, this Treaty 1 roster, if you can keep the gunny hot and you can keep outpacing Convoy, this series might just very much so be yours.
Yeah, and here's a look at another series right now with 2 storylines going on concurrently, right? 2 more or less brand new rosters, with DiamondCon joining the ensemble at Rocker ESG, and Hive, of course, bringing in Velux and Mock alongside Rooper and Fresh from that second place team over from Season 3. Shocked a lot of people, and I think it shocked us here on the cast and desk to see any changes going down on Hive after that. But nonetheless, right now, Hive 1-0 up versus Rocker ESG in a big match.
If I'm reading this correctly, unless there's something terribly wrong with our sheet, that map 1 was an absolute blowout on Fortress. 250 to 121 was that scoreline?
Yeah, I think we saw it in the picture-in-picture. That's kind of silly.
Dude.
That's not okay.
It's really not, especially even for the namesakes that is this Rocker X ESG roster. Let's not forget, I mean, you saw the tweet that came out from the rotation. I'm sure we all saw it, is that if these 4 players do stick together, they are auto-qualled for champs. So definitely want to see them kind of put in the legwork here versus this new Hive roster, with Rupert now leading this up.
Yeah, it's one of those conversation points, right? It's like you don't want to like completely just give up the remainder of the season, even though you are auto-qualled. If you stick together, there's still a lot of prize pool. There's still a lot of points to be had for any potential seeding. You don't want to just like tank out top 10, top 8 like they have been the last couple of seasons. Rocker ESG, they want a better go at things this time around with DiamondCon on the roster. Right now, though, 3-1 down in the search and destroy, and the hard point wasn't kind to them either. On the defense here for the moment, they're trying to threaten Hive away from that A bomb site. Lux picks up the first kill. That's Real, who, believe it or not, attempted to flank in from behind. Well, that's not a good start for Rocker.
No, not at all. They still have so little information that they can potentially work on. They're just waiting for Panner to hit the flank through side door. Finds 2, forces out the 2v2.
It always feels like Rocker's play comes down more often than not to what can they produce for the back of a flank. And, well, if Real can't do it, it's down to Panda. Now this round certainly has flipped on its head as Fresh now finds himself in a 1 versus 2. Has some idea as to where Diamond Con was located off the back of that frag, but I don't necessarily think he's going to be aware of the fact that Godorex is on the other side of that door. And he's not got dead silence as well. So as soon as Thresh goes for any form of sprint, any form of advanced movement here, I know we don't have that, thank goodness. Should be heard. He does at least know. He's at least conscientious of the fact that somebody's probably hanging around. So he's going to go for the little crouch walk. Even that is not going to protect you from a late hit from Godorex.
I've got Rx's internal clock, whether it was an audio cue or not, I don't care. Just to check it there at the final few moments, knowing damn well all the information, even from Pander when he flew out and he found 2 through side door via the art hit. A lot of information that was gained there regardless. Godorex didn't have to move. Gotta be said about this Rocker X ESG roster. Again, you know, picking up DC, they were playing with 2 real through the entirety of Season 3 of the Elite. Let's not forget that DC, I mean, that was your Raleigh, your inaugural Challengers champion there at the Open. It did commence at Raleigh. Of course, all of his comrades being brought up to LAG. DC has been kind of floating around. Is this the roster here to make some work happen? Now just trailing by 1 round here in the search.
It's Rocker who are overextending themselves through that stable side. It's a good overextension as well. They get a kill against Fresh for it, and that's great value to come out of that early big risk play. It's also turned the attention, turned the heads of Hive momentarily. Not enough to fully garner control of the A site just yet, but at least giving them some movement in doing so. Rupert now wants to try and even the odds with a flank through munitions. Channeling his inner Real in this play. Godorex, though, has eyes on it. He knows exactly what's up.
Streets control. Godorex looking to maintain this entire flank, but Lux inside of Art, I mean, that is such a tough gunfight versus Envy. I don't care what weapon you have up there. Could have been the X12 pistol. You're in like a 1v4 almost with a pillar. You got the cobblestone wall, the railing. Velux definitely had the low ground there. Shout out Obi-Wan Kenobi, but as a big 2 rounds coming through from Rocker. And again, it's not like they were doing anything too flashy, right? You know, pretty standardized stuff. You get an SMG inside of Art. You get some information off of Godorex just holding down that South Street lane, while the rest of the teammates just try to assault over by that A-bomb site. Just pretty clean stuff coming through from Rocker to tie up the search.
Absolutely. Well, 3-3 at the moment. Rocker ESG now starting to put some streaks together as well. We've got Rex on 3 and Diamond Con on 2 off the back of the last couple of rounds. That's a nade over the top from Fresh. Does it land? Oh my god, it connects! I have never... I mean, I always do this. I always say, I've never seen that before, and then you go, you've never seen that before? So I'm going to do it, and I presume we're going to get the response. I've never seen that before.
Gotta watch more search streams, man. gotta watch some S&D tourneys. That's... I even sweat just sitting here in my chair watching that sometimes, but... Nade connects, doesn't get the kill, it's just information, and it's keeping Hive pretty damn honest. I don't know what's on the other side here. The stun is going to clear the close corner. Player number 7's Real. He's going to be watching this underneath the doorway.
Yeah, I know this shot's going to connect. Yeah, that's unfortunate, isn't it? Rupert just going to jump across. I don't even know if Real saw him because of the fact, of course, as you say. Yeah, went back towards the stairwell. Rupert's going to get this bomb down now, and it's planted a bit of an off angle as well. That's a big risk. Oh, and that's why you always plant it on the other side, because if he was on the other side of the bomb, that bomb would be down right now.
Yep. Maybe. It's tough to gauge, especially with how much utility might be held on to this late into the round. I'd argue not too much at all. Sniper shots cracking out. Real can just hold this angle. Any damage is going to be good. He can see Rupert just trying to plant the bomb, and Godorex is feasting inside of Open. He's feeling it as well. Going for the challenge versus Mock. Gets cut down. Thresh, nowhere to go. And Rocker, again, just as standard as you may like it. I mean, it's working out, right? It's catching Hive by surprise, who a couple nades off rip. Information damage is good regardless. When you start slowing rolling your way all the way through Art like that, you show your hand late with the stun clearing, especially through that close cut. It just allows the standard setup, especially with Real and the AR, just to feast there inside of the close arch.
Oh, we're going to switch back over towards our main focus matchup right now between Convoy Gaming and Treaty 1. After that big shock to the start of this series, perhaps things will return to normal. Of course, Search and Destroy, not exactly a staple of Convoys in the past. It has been their biggest weakness across the board. Now they want to turn it into a strength. Currently Gunless and Rex up in a 2 versus 3. They don't have the numbers, and to be honest, I don't really know if they have the time to make this one work. Rex, though, has got the sniper rifle. Let's see if he can pull off something spicy. Rhoda's head on the docket. This is, of course, near a restaurant, but it's not going to be served up at all here.
No, yeah, I mean, that's such a tough clear when you're looking at it from Rex. I mean, he knows that he's going to play her all the way in the backside of the lobby. Head glitch. Doesn't take the time to clear info. The post lane just works out. majority of the reason, I mean, just because we hopped into this round late, really telling how we lost the other 2 lives there for Convoy, but majority of that was coming through Statue and through the Chandelier's side, so easy reads coming through for Treaty 1 to keep them away from that bomb site to potentially retake it. 0-3 start for Rex and Pristini combined. But it's still such early days in the Search and Destroy. A lot of time for adaptation to be upon us. Nero's going to pick up that bomb, looking for a quick plant and hit over here today.
If I recall correctly, back in the days when Nero was in Challenger, it feels like an age ago, it was a god in Search and Destroy. Really did rip up the scene. I think that's what Convoy are looking to change. I think in the fact that Search and Destroy in the past hasn't exactly been great, Nero will be a good addition to the roster for that purpose. But here for the moment, I feel like Gunless getting this bomb down. I mean, GG might just let it happen for free. Maybe going for the post-plant kill and he will get it. Nonetheless, though, that bomb going down is still a good advantage for Convoy to have.
Dude.
That stun is not a good advantage for Nero to have.
I mean, Nero thought he was going to get the better at Juju. He was just holding the door. Rex over by the display case, too much to look at. Not a whole lot of time to get the gunfights. And the patience play works off for Treaty 1 Gaming. I mean, typically you'll have like a sniper maybe playing back luggage, but we're seeing more and more of that with an AR or an SMG getting up close and personal over by those doors. And that's what you're seeing when those A hits happen. A lot of players spamming those doors, trying to get the wallbang shots, getting that player out from there. Allowing the bomb to get put down and just playing retake is all off of Juju, just busting through the doors, getting the player on the exit, and then also the stun just catches Nero, just expecting for the Chow to come through for the trade. Completely catches Nero off guard. 3D1, fantastic defense out of them.
Indeed. Lovely start coming out from Treaty 1, I think from Juju in that round in particular, of course. The veteran, if anybody. Do you know Juju's been playing since, like, IW, since, like, Black Ops 3 time? He's an old head.
He's been around, man.
Yeah, he's been around the block for sure. A lot of people do kind of underestimate that and how much of a valuable asset that is to have for this Treaty 1 gaming roster, a leader like that on side. Moment, trying to lead the charges. Proto, though, around Ruggs. Big gunfight to take, and Pristini does lose it. So now Convoy Gaming are going to have to recover their bases.
Can't plant this bomb yet, either. They're waiting for player number 7 and Prada to maybe try to find an angle. Nero scouts it out, takes him down inside of Ruggs. That one in 3v3. Nero's got the dead silence popped. He's going to clear all of this. Maybe try to go around on the flank. Rex's top bedroom. Gotta have a tough gunfight versus Mirage on that display case. That should be Siski maybe trying to drop this bomb, but they still don't know where these other 2 players are located at.
Are they going to move this bomb?
Oh, he's doing it.
Is that the play? Nero's going to catch both. No! That second kill would have completely changed the framing of this round. Instead of it being a 2v1 in favor of Convoy Gaming, it is a 2v1 in favor of Treaty 1. These players are relatively split up. That's not really going to be an advantage that Gunless is actually going to be able to take because he is so far away from the play. He's got to run on the other side of the map.
And no dead silence to make this work, right? Gonna have to do it the hard way here. Pierce opens the door, eats a shot to the shoulder. Everybody's just going to be laser focused. I mean, just look at the white arrows on the minimap. They're just snaking all of this. You're not getting it there. No siree. And what was going to be a very interesting take to try to rewrap, finding at least maybe a timing to get all the way through couches, they had no information where Nero was. So again, that is a very tough call to make if you are Treaty 1. But these guys grind search and destroy. So, I mean, it's very potential to say that they might be able to fish out that timing, losing Nero through the middle of the map that was also being looked at. Love that call. Coming through from Treaty 1. Mirage finds himself up on 4 in a row through a handful of rounds now. As Treaty 1 win 3 in a row.
Yeah, I was going to say, again, coming into the series, that Treaty 1 have to win the Search and Destroy. That seems to be like the big thing they need to do to take Convoy Gaming to task. Feels like they've done that thus far. These 3-1 up here in the S&D. Convoy Gaming going for something a little bit different in round number 5, though. A hit towards B. There's nobody home. So it becomes a question of how quickly they actually realize this. Rotation coming through from Juju around the flank. That stun is going to connect onto a teammate. That's unfortunate, Pristini. But again, these players now starting to swarm around the outside of this bomb site. Now the bomb going down. Pristini, we tagged up by the stun. Shots going through the wall. None of them going to connect. And I think Pristini's going to think about trying to go for a flank around the back line. Siski, how ready is he for this one? Well, not all that ready. Siski gets completely outplayed. And now Proto and Mirage here left up in the 2 versus 3, trying to come in through both sides. Proto, well, they're going to fall. There goes Mirage as well.
Late Semtech's going to help things out, keep that back door closed. And I'm sure that we're probably going to see some adaptations as far as defense is concerned going forward for Treaty 1, just to make sure that you at least have one player maybe watching that cross, get him inside a pantry. You just got to have a player inside of the B side because Convoy just, I mean, there was hardly anything invested into that. A couple stuns, wasn't even a dead silence push to be able to cause a little bit more space. All 4 players just realistically ran straight through the restaurant, just inside of that B-bomb site where they were able to get full coverage, spamming through the doorways. Information soon to follow. 3D1 could not retake that site, not easily. These convoys stop the bleeding. Offense again for 3D1.
A really nice strategy coming out of Convoy there in that round. What does the adaptation look like from Treaty 1 here? Feels like a very heavy towards the middle of the map. Siski, who overextended the reach through the back line, and as Prada picks up Nero there, this completely again changes the framing of the round because Pristini is all alone at beat, and he needs to produce something. He needs to produce even a kill. Would give Convoy a shot, and well, he's going to cook up with an nade at the complete wrong time. That is just something you never expect.
And he gets out? Oh man, Rex going to be kicking himself for that one. 2v4 for the retake. And Gunless is so far removed from this for the time being. It's going to waste a lot of time. Rex will find the entry, though.
Bit of a weird angle for Juju to take. Normally you do use the coverage of the kitchen counters. Juju not going to opt to do that in this situation. Siski's not as well. He moves around for a kill. He doesn't need to do that. Gunless is already going to go down to Iproda. It gives Rex a realistic shot at this round. Mirage, that's the next play to take. And Mirage going to take him out. But if he gets that kill versus Mirage, that 1v1, I don't want to know how that round ends.
I'm never going to count Dylan Rex out of any potential for a 1v situation. This guy's centering and snapping is just absolutely gross. Modern Warfare 2, I mean, been playing lights out COD, but get that bomb planted over at Beat. Find those 2 kills as quickly as Treaty 1 did, and I love for them to recognize that, hey, we have numbers, we're fully flooded inside a kitchen. Get that bomb planted and just hold these doorways. Make sure that nobody flanks all the way around. It works. Treaty 1 with a 2-round lead again.
Trading offense for offense at this point in time. Convoy Gaming last time around, it was a 4 hit over towards B. This time, 2-2 split on the map. And more or less the same for Treaty 1. A little bit orientated towards the middle of the map for Juju. It does give him the flexibility to come and make the play happen over towards bedroom if he needs to, and it might need to be back up pretty quickly, but Siski going to win that initial entry, and now Rex, what do you do? Because you've got the bomb, and if you do go heavily towards A, you might be in trouble. I think they might be in trouble anyway.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Prada, you saw there inside a pantry. He finds that kill on a Nero who was trying to create more space over by B. Could have been the call for Rex to maybe try to re-wrap and get that bomb over here. So now gunless Rex. And another 2v4. This time on offense, they're splitting the map up. Rex does have dead silence, and he knows that there's still a player top bedroom. How do you try to do this with 30 seconds left on the clock?
You just got to try and bait one of them out, right? Hope for the best. Hope they make an amateur error. I don't know if that's going to be the case, though. Rex is putting all of these shots in. He's actually going to very quickly run out of ammunition if he keeps on doing it. And now has the backup at the very least of Gunless, and he's hoping that is the play. Oh, there's the kill versus Siski. It's unfortunate, though. He's not able to get out unscathed. And again, if he gets that kill and gets away with his life, the 2 versus 3 is plausible, but as Gunless doesn't have dead silence in that scenario, well, there's no real point. 3D Gaming. Brilliant play.
I mean, it just works out so wonderfully for them. They are just catching these Convoy Gaming members in a lot of unforced errors, and what typically does work for Convoy is not catching Treaty 1 by surprise. Again, they're giving up a lot of space. Bracini was trying to find all of that space, plus maybe a first blood. He gets cut down. Nero was trying to create more space over by B. Could have been a rotation. It was already being held by Prada. So, I mean, every single question that Convoy have been coming into these offensive rounds with, besides the one that we saw them win for round 2 count, has just had little to no avail as far as a response. 3D1 now up on map point for a 2-0 lead.
And this is insane. I know, again, that Search and Destroy was the one we expected them to lose. I say expected quite lightly, but still, this has been a real surprise. 3D1 coming out with a treat for us here. On a 3 versus 3. They haven't made much progression in terms of getting this bomb towards either of these 2 sites. They have a lot more control of B than they currently know, though. That's the thing. They still have their heart set on an A push. Rex was down for a moment there to 40 HP off the back of a Semtex, but he will be back up towards 100, and those trades now starting to go down as Proto looks out towards the middle from Cat or Nero, but Rex has gotten that kill versus Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, that's just such a tough angle for Nero just to expect that timing from. Enough Gunless. We'll take down Prada, so leaves Juju. 1v2, dead silence has already been popped. He's looking to take this all the way towards top head. Now, unbeknownst to Juju, the second he chows out, Gunless will see him, and Juju will be taken out. Convoy staying alive in this search and destroy for the time being. Or let's kind of give Treaty 1 a little taste for their own medicine. You know, there's a lot of aggressive pushes. I mean, you saw Rex there off the early going. He was essentially looking like he was an offensive team member there on hotel control, trying to at least snake his way to victory over by the display case down low. Was at least keeping all these players back, but finding that first blood, at least maintaining presence in the middle of the map, caused some distress for Treaty 1 to maybe try to go for a late wrap. Started to. They re-wrapped all the way back over towards A. By then, Juju lost all of his teammates.
Convoy Gaming keeping themselves in the conversation here, keeping themselves alive in the search and destroy. Need to translate this round into a victory. Patented aggression coming out from Convoy. Nero getting himself in the position we've seen from before, but Siski from Luggage sends him packing. Nero down for the count, and Convoy haven't got any map control.
And Rex wants the challenge, too. Bold. Say that much. Gonna rip Dead Silence. Bomb in the back pocket there for Gunless. Rex is still thinking about it, too. That stun's not gonna reach all the way back there, so Siski just has to hold the angle. Persini's gonna find the kill down low. This bomb site becomes a little bit more open for Convoy to potentially fully take.
Yeah, it's this bedroom control that's just so daunting for Treaty 1 now. Yes, Siski is over here, but his position has been revealed. Convoy can take him out of the play. It would effectively hand them full control of the round, but you can see on the minimap at the moment, they are totally unsure. And now they're not. There you go. Siski down for the count. This bomb should go down.
Should. I'm going to try to rewrap this. This is... I don't like this. Brady, I don't like this one bit, but I mean, it might be able to work out. I mean, they know that Juju's one shot. He's all the way back inside the atrium. Proto's nowhere to be found. He's normally the B Guardian in the timing, albeit tight. It might just work out. Juju's going to come flying all the way through Pantry. He's going to have to check this. Does he get the kill in time? Yes, he does. 6 seconds remaining. Dylan has to plant the bomb, but the challenge from Prada over by the side door is better. Treaty 1 put Convoy to rest. They take a 2-0 lead in the series.
Oh, that rap is so stupid. I just, look, you know what? You know how I feel sometimes. I think you and I are definitely both on the same page there. It's just like, there is no reason to do that rap whatsoever. I know you don't exactly have the information as to where the last 2 remaining players are, but just plant the bomb. Just try to play trades off the back of the bomb. You've got control of Luggage at the very least. Like, why? Why do that? And Juju is just handed the round because all he needs to do in the situation, given how late they get to the bomb, and there was like 15 seconds left, all he needs to do is just get that kill, and he's effectively won the round.
The only benefit of the doubt that I could possibly give Convoy in that final round 9 was that they had no idea where Prada was located. And again, the only player to really try to challenge Prada ever since that B push did work out for the first round count for Convoy, he was always on the B bomb site, and Nero was aware of that. So losing Nero for first blood via Siski holding the sniper angle inside of bottom Luggage, it kind of clicked in there from Convoy Gaming that our flank is more or less open, that we could get timing from behind, so try to rewrap all the way around. They had Juju one shot, no stimmy inside of the atrium, and they thought they had him dead to rights. But the pinch was that much better there at the end. I mean, Prada got his money's worth as far as Greenberg Hotel is concerned. He literally did an entire lap around the map to pinch there at the final few moments. But if Juju doesn't chow there, to get Gunless from planting that bomb, I mean, you're probably looking at the bomb being planted and potentially us still in that search and destroy. A very small if at that. But if you told me going into this series that I was going to be witnessing Treaty 1 with a 2-0 lead versus Convoy, I'd say you are a liar.
You might say, boy's a liar. Oh, is that still a reference we can make now?
Cut it out.
No? Okay, fair enough. Anyway, look, I think this is a big moment here for Treaty 1 Gaming to put their mark early on in Elite Season 4. I think we kind of had an inkling, at least, given the fact that, historically speaking, Convoy haven't been great at Search and Destroy, and that's putting it lightly, that Treaty 1 were likely to snatch away the Search and Destroy. But even that was a question mark, just given the fact that Treaty 1 are a new team. It's that Fortress hardpoint victory that I think really has been a question mark of the series for Convoy Gaming. But they are a very stacked team in terms of veteranship. They aren't out just yet. A reverse sweep is still on the cards, and that's what they require now to start off their Elite Season 4 a little bit better than they might otherwise. Here, though, towards a series that Rockery SG were able to take the Search and Destroy away from Hive X Street Mob, running in towards this Expo control. An 8 versus 6 here in round number 1. And now looking to capture this A zone. Thresh is going to be barreled up with nades galore. Finally will go down. It's going to be pinstripe kill feed coming through. Now it's going to be a 2 versus 1 on the point. Made that a 2 versus 2 actually. Reaper now finds himself in a 1v1 and in the end does go down. Hive though, gonna get it done in the end.
That timing was very tight there at the end. I mean, he found what the 1 kill required. And then the other player from behind, oh no, that's so DC was off the zone. Oh no. Oh, it was so close. That's gonna be unfortunate for Rocker X ESG, but hey, it is Expo control. So long as you have a very good opening break, it could very much so be an offensive round for Rocker X CSG, but it's got to start there with your decision making. His zone definitely probably the more difficult of the two to capture for yourself. So Rocker X CSG, they're splitting their affairs here early on. You got one player you can see here for DC at least looking towards the A zone, but the rest of Rocker X CSG are barreling towards this B zone, and they found the first 2 kills.
Yep, the right play to make, of course. This is the safer point to make of the 2. Get it out the way earlier on so you can give yourself more time for 8. Those kills are coming through in support as well. Reaper needs to be a little bit cleaner on the edge, or maybe not. Somehow still gets away with the kill against Panda. That is literally getting away with murder. And the Lux going to follow up the kill against Real as well. They have cleared point gear. Godorex, the last one left alive. And I guess fortunately enough for Rocker ESG in the play, he manages to get away with 2 kills before falling. So that offers Rocker a chance back in towards this A point early on. But that B hit did not go as planned.
Oh, hey, you got the 1 tick, though, and I would say the job's still good in for Rocker XEG. You kind of split up the defensive line for Hive X Street Mob. Nobody was able to get into position to get past that blue tent and maybe try to look at a couple spawn kills, and now the stack is here at the A control zone. I mean, Thresh, he's 38 HP. He's not going to be able to chow this, maybe find a couple of exits, but that's 60 seconds out on the board for Rocker.
Yeah, big point to take as well, because B can sometimes be a bit of a fragile hole for the defensive side. They are going to set themselves up here. Pushing themselves forward to try and catch Rocker ESG coming off the back of the spawn. Velux is going to start things off on that spawn track with a double. All it takes is one Rocker ESG player to filter on through to fall between the cracks, and Hive might find themselves in danger. Real is that guy, of course. The flank master himself will go down before he can do any damage. Hive X Street Mob, this is holding here for the moment, but again, they are going to continue to send players, and those players will always be Real and Panda on these flanks. Diamond Con being a little bit more honest with it, getting himself right in the face of Velux will take him down, and here comes that contention.
You still got to worry about it. I mean, player number 2 is Mach. He's still in these bottom halls, along with Rupert, so without clearing all of this, just sending Real on a very rogue flank by himself, touching that B control zone, you're more or less gifting the information for 5x Street Mob. You need a clean wave of gunfights, and DC delivers along with Pander. 4 spree between the 2 of them. That second segment, more or less guaranteed, as long as they can deal with Thresh.
Yeah, Thresh is the only player here that can actually do anything of note, to be honest with you. Players coming from that lower corridor as well, but Fresh needs to deliver on one more, and he cannot get it done. Now Mock and Velox just need to go straight through Real. He was there for it. The shots are good. Diamond Con is going to be the one to put the finishing blow in. And Rocker ESG, again, it's a really hard point to hold on to, because as soon as you lose control of it, those back spawns start to come into effect. And yeah, it's just very hard to regain control at that point.
I mean, even off of the initial push, right? You had a 1-3 split coming through for Rocker XESG. There was nobody at any point in time that Hive could even get past the middle of the map already. I mean, we only saw maybe Thresh. He was over by, like, the spa huts. That was probably the player for Hive that got closest to any semblance of a spawn trap to even starting to keep Rocker past that 50-yard line. Never occurred. Rocker just always assaulting, always trying to find these trades, and it works out wonderfully. Diamond Con, by the way, 4 spree, double positive, 16 and 8 through 2 rounds worth of play. Hive back over towards the offense.
Indeed, and off the back of his early heroics, we didn't actually notice it, but Velux does have that cruise missile ready to go. That might be very important, especially for some of these A hits. Rocker ESG trying to get control of the bar, but they're drunk, you're going home. We'll pick up the double. Diamond Con now going to find himself on 5 in a row. He's had a stellar start between these first 2 rounds at 17 and 8. Of course, the new addition to the Rocker ESG roster. And there is the 6th required as he finds his way up towards a potential spawn trap. But Hive, they are much more preoccupied with this B hit.
Gotta get the 60 seconds. You have really good coverage, especially through top reception over by Globe. Player number 2 is going to be Mach. He's holding that angle. No entry for Godorex. Player number 5 and 8, that's Panda and Real. Your SMG doing now for Rocker XTSG. They're not in a position to try to recontest this. You got to chalk it. You're down by 2 lives. It was a great opening rip for Hive to be able to get that B zone early.
Right call to make, I think, for Rocker ESG.
Oh, man.
You lose control. Yeah, you might find yourself in a spawn trap, and I think Velux is trying to put that spawn trap together. Nice shots versus Real. Godorex too. Oh, if those shots aren't in the leg, he would have been in danger. Fortunately enough, though, Godorex wins that fight, and Diamond Con takes the head of Mock as well. So things will stabilize here for Rocker ESG, but they haven't quite found themselves out of danger just yet. Rupert still hanging about around the spawn trap. Will pick up 1 before going down. And now Rocker ESG find themselves a moment to breathe here, to try and reinstall themselves in the middle of the map, in all of these power positions, to make sure that Hive do not find their way through. Diamond Con, again, at 20 and 19, has been such a power player, has been such a wonderful addition to this Rocker ESG roster. He's ready for it.
I mean, look at Hive. I mean, they're playing so disciplined. They're waiting to see if anybody from Rocker X ESG are going to press on forward and maybe try to claim more space. The majority, everybody from Hive, are actually in and around Diner. Top glass. Mock's going to be able to take down Real. It's not enough space provided quite yet. DC kind of bites off more than he can chew as far as positioning goes down. And Rupper's able to double on up, so now the A zone open wide for Hive.
Yeah, and how do you even get back into Woods' point because they're already double slapping it? That play call is coming from Panda. Do Hive have eyes on it? Well, now, as Panda picks up that first kill, they most certainly should, but he needs to do more. He needs to produce a second kill here against Velux, and will do it, despite the drop shot coming through. Panda is just better, and does take him out of the play before that second tick can convert. But Mock's still around, as is Rupert too. These gunfights need to come through. Ruper's able to convert, Mock does not. So Rupert now the only player close by, going to install himself in towards the restaurant. And Velux off the back of the spawn going through bar 2. Hive, they still got players in the game here. They've still got some pawns on the board, but they need to get them in position.
They lost Real top restaurant as well. He's going to be the catalyst to maybe try to keep this defense afloat. Pander's the only one to find a kill, but that's off the grave via the Semtex. Second segment's about to be captured. Rocker trying to fly to contest.
I don't think they're going to touch that two-piece from Mock. Is probably going to solidify it, to be honest. Maybe Panda can fly out, but it would be egregious if he gets away with this. I thought for a second there that he was about to get away with something dastardly. But it's denied. Hive going to win out in the end. And again, I think, you know, we're still learning, I think, to a certain extent. I know we've had this mapping rotation for weeks now, Andy. But it does definitely feel now more than ever that these offenses have been so tightly knit. It's very hard once you get a spawn trap in place, once you get the players on all to the point, especially with those back spawns coming through on the defense, to actually get yourselves on the defense back in defensive position.
It was even before that, though. I mean, for Hive, after they lost the initial gunfights to get kind of dissuade from that A control, so they knew they found enough trade to at least maintain that south lane inside a restaurant. They wait for Rocker to press forward. Rocker did press forward. They found the gunfights 3 dead, and the space was again gained. 23-14 now for DC. On the opposite side, 21-17 for Mock. ARs are absolutely feasting here into round number 4. Beckons on. Rocker able to find themselves a wave of gunfights. Got themselves on the A control zone fast.
Yeah, the harder are the 2 points to take. Rocker want to get it out of the way right about now. Going forward to round number 5, but if those kills come through, that's going to send Godorex away and towards the restaurant. Get yourself seated, mate. Dessert's on its way. Mock, he's ready to serve it. There you go. Head on the plate. Lovely. Brilliant start here. The trade's most certainly in favor of Hive, and this is not good for Rocker. Yes, they don't have to deal with anybody along that low B corridor, so they should be able to fly over towards B, but look at the way that Mock and Thresh have installed themselves. Yeah,
Thresh all the way down by the blue 10. You got Mock just finessing around these reception staircases as well. It's just going to constantly focus Rocker to actually spawn parallel over by B. Now, albeit, that's great for Hive. They can keep them in the spawn trap, but Rocker found themselves an avenue to get inside of this B control zone, and they're also reading Rupert up top glass, but they can't deal with him in kind. It gets pinched by Velux. Last player is going to be over here, will be DC. Gets shut down. Again, another great retake, albeit costly via 2 segments.
And now this is the problem. This spawn trap is horrendous to be in. It's very, very hard to break out of. You're seeing the kills now starting to come through from Hive. This is so oppressive. At Rocker ESG right now, slaves to the spawns. Rupert on 4 in a row. This is a real opportunity to Hive to close this game out. Rocker just cannot break out. Rupert on 4 HP. He's still going to challenge anyway. Rupert, mate, that is a confident play call coming through. And it will deliver a 2-piece right to the hands of Godorex. Can Velux do anything on the defensive play, though? Down at 39 HP, make that 6. And he still gets that second kill. What is that?
DC is still able to slide over towards the zone. He's got some help. His name is Godorex. Rupert looking for the 2-piece. Godorex will get the better of him, but trades are going to benefit that for Hive. They might not have the closer spawns. Rocker are trying to flood back in. It's 20 plays up against 9. You should start thinking about chalking this, and although Velux gave it a good shake, he will be cut down. 10 life differential. A minute left to play. Brody, it takes realistically only 1 good hit.
Yeah.
But you have so little time to clear all of these angles, and you got to play it perfectly.
Yeah, this hit around the backline is everything for Rocker ESG, right? If they manage to install themselves around this reception area, it is absolutely huge, but Velux comes through for the first. Now he knows where the other 2 are as well. That information is paramount for Hive. The Rocker's still hanging about here. They've got a little bit of time to play with. 45 seconds on the clock. That's not really their enemy. They know that as well. It's the life differential that's the immediate problem. Hive is keeping an eye on every single angle possible. Rupert sending some shots out towards Godorex. Not going to translate into a gunfight just yet, but that information is enough. Godorex saw big gunfight against Velux, and we have some windy shots there. Not all of them going to connect. Rial now the last one left up. 20 seconds here on the clock.
It is on the side of the mountain. That glass is broken. I can only imagine the hail gusting winds that are coming through there. 4 plays up against 17. Rocker XESG still trying to get out from their spawn. Can't find Thresh either as well. Mock is beaming them. He's letting them have it. Have yourself a day, young man. 28 and 19 for Mock there at the final few moments. Nobody from Rocker is alive to even touch in time. And how about it? The new look for Hive X Street Mob have a 2-1 lead over Rocker XESG.
Yeah, they're running these streets at the moment, mate. 3-1 here on Control, the battle of the newly formed teams, as it were. Can we consider Rocker ESG a newly formed team? They've got Diamond Con on the roster. That's the newly...
Yeah, they've gone through roster changes for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I just want you to validate me, mate. You know, every once in a while.
Gotcha.
Look, Rocker ESG, mate, they just got rattled in that 4th and final round for sure. That offensive spawn trap or defensive spawn trap is rare. I think it's fair to say, right? But when it happens, when you allow it to happen, that just goes to show how potent it is. And hey, we're on another expo right now. We might as well see another one. Right now in a 7 versus 4 here in what could be the final round. 3-1 Gaming, their backs well and truly against the wall here. This has to be a perfect defensive setup. Mirage going to pick up the first kill. Pristini on the flank could well blow this play wide open. Mirage has read that perfectly. Proda for another one as well. Rex is now the last one left alive, and he gets the kill versus Mirage. That is an egregious challenge, but nonetheless, it leads to Treaty 1 surviving.
Yeah, surviving at that. Again, I mean, do not adjust your screens there, y'all. This is in fact the truth. This is the reality we are currently in, is that Convoy Gaming currently trailing 0-2 down versus Treaty 1. 20-point differential in the opening hardpoint. 3-round differential in the Hotel Search and Destroy map 2. Convoy needed reverse sweep here. I mean, if you lose this matchup versus Treaty 1, again, no shade to them, but I mean, their road to potentially even be a top 4 team becomes so much darker. To see what they can do here. They have a very comfortable lead. It would be a round 5 defense, I'm sure, regardless. You only got to see the tail end of that upcoming round. But for Treaty 1 to close it out in a 3-0, it's got to start with this offensive round, Brody.
Split offense coming out from Treaty 1. Siski hanging about this restaurant for a push over towards a lovely couple of kills coming through right off the rip here, and that's definitely diverting the attention of Convoy Gaming. They know that Siski is the immediate threat they need to deal with. They do not want to lose control of A and B concurrently. B is still going. Bok is still stopped here. Proto, that's a big position to take out of the plate. Mirage and Juju find themselves isolated on the point, but again, these supporting gunfights off the rip have been so crucial. Rex even under fire over towards that lower corridor area. Gunless loses a big one as well. Every single gunfight you could possibly desire for Treaty 1 is happening in your favor.
And you got 3 players that are still very much so alive at the old captured B control zone. So they're going to take this as an opportunity to flank all the way to the backside of the lobby. Gunless is trying to watch the exits here. He's getting a lot of good damage, but he's the only player over here for Convoy. Going to get double chowed. Not a good look for Gunless. He's going to lose that gunfight. The back flank has been opened up. Convoy's playing this like a chess match, though, Brody. They're playing on the opposite side.
Yeah, that's so crucial. Massive 2-piece coming through from Gunless there, and they complete the sweep, as it were, as Mirage goes down too. And you know what we were just talking about in terms of these defensive spawn traps that we just saw in the last control? We might just be about to see it again, because Nero has just got a car explosion, I think that is, or a barrel explosion, not too sure where the explosion is on that defensive spawn trap against Juju Mirage. These kills are starting to come through, and yeah, here it is again.
Yep, and here it goes. 21 plays up against 18. You gotta battle out from the spawn trap. Treaty 1's Mirage gonna be able to at least find 2, but just because you found 2 kills doesn't mean you're done dealing with all of the threats. Rex is now up to 4 in a row. Getting a cruise missile will surely be the final dagger, nail in the coffin, if you will. The Treaty 1 Gaming here on the Expo control, and the trades, I mean, the angles, the crossfires, everything just so sublime. Treaty 1 now just down to a minute left in their offense.
Yeah, it's still a lot of time to work with. We will say this much for Treaty 1. Again, the kind of install players only on the defensive side. As Rex spawns up in bottom corridor, they know now that somebody is attempting a flank, and there you go. Siski actually wins the crucial one despite Gunless expecting it. Now the pinch will ensue. Rossini watching these players come off the spawn. Big one to take there as Juju is unable to help Proda on the point. And he's already facing some danger. Yeah, Rex is going to finish that kill off with a Semtex. So Convoy, they don't look threatened. They don't look rattled whatsoever. Treaty 1 will have 1 good hit left in this, and that is a good start with the kill versus Rossini.
Oh, Rex, even stunned up, still gets the better of Prada. Can't let that happen. Oh my! What? I mean, the trade comes through, but the clock speaks for itself. 25 seconds remaining, a 5-life lead for Convoy to extend this to a map 4.
Yeah, big gunfights as well. Gunless over here, watching these players come off the spawn. Big gunfight Pristini as well, just making sure these players do not get through the corridor. He finds one, but will not find the second. Gunless with a big 1v1 against Mirage, and so many crucial ones going down at the moment. Treaty 1 going to win the majority of them. Now they're finally on the point here in Convoy. They're coming off the spawn. Is the coverage there from Treaty 1? That's the question. Proto going to produce that with the kill versus Nero. There goes Pristini as well. It's Mirage who actually picks up that double, but Siski picks up the third. Now the stack can come through, and Rex has no choice but to fly towards this point. Siski's going to pick him up, and Treaty 1 refuse to go down. We're seeing round 5.
A 5 life differential there at the final few moments. You essentially just have to play the trade game if you are Convoy, but Juju slips the net. He gets onto the zone. He's got like somewhere near 50 engagements in the positive fashion. I think he's like 27 and 23 right now. He is certainly showing up. This Treaty 1 gaming roster needs them the most. Staying alive in the control, and Convoy, I mean, I know you wiped that sweat off your brow. You had a 2-0 lead at the Expo, didn't you? But still, find yourself into a round 5. A big round at that. And how about it? Treaty 1. These segments, I can only assume, are going to be on a round 5 offense. We got to always ask the question, which side do you honestly prefer here on Expo? Being told that my co-caster's computer apparently just died, so we will venture on this by ourselves, just you and me, Twitch chat. Let's get on into it. This is actually a big moment for Treaty 1 Gaming. I mean, talk about a reverse sweep of the control to 3-0 Convoy Gaming. They're going for broke here, just making sure that they're not playing any too many mind games, going for the B control zone first. The stack is good. Nero hits it from the side halls down the staircase, inevitably gets traded. And now you're just down to a last little bit of that fragment for the third segment. Juju's going to find at least 2. That should be the B control zone. No defending members for Convoy are right around the corner to recontest this. On a white slate clean. Almost picture perfect of what we had at the end of the last round for Treaty 1 after they got the B control zone. This time it's 4 players actually hitting all the way through the lounge. Pristini is that sole player all the way back over by these spa huts. At least trying to deal with these players, but Prada tracks him down. Now just 2 more players to at least stop this push happening over by the pool side. 2 more players for Convoy, at least trying to deal with the flank, and it comes through in kind. 3-1 back towards the drawing board. Just Mirage over by the A control zone. Got to deal with this player. Gets overwhelmed by Convoy members. And Treaty 1 back to the spa and then the drawing board at that to try to recontest the A control zone. Love this call coming through from Treaty 1. Again, I mean, you don't want to get put in that spawn trap. Effectively what we got to see for about 30 seconds towards the tail end before they won that last offensive round. They're actually going through the old B control zone, trying to get back inside a lobby, but it's being watched by a handful of Convoy Gaming members. Tough gunfight for Gunless. Raj will use the head glitch and take the heady off of Gunless. Gonna allow Siski to sneak on in towards this A control zone. Surrounded by a lot of red arrows on that minimap as well, and the kills are just so sublime for Convoy, just to fully retake the A control zone. I know that Juju's very much so still alive over here in this lounge area. Nero's just gonna at least try to look for a couple of spawn kills. Gunless is gonna hold the flank. And in 8 seconds left, and Convoy again, they have themselves a very small life lead. 3D1 Gaming again, just trying to find maybe a grasp of straws, if you will, to try to bring themselves back in. And Brody, I hear you're back.
Yes.
Welcome back, sir.
Apparently Windows just decided that was the perfect time to restart my PC for an update. No idea why. Good job, Windows. Anyway, we're back. Apologies for that, Andy. Good job holding down the fort, as always, my brother. But 2-2 right now here in this control. 19 versus 14 in terms of lives. B has already fallen by the wayside. And 3D1, they want to fully pull off the reverse sweep here in this control. This would be a lovely time to get it done. But Gunless now starting to aggress for his spawns. And unfortunately going to lose that first gunfight now. There's kills coming through from Siski Mirage. And Rex finds himself all alone. He has never felt this alone.
Him just staying alive, though, is buying so much time. And so many more question marks around 3D1 Gaming about where this player might be located at. Nero's going to try to at least try to pinch around towards the backside of the diner. He's going to lose 2 more teammates across the board. Surely doesn't happen again. 13 seconds remain.
Gunless goes down. There's Pristini as well. Rex needs to go. Hughes. There's 2. Jolly not the third. The lineup is through, but he runs out of ammunition. His primary weapon has to switch over towards the third. Proto is down by Pristini's hand. And Rex does enough. What is that? Now a 13v7, but the life disadvantage is not the problem, as Rex just continues to live up to his name. Proto, can he save the game? No, he cannot. Juju, despite trading that final kill, will not touch. And bloody Nora, mate. Dylan Rex, we've said that he is having his best season ever. And I think that clip right there exemplifies it.
Oh, it absolutely does. I mean, he drops 43 kills. I mean, he is not allowing Convoy to walk away from the series. Not quite yet. They're not allowing the full-on sweep to come through for Treaty 1. 43 and 21 for Rex. Unbelievable stuff. They stay alive in that series, a pretty big one at that, especially as they have to reverse sweep a Treaty 1 roster. Back over towards another focus. Hive X Street Mob have themselves that 2-1 lead versus Rocker into the map 4. It's a very small lead, but a lead at that for Rocker. Might flip soon.
Yeah, such a close hard point here between these two teams. Rocker looking to maintain their advantage and even extend it. As we look towards the scrap time for P1. Big Gunfight's going down for the rotation. Godorek's going to take fresh off the back of those spawn plays. And now Rocker SG will be the first team to touch here, but they've got to be careful because players from Hive are aggressing on both sides of the hard point. Reaper with a big 1v1 against Godorex towards that Chandelier side. Godorex going to win that first one, and now Mock's starting to challenge through Chandelier, or through Spar, excuse me, and he will go down. Every single gunfight good for Rocker here for the moment, but Velux and Fresh now, they're knocking at the door, and Velux, if he gets that kill against Godorex around the backline, it would be huge, but Diamond Con is lining them up around the front.
Again, DC in another respawn, baby. Double positive, 20 and 10 now. Just trying to keep these players at bay. He knows that Velux is still inside of Spa. Some premature shots is going to keep Velux trapped inside of that area of the map for now. This is a really good look for Rocker. There's still 20 seconds remaining here inside of the lobby hardpoint. Keep in mind you. In Hive Street Mob, they got to try to fight for this. 3-for-1 trade. Hive Street Mob, they might be able to find themselves in, but the rotation towards New is going to be a tough one. You can see all of Rocker, XESG, they're already flooding through wine inside a restaurant, setting themselves up for kitchen early.
Yeah, such a big hard point to come out of Rocker ESG there, and this rotation as well is absolutely everything. To get the second rotation off the back of P2 is really something, and that team nade is frankly not going to help, to be honest. Hive now find themselves isolated to effectively just thresh and mock until Reaper can come and join the party. The first few kills coming down in favor of Diamond Con Real here. One player in the form of Reaper does manage to fly his way through, but the coverage is just not good enough when Godorex has an AR in his hand. That's a third for Godorex coming off the back of that kill. Mock in the middle of the hard point. I mean, yeah, not much that you can do in that scenario. Rocker ESG now just 20 seconds shy of victory here. Hive, they're knocking at the door through the front. Real ready for gunfights happening around the middle. Lux is going to be served up to him here momentarily if he does fly out, but they are just looking for a contest, and Mock was providing that for a few moments, but you still need to find your way through. Rocker SG can still finish things here. Here they go. Velux also in now. Gonna pick up the second. Gonna pick up the third. That's for Lux for 3 to save the game.
And to save the game just narrowly, right? 238 plays up against 183. This is like the end of P2 all over again. Hive X Street Mob, they gotta fly all over through the Atrium. You already got player number 3 of Mock. He's close towards D2. And Rupert's here to help as well. 2 more players to step up. And Rocker XGHG, they're nowhere to be found. Hive X Street Mob, they turn scrap into initial.
Yeah, this is a massive rotation coming out from Hive, but they have to survive the onslaught that is Diamond Con coming through the middle of the map. Great read from Reaper there to take him down before he can do any further damage. It is one player currently sitting in the corner, but as Reaper doubles up and Mock picks up number 3, Rocker ESG, they don't look as settled as they previously were, but Godorex now on this heady. It is a horrible heady to deal with. He is just taking these players away. Hive just now angling to try and keep Rocker ESG out, but here they go, they're through. Panda is going to be in around the rack line now. Real trying to find a way through, but Lux will take Godorex off that power position, and Rocker ESG still have to fight for this scrap time. Fresh now, looking for these shots. He's just firing into the absolute nothingness. Panda around the sideline will go down, and now Rocker ESG going to have to rotate.
You got to rotate. Hive X Street Mob. We're able to at least contest for enough time to force out the rotation towards New. You got player number 7. It's got Rex. He's going to be the first player over here. Does have Real and some assistance coming through from Pander, but Rupert's inside the hard point. He's already snaking the seats.
Oh, and he goes down as well. That nade smoke is just not helpful whatsoever. Real trying to find an entry, but Mock will deny. And now it's all on Panda. In for this time. They don't know he's here. Do they know? The answer is no here for the moment. They've got an inkling that somebody's hanging around the joint, and Velux will find him. Now Hive X Street Mob, 10 points away here from closing this series to start Elite Season 4. Player spawning out in number 6 is going to be Diamond Con. Can he get the player around the backline? That's going to be the question. Panda trying to fly his way through as well. Diamond Con for 1. Diamond Con for 2. Does he save the game? Yes, he does. Diamond Con for 3. And Hive X Street Mob now spawning out towards kitchen side. That 3-piece might have done it. Real is going to catch these guys off the spawn. And DC, the new addition of the roster, puts on a show.
What? I mean, yeah, DC finds a 3-piece, but it's Pander throwing his life coming away through Chandelier, at least for that last-ditch contest that allows DC just to get a few more steps of tactical sprint to get into position to find said 3-piece. And oh my god, What's going on today? I mean, first Allen and Austin get an absolute treat as far as EU is concerned. This is our first block for North America, and this is going absolute bonkers. We have a potential reverse sweep with the Convoy matchup. This matchup here of Hive X Street Mob are really putting Rocker to the test after blowing them out of the water on a Fortress Hardpoint, 250 to 121. This Hardpoint map number 4 only gets settled by a single second. Forces out a map number 5. Strap me in, Brody. I'm ready for this crazy ride.
Dude, we're on the same wavelength, man, because I was thinking the exact same thing there. Like, the EU was crazy earlier with all, like, the 3 pieces and stuff that were going down. I was convinced we're going to have to start doing, like, a top 5 plays of the week here at Clutch for all of the action we've got in Challengers, because it has been insane. And it looks like North America, that train, mate, it is not stopping. A 250 to 249 game here for Rocket to keep the series alive. DC finishes at 28 and 18. A performance that is not alien to him, given the fact that we saw it in that last game as well. Wow. Just absolutely insatiable work. We don't get Panda's stats at the end of the game, but I'd imagine that he did contribute quite a lot to the roster on the other side for Hive. Look, we kind of had questions about what Hive 2.0 would look like, given the fact that they were so successful in their original form. It at least doesn't feel like they've skipped a beat, right? Because Mock and Velox seem to have slotted in this roster beautifully.
I think it also has to be talked about. We didn't really put a lot of focus into this, but when you take a look at how this roster was shaped up, right? You move away from playing with Infinite, Snoopy goes to play with Boston Academy. That's your 2 SMG players in between Rooper and Thresh. So Rooper's actually picking up the SMG when it's required as far as a 2-2 setup is concerned, side by side with Velux. And we saw a lot of snappy plays, especially through the entirety of last season from Rooper Skywalker. And you get to see exactly that continuance going in towards this matchup. A big one at that, I will say, for Hive. If you can knock out Rocker early, you might be in a pretty good spot for the rest of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Treaty 1 Gaming, they have threatened Convoy Gaming in this series thus far. The Convoy, they barely survived that control. Now we go towards Hardpoint again. This is Convoy's bread and butter, but if this series has told us anything so far, I don't think that bread matters at all. It's gone stale, mate. Treaty 1 Gaming at the moment having a lead early on this one. Convoy Gaming, they will be the first team to touch and get a lot of time off the back of P2. Treaty, they will get this one more look before moving over towards the rotation. Proda going to be part of that play. Mirage will come through for the double. Can he make it 3? No, as he's denied by Gunless, but now Siski, now alongside Juju, looking for their scrap time, and they will get it. But that is a pretty heavy investment in about 15 to 20 seconds. Will result in now a 1v1 for the new, and Rex will win it against Proda.
And that map number 1 was an interesting one where Treaty 1 were able to build themselves somewhere near about an 80-point lead, just breaking Convoy setup continuously. They are just ferocious and will never allow you to get comfortably set up. Inside of P3 we go. Convoy will at least have the initial setup. Deal with the player over by the flank, and especially with Pristini's current spawn, he'll confirm that this hit's coming through the front.
Here it comes. Treaty 1. Look for this time, and Will Nero around the back line is going to put a stop to the initial against Proda. Mirage still putting some shots in. He has the help of a teammate alongside him, but they will get doubled up on. That's Nero for 5 in a row, by the way. Convoy, they hold for that initial push. Treaty 1 will give this one more look. Proda looking to make his way around, and, well, flies his way down. My goodness me, what is that? Hello, holy Batman, Proda. Gunless never expects that. Siski on the other side as well is threatening, and this should be the break, I think, as one more player is left alive. Yet Pristini going to get shut down there. Convoy Gaming, they are removed for the 15 seconds of scrap time. They're okay with that, though, because they've got control of bar for the rotation.
Rex, a little bit of a slower start here in the hardpoint. Let's not forget he dropped, what, like 43 and 21 coming through from that Expo control is the reason why Convoy find themselves here in this map number 4. 30-so-ish points behind. At least have the early setup here as far as P4 is concerned. Gunless is just being annoying top bedroom. I mean, that stun is going to confirm at least one. He's not going to expect that a second player is going to be behind him. And I would reckon it doesn't really matter, does it, Brody? Because the setup is that much greater for Convoy. They lock in the initial 20.
Yep, second kill in a row here where Convoy are able to touch first and get the vast majority of time away. Siski, though, wants to put a stop to that, and he will do with a dastardly 2-piece. The third should be denied, of course. Long-range shots don't exactly mix well with a player stuck behind that help desk heady. That's Gunless. He was threatening. Pristini gets up close and personal, and Prodo going to back him away, and now he's on this contest spot. Looking for some more. Has the help of Siski behind him as well, providing coverage around that one little lane right in front of him. Proda still being so annoying, but as Siski goes down now, he needs to get a little bit more involved in the action, and he will fall. This is a real situation here where Treaty 1 Gaming, when they're losing player after player, they have another player, almost annoyingly so for Convoy, to replace them. But nonetheless, the end result is the same here. Convoy Gaming now just 1 point behind Treaty 1.
Pretty damn close. That's a hard point be like that sometimes. Treaty 1, though, able to find the gunfights upon rotation. Trying to read where these next few players are located at. Nero's spider sense is absolutely tingling. He knows that there's going to be a player just around this corner. He sees Proto for the jump. He's going to find the initial. Now the push through the front might very much so be on, but I mean, Siski is just locking things down from the pantry over by Chandelier, coupled that along with Juju and Mirage. 4 dead. Treaty 1 build their lead.
A certain level of confidence at the moment. You can see it in the gameplay of Treaty 1. Looking at Mirage at 14 and 8. He's having a heck of a game so far. Of course, one of those new players to Elite making his debut this season alongside Proto. Again, you want to make a good impression. They've done that so far in this series, but to complete it would be nice. This is a ton of time going the way of Treaty 1. And Convoy Gaming in this situation, I mean, they're making the right decision, right? Just make sure you hold the spawns for rooftops, because that is a kill where you can get a ton of time away. And the initial entry from Mirage and Proto doesn't exactly go as planned. Rex just cuts them down with ease.
Yeah, you want to shut down the, oh my god. Oh, Pristini!
Oh! Jesus.
Championship form. Man's got a ring for a reason, all right? Look. He's been coming different this year. That money rotation is going to get shut down, as you were talking about Convoy, making sure that they got all the way backside of this lot and valet area. It's hit it, albeit slow, is actually setting up for a little bit of a pinch. And Convoy, they have to split their setup. They don't know necessarily where all these players are coming from.
Now Juju around the back line, though. Big kill against Nero. Barrage down low as well. Juju going to double up. Pristini will cut him down. Now on 5 in a row. A 6th would be nice, but you got to be careful about how you handle this one, because to find your way back up towards the rooftop is a tough task. Tall order. Proto going to get shut down from afar, though. That position is so annoying to deal with. Pristini falls as well, so that cruise missile will be denied. And for Treaty 1 at the moment, now they have lost control. Attempts to get in is just, it's really horrible to try and pull off. Mirage will do so, though. How on nerve has he done that? I'd imagine in tandem with Juju, he does find a kill around that backside area. So Treaty 1, they do stop Convoy from evening the odds here, but their lead is a lot less large than they would have liked.
Yeah, I think that's still a job well done for Convoy, just to walk away with the majority of time there for P6, but so much more work to be done. Got to be careful as far as Elite is concerned for Treaty 1 when they know that they enjoy their leader's advantage given what they look like at the tail end of that map. Number 1, Nero looking to cause a little bit more chaos. Pitches that along with Rex inside of couches. Gets gifted Proto, who's still trying to put on that Batman impression you were talking about earlier, Brody, but that's a great wave of gunfights. You know, Nero's still just playing down low. Trades might be coming through, but until you unearth Nero from this positioning, you're not going to be able to get Convoy off the time.
Yeah, Nero actually played his life for a lot longer than I expected, to be honest, but that's just Nero things, isn't it, at this point? Will finally go down, though, and in the end, Treaty 1 going to find their way in for the back 20 seconds. There might be a bit of a delayed kill coming through here from perhaps Nero and Rex, who do spawn over towards kitchen side. This is not the most desirable of plays at the moment for Convoy Gaming. It's a bit disjointed on all sides, but Schroeder does look for the scrap time. And I was going to say, Convoy Gaming, they had a couple of players looking over towards rotation. That has now kind of tripled here as more players go over towards that area. Pristini now looking for players going early towards bar side for a hit towards new. It's Convoy who will touch first. Pristini is flying at the moment. He was on a 5 spree not that long ago. Now he finds himself on 4 in a row. Treaty 1 Gaming, they're spawning inside jewelry.
Yeah, they're spawning inside of jewelry, which means that you would think that Pristini needs to go. He's trying to at least conserve this spree, is able to find the 5th inside of Chandelier, and he also shuts down Mirage. That's the flank secured, and now Convoy can turn their eyes towards the front. A lead swap is about to ensue. Pristini, I believe, was able to get that 6th kill, so he's gonna have himself a cruise missile upon this next life. And Treaty 1, I mean, you gotta try to recontest this. Mirage and Proto are the only ones to find a couple of kills. You're here contesting it, trying to keep Convoy trapped in the back.
You gotta be careful, though. Oh, Pristini! Dude, he was on like a 5 in a row, a 6 in a row, and now he just comes with the respawns. Like, yeah, I'll just get 3. It's just, I am him, and Pristini knows it as well. But as I was saying, I think Treaty 1 want to be cautious about how they approach that back 20 seconds, because the rotation is much more important, and they recognize that. They do get in towards kitchen first. I'll have a grace period here of about 10 seconds or so before Convoy touch. How they approach this. How many players did they put in the side door? How many players around the back line? It is going to be 1 around the side door, 2 around the back. Nero going to be the first here to just try and distract, while Rex and Gunless make their way around the back, but Nero does go down. And now is the time, if any, for Gunless and Rex to try and approach, but they're unable to do so. As I said, Pristini now from the cut, Q manages to find his way through. How is Pristini getting away with this every single time? He is a magician. The way he's playing, and he's a slayer as well. 6 in a row, 7 in a row. Pristini trying to make it 8. Nero will take that kill away, but that is absolutely despicable.
Oh my, dude, Pristini drank the good juice coming off of that Expo control. He is just letting them have it. 30 and 19, 8 spree, laps his streaks. Convoy are up 200 points. And Treaty 1, realistically, I'll be coming in towards the second set of all maybe found, what, about like 25 plus points, where Convoy have gotten about 80, 70, 90 even? How do we get here? What is going on? Gotta get some more trades coming through from Treaty 1 because Convoy, again, are set up here anew.
Man, Convoy Gaming, jeez, they've got so much to attribute at the moment to Prasini's plays at 30 and 20. Now they're looking for Rex. He will double up, make it look so easy. Nero going to find the third, and now Treaty 1 Gaming find themselves trapped inside the spa. Normally, that would be a lovely day out, but here on Hotel, not so much. Find a way through. That stick is going to go. A bit of a posthumous kill coming through from Rex. Now the trade's in favor of Treaty 1 regardless, and they will battle their way through. They stop Convoy from winning things out here on Bar, but for Convoy again, this leader's advantage is absolutely clear. They're going to give this time up and settle themselves for restaurant.
At 25 seconds required for the win and force out of map number 5 for Convoy. The reverse sweep might just be on the cards, and look at all the space that they're starting to take away inside of Jules. Mirage is here and trying to at least play this head glitch. He's all by his lonesome, and he's down to just about 20 HP. Waits for the regen. Rechows it as well, and the trades are going to be good. So Convoy don't necessarily have the numbers here that they were once hoping for. In Treaty 1, Mike just found another flank. Juju is trying to at least push through inside of couches. Wait for his teammates' confirmation to push.
Here they come. Here they fall. Proto down. Mirage not feeling that challenge just yet. They know if they hit this, it has to be as a foursome, and Siski is going to fall. Yeah, waiting. It's a big gamble to take. Nero now find himself on an off angle on the jump up. Mirage flies through and immediately gets swatted away, just like a fly would. IRL, Siski looking for a way in, and there is no path here. No navigation to victory for Treaty 1 Gaming as Convoy. Oh boy, they're really starting to feel themselves now.
Oh my goodness. Are they ever, Brody? Are they ever? I think it's hilarious that Nero got the best play when we just saw like 7-6 sprees.
This is not the best play.
But
this is not the best play.
I mean, it was still a really good play, but I mean, Convoy in and around Kitchen are just absolutely a sight to behold. I mean, you got to see just, I want to say like almost like the flip of the script where we got, especially in that map number 1 early, from a lot of these SMG players just trying to hit a lot of these very unorthodox timings and angles. Brasini was almost unchained, man. I mean, throughout the majority of that, or the tail end of the first set, I should say, and then through the entirety of the second, I always was glued to the mini-map just trying to see where Brasini was located at. Where's player number 5 in red? Because he's probably flanking around somewhere, pinching up with the rest of his team inside of the hard point, and he was delivering on those goods. Again, I talked about it at the end of Season 2. I reprised it in Season 3. I'll say it again in Season 4. Brasini is back into championship form. 32 and 22.
Dude.
24 of those kills non-traded for 3,400 damage. Are you kidding me?
It's just the back-to-back streaks. Like, I don't think there's anything else to analyze here, right? Brasini goes on a 5 spree, narrowly misses out on a cruise missile. Then he goes on a 6 spree. It's like, you know what? I missed out on the cruise missile the last time around, but I'll do it over towards P2. I'll manage to get it this time. And then he dies, comes off the spawn, casual 8 spree. Brasini, enough said, right? It's just, what an insatiable game from him. Absolutely incredible. All of the words, all of the expletives. Convoy, Pristini, you can have him, mate. That is an incredible game from him at 32 and 22. And Treaty 1 now definitely were feeling themselves hot under the collar because they were 2 up in the series and they felt like it might have been locked away. But as we said, you can never count that roster out because the veteranship on side is a lot. We'll say that much. But over towards another matchup that's going on right now. Rocker SG versus Hive Street Mob. We had to go to game 5 to get it done after that incredible 250 to 249 hard point. And right now, 3-1 up are Hive. They're also 4-3 up in lives.
Well, it's search and destroy. So, got to see what they can possibly do. Because Rocker XTSG, I mean, historically have been really good on this map. But I would argue have never really looked the same ever since Fame got called up to the main roster. 3v4, Real's at least trying to find this kill over towards Rupert. Bottom tools will at least give up that angle for now. Ivor just posted up. I mean, they're watching both the bomb sites. Rocker need to make a play. 30 seconds remain.
Yeah, the good news, I suppose, is that Hive don't have anybody installed inside that bottom bar area. Otherwise, this would be a lot more tumultuous than it actually is. I'm checking all the corners. Again, he's probably a little bit surprised at the moment. He hasn't had to contest anybody just yet, but now they will around the back line. Yeah. That's problematic. Fresh will get a second as well. Oh, jeez. Got a Rex now. 1v4. It would be nice if he could do something, but time isn't even on his side anyway. There's just no way you win that situation. Thresh has just blown it up.
3-round lead. Again, their map number 2 was a fortress, of which Rocker won 6-4. We only got to see just a little bit of that. not a whole lot to go off. Again, there's a lot of question marks around. I know that the core three of Rocker X TSG have been playing all year together, but I mean, this entire team, they're going to look so different on this map. You know, Pander might not be going to the snipe. He's going to be that second SMG, maybe that can go along with Real. Godorax also historically has been pulling a lot of sub out here. DC likes to snipe on this map. We'll have to see. Hive Street Mob look very comfortable as Mach has a 7-1 KD.
Jeez. Oh, man. Yeah, just casual, isn't it? Again, Mock has had a bit of a tumultuous year so far, so I think he really wanted that. Panda, just doing Panda things. He's kind of weird, right? Because Rocker ESG on this very map mode combination have, historically speaking, been stellar. And a lot of that has come down to flanks enacted by Real and Panda. There we see it once again, and off the back of the play, Hive Street Mob now have the bomb down on the Hornet's Nest, and Rocker ESG, they've got their stingers ready to go.
Oh, DC. Fresh has him. He just crawls around that corner. DC is dead. Mock's gonna pop that silence, so he's gonna clear all of Restaurant. And how about that? What the trust is that? And DC just holds the angle. Mock hits it, has the angle. 2v3 though. Bomb still needs to get collected, and you gotta get past the Tower Guardian that is Godorax. So Thresh, 1v3, good luck, have fun.
Yeah, Dead Silence is about to be there, to be fair, so could make this work if he manages to get the first frag versus Real. Maybe some good timing. Real's just seen his toe, surely. Yeah, okay, there you go. Real is going to be tagged up anyway, and Fresh gets away with that kill. And hold on for a second. If he gets the bomb down with some good timing for a potential exit, this might well be okay, but it's about how Godorex and Panda play together. Fresh just going to stick himself in sight here for the moment. Chosen corner, I think he did for a second there. Fresh is restless. He did not know what to do in this scenario. I really thought he'd chosen the play, but he chooses unwisely.
It's just so tough, right? I mean, it keeps that silence. I'm pretty sure it doesn't pop it there at the end. But, I mean, in a 1v2 post-play, he's going to try to go for broken, maybe try to piece them up together. You know, Godorax and Pander, I mean, long-time duo, most consistent AR duo, honestly, for, what, a few years now in Call of Duty. Challengers, it's just going to probably double chow you, be able to get the bait and switch out, and you'll probably be dead in a position like that. I thought he was going to invest that silence once that round became just slightly more winnable after Real gave him that free kill, trying to exit over by Pride Rock, and maybe try to utilize that silence, maybe get inside of tools, maybe get around the B control zone. Just doesn't happen. Maybe hesitates just a little bit. You had some rounds to play with, though. Hive still leading by 2.
Not all is lost for Hive here, but that was a much better round out of Rocker ESG. Life from a team that so far here in this S&D had felt pretty lifeless. And back to business as usual. Again, with players on the flank, that's where Rocker ESG are strongest, and Hive, they'll probably be aware of that fact. Rupert getting involved in an early engagement over by Shed. Map control still firmly in favor of Hive here, as Rocker do not have the map control over towards A that they desire. Diamond Con goes down, and now it gets worse.
So long as Pander still holds the bomb, you're going to be able to at least see this round maybe be salvaged. But again, it all comes down to Real. No dead silence, trying to create some space, a little bit of flank around the back.
Yeah. Again, how many times are we going to say this, right? It's a play that needs to come through for Rocker ESG via the way of flank. And again, doesn't have the dead silence, has to kind of crawl his way through and get some unfortunate COD timing inside tools. And time, speaking of the devil, it most certainly is the devil at the moment for Rocker ESG in this play. Panda forced into a bad play. And Godorex, look, his name is Godorex. I don't think there's even anything a god could do in this situation in a 1v4. There is not a shot in hell. If you could walk over a frag, maybe that would be nice, but that's... Yeah, you're not getting anything.
No. Again, I mean, just Hive just showcasing wonderful resilience. I mean, they find that first blood, and again, albeit in a 3v4, we see a lot of teams, especially around challengers, you know, they get that first blood, and they're kind of feeling themselves. They press on a little bit forward. This Hive X Street Mob roster, this Search and Destroy, is not showcasing that they're going to just give up free lives. They find that first blood and just post up, expecting that Rocker have to make the play, and it is Real, again, like we were talking about, has to be that player to find value on the flank. He's 1 in 7, been shut down every single time. Series point here for Hive.
And Rocker trying to get Real forward. This time around, though, will enact with the first blood. That stun will connect, but he's already cooked up a nade, so we can't challenge just yet. That nade connects as well. And the fact that Fresh has even gotten away here is a miracle. Real putting some shots through the wall, just kind of bargaining on the fact that Thresh has gone towards that left side. That has not been the case, though. And Hive, I think, actually get away a lot better off this play than they would have thought they would.
He's still going to deal with DC. I believe he gets legged, if not peppered down quite low. As they give up the top AC position, Bomb's being carried by Mock, and they're trying to rotate this over towards B. Thresh is inside of Tools, so there is assistance here, but the cross angle is going to be good. Mock gets cut down.
Oh, no, Thresh. No! No! Oh, no!
All gone wrong.
Yeah, that's one way to put it, bud. Got Rex for the 1v2. 30 seconds. Time is his biggest ally in this situation. Dead Silence is about to run out, though. And that is possibly the worst Call of Duty time, and you can have a Vol. Godorex still convinced that the bomb site was going to be B, but Ibex Street Mob have changed the game. And as I said, mate, the fact that he's not got Dead Silence in this situation is just the worst possible outcome, because you have to make so much noise, and he's been spotted out by Reaper anyway. Goodness me. Hive, SMG, new roster or not, they still look pretty good. They take down the Titanic team of Rocker ESG in their first match of Season 4.
I want more of this Hive roster. I mean, they are just looking so good. The slaying is there as far as respawns are concerned. I mean, it has to be with the 250-121 Fortress Hardpoint win versus this Rocker roster, but also the decision-making. I mean, Mock is just a really good AR duo to go along the side of Thresh. Thought the Ripper wasn't delivering, but man, does that team look strong. Group A gets put on notice. Hop over towards Decimate versus Millennium 7. Decimate were able to win that map number 1 on Fortress 250-167, but it's been all Millennium 7 the past 2 maps.
And Millennium 7, of course, Season 3 champions. They want to double up here by getting a Season 4 championship under their wing. That would bode pretty well for the end of the season. And Neptune, well, I'll tell you what, mate, he's pretty good. We'll say that much, right? Here in challenges, especially at 19 and 16, this is a 6th streak for him. In an attempt to come back in this hard point, this is a pretty good look, but they want to break pretty quickly here over towards Kitchen site. Utility being thrown out towards the back line. They're going to take their time with this one, looking to make their way through Kitchen. The restaurant, excuse me. Neptune now through the door. That's a lot of noise now to be making. To try and enact this with the right timing against Spartan. Somehow, some way, Noisy goes down. Neptune going to double up, but it's okay because Estriel and Flames will combine for free.
Yeah, it was only Neptune that found a couple of kills. Now Decimator in the driving seat. They can absolutely close it out here. You got one player that's trying to push on the flank very quickly. It's Mohawk. Side door is also being contested by Proloot. Got some assistance here, but the kills just are not good enough. 3 dead again. Millennium 7, no entry.
And Mohawk still wants to look at this around the back line. We'll find one, but posthumous nade. Bing takes him down. Looking in, Bing trying to double these guys up. Noisy and Estrel are there. Neptune will find yet another 2-piece, but that's not good enough here as Decimate can still close things out. Mohawk, he's been tagged up by the nade. Flames will take the kill there. And Decimate send us to a game number 5. Mate, how many game 5s are we going to get today between Europe and North America? How many?
Well, every single one that we've had on broadcast so far is going to a map 5, Brody, so I don't know. Wrap yourself saying it's been a wild day of Call of Duty so far. A lot of map 5s. And that Group A is going to be interesting. I haven't really flipped through all of the score lines, but hey, you got to see at least Neptune. I mean, 23 and 19, that guy was definitely the #1 player to watch when it came down towards the end of last season. How about Estriel also having himself a great map number 4? See if they can get it done in Search and Destroy. And speaking of that, closing few moments here of this round, Siski versus Persini. Not a lot of time left on this clock. And Persini's trying to find the gunfight. The head of Siski gets poked out. He's going to run out of time regardless. The round is going to be won. And Persini just cannot get the defuse. Siski, I don't know how he stays alive thanks to that AAC unit, but Treaty 1, they get themselves up the board.
Yeah, and look back towards the last Search and Destroy between these two teams. Of course, that was game number 2, and it was a 6-3 victory to Treaty 1 on Hotel. Big win for them, and of course, historically speaking, Convoy Gaming have not exactly been the most confident Search and Destroy team. We thought, of course, bringing Nero onto the lineup might well change that. That's still yet to be seen. Right now, 2-1 up here in this S&D. Siski on 3 in a row. Off the back of those round heroics. Convoy looking to go for an immediate hit through the middle of the map. There's already a pretty heavy presence towards Courtyard side for Treaty 1. If that's where Convoy opt to go, they will find themselves in the not-so-welcoming arms of Treaty 1.
Is actually outside in the EA control zone area. Siski, I mean, that's a bold call. Pops Dead Silence through the door. Rex was expecting it. Stun. Well, it's not going to find anyone. Again, Proto's on the outside of this. First blood may be found. Bomb also being planted here today.
Yeah, I think that's the problem, right, with just heavily stacking towards courtyard side, is that you don't actually have any presence in the middle of the map, and Siski has to make an egregious play to make up for it. Frodo now also caught out in a bad play there because Mirage. These guys are taking individual gunfights at the moment, and Convoy, again, just winning every single one. GG for the 1v4. The veteran cannot get it done. And yeah, mate, again, just early on in that one, just did not have anywhere near enough control towards the middle of the map.
Yeah, I mean, if Siski can find value with that admin push, we see a lot of SMGs do find value with that. It's just an easy scout coming through from Rex. They were expecting the aggressive push. Their nades didn't find anything early on. No glints from any sniper rifles, so they were expecting a push. Was Rex. He finds that first blood, and from there on out, stun inside the A bomb site doesn't connect with anything, so you're able to get that bomb planted. That it then forces Prada's hand to maybe push through the side door of the A control zone and maybe try to flank it through the arcade machine. Doesn't pan out wonderfully. As you said, individual gunfights are no way to retake that A bomb.
This round going just as well for Convoy. Already opened up things with the first blood, and you're seeing the stark difference already, right? I mean, mid-map presence from Gunless is enough to convert to a frag. Second will be there as Proto goes down. Mirage does trade. And now for Convoy Gaming, I think they're looking to put the nail in this coffin as Pristini on the flank. Well, pretty good tool to let that happen. Juju once again left up in a 1 versus X. This time, a little bit more manageable. A 1 versus 3 situation as opposed to a 1v4.
A nice nade. Will at least confirm damage, but no dead silence. Has to recover the bomb. Gets a some few gunshots there on the Rex. The read on a player down low as well. Pristini has to give it up. Just got to play the clock here. 43 seconds remaining. And Nero is just throwing caution to the wind, jumping across like that versus Juju in the AR. But it confirms the information. Now Nero, Pristini going to look to play the trade game, doubled up together.
Yeah, and again, the odds are kind of stacked against you in this situation because, as you say, Pristini and Nero are playing together. Juju's got to pick up the bomb. His dead silence is still too far away to realistically be in the play. Just has to hope that he can catch these guys off guard, perhaps double up on them. Because now they're going to hear him. They're going to hear him running around, rattling about all of these doors. And well, how much noise can you possibly make? Juju now needs to be more on Swift. Gunfight inside sight, and you are not winning that with the trigger that Nero has. I think that was Nero in the plate, just ADSing right at him. There you go. Yeah, Nero to take him down. Yeah, Juju wasn't in a great position.
Yeah, I mean, it's just well, we saw it. Nero and Pristini play on the wrong side of the map. They started off on their side, of course, flipped it over, going towards top admin after the kills came through, confirmed that Juju was, in fact, over by the rocks. That leads defensively up towards that radio tower. And then even Nero, just again, just playing with fire, jumping across, confirms that Juju was, again, rewrapping the map. They do the same, clear the B-bomb site, lock down A. Convoy Gaming with a 3-round lead here in map 5.
And Treaty 1, they need to get the wheels spinning right about now, right? Again, Convoy are really starting to feel themselves. Rex at 7-3. Giannis at 5-3. Nero at 5-2. You've got to take these guys down. Rossini will fall, though. Nero has an idea that somebody's sitting around in sight. It's an off-angle choice coming out from Proda, but even that is not enough to throw them off guard. And how about this for a flip of the script? Gunless is going to get yet another frag, and now this goes from a 4 versus 3 in favor of Treaty 1 to a 3 versus 2, and the bomb is down.
And nobody in position to try to deal with exits. Juju committed that silence, has full utility. Trying to deal with Gunless in towards the back. He'll take him down. Now you got Rex that's watching the entirety of that flank. Nero on the opposite side is individually inside the A bomb site. He's going to look for this kill. The nade play doesn't work out. 1v2 for Juju.
Oh, guess one. 20 seconds. This is time. He has it in this situation. That stun not going to connect. The nade might well do so. He knows where Nero is at the very least, just waiting for him to peek out in the situation. Nero, though, knows he's not close to the rifle. Going to the knife, and it's not to be. That knife is so deadly in close quarter situations, but it is not sharp enough for Nero.
You can watch this from Nero's perspective. I'm pretty sure he jumps. Like, if he doesn't get that wide sprint jump, he 100% gets lunged and gets slashed. Oh my god, that was close. That's just a good way of playing the 1v1. I mean, to be completely candid with you, just the way that Juju was even able to find that one frag up top in admin was very, very interesting nonetheless. Uses both utility, can't get the better of Nero, who's now 8-2 in this map 5. A single round separates Convoy Gaming from completing the reverse sweep.
And this would be so gutting for Treaty 1, especially with how they started this elite. Oh, goodness me. Early flank coming through from Convoy. Yeah, Siski, right up. Yeah, just like that. Oh, no. Juju as well.
Oh,
Pristini,
Pristini.
get it done, buddy. That nade might well finish him off. Juju will walk away with the kill. A little bit aggressive, a little bit egregious from Pristini. Juju not able to convert into a second. And just like that, Convoy Gaming, 6-1 here in game number 5. They pull off the reverse sweep, and all is well in the world. Balance has been restored in this Call of Duty universe.
Someone turn off Miley Cyrus, man. Convoy game came out last round like a damn wrecking ball. What was that? Just straight ran at him. Pristini, dead silence, gets behind 2 different players, 3 different players. Retreating one are gonna have like an 0-10 stat line because they didn't want to give Easy Mac their stats.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. I know it's been a while. At least that Siski's been in an elite. Stay inside. We want your stats. They're juicy. And then map number 5 here on Fortress we go, and Decimate are going to be able to win the opening round here on Fortress. The way that their map number 2 went, Tango was danced on Embassy, and Millennium 7 were able to win 6-1.
Millennium 7 have always been a threat in Search and Destroy. Again, I think particularly last season, with the names that they've got on hand, Mohawk is silly in S&D, right? I think for sure Spark with the sniper rifle has always been something else as well. Of course, these guys, those of you guys who don't historically know about Challengers, 3/4 of the roster are 2021 Call of Duty Challengers champions in North America specifically. Mohawk, of course, 2022 Challengers champion as well. These guys have history winning championships. Let's make though 1-0 up in this Search and Destroy. Neptune going for that first blood, and he will find it versus an early play from Flames. So Millennium 7 do maintain control of munitions for the moment, and they're also getting control of stables too.
He's just trapped on top of the hay bale, just watching the cross. Estriel's there inside of the closed doorway. And Noisy's going to get a lot of information. Yeah, the reach out comes through. Estriel 1v3. He's going to get a good look at Prelude crossing, but this round is all but over. Just a great repositioning coming through from Millennium 7. Just very simplistic setup. I will say that much from Decimate. I mean, we know Estriel, even from his time spent on Boys a Liar, he's going to pull an AR there defensively to look underneath that door. Once a few kills come through, you get that arc control. Neptune just flies in your face like that top single. All those players are trapped around the hay bale. Just wonderfully executed for M7 to even up the round count 1 apiece.
Yeah, nicely done from Millennium 7. Good adaptations coming through, especially with that push through P1. Nice play around the real estate that they garnered over the course of the first third of the round. Now for Decimate. We get the bomb mower down by A. Not confident just yet that nobody has got themselves on towards site. Estriel just making sure that nobody finds their way across the cross. And of course, back of this plate, everything inside munitions is reliant on Noisy's coverage up top. Neptune going to spot him out. And now for Neptune and Proloot, game is afoot. Got Noisy trapped in that corner. And actually, Noisy will get away with a lot of information.
Oh, Neptune, tough timing. Player number 2, Bink, he actually crosses the P1 trucks. He doesn't have the bomb, though, so the battle inside of Art is still a big one. Neptune still unaware. Oh, he saw him. Oh, he saw him. 1v3, though, for Neptune. Tough scenes, but he can do it.
I don't think he saw him. I think it might have hurt him. Either way, the result's the same. He knows where he is. I'm just going to check it. No, big lay down. For Neptune, that doesn't matter. But it's okay, because the trade should be good for Decimate. And yeah, for, I guess, Millennium 7 there on the defensive side, a lot of it was what they were able to produce through munitions, and they just couldn't get anything off that plate.
Yeah. Again, I mean, it really does feel like Fortress can honestly be settled by a handful of gunfights in and around of Art. That building is such a big focal point, and like you were talking about, just Noisy being able to escape with his life thanks to all the delayed throwables that came through from Decimate in and around Rails. A lot of Decimate, excuse me, to encroach on that A-bomb site, keep their players alive, catch Millennium 7 as they were trying to reposition. Into round number 4 we go. Again, more Art control coming through here from Millennium 7, trying to find that first pick.
They haven't had to be concerned just yet about anybody from Decimate trying to battle their way through munitions. That's because this is a very heavy defense around the double doors. It's a big gamble, I think, for Decimate, just generally speaking, to be so reliant on the fact that they don't allow somebody to cross towards site. Still, Millennium 7, you can feel like in their head at the moment, they're wondering, hey, so nobody's tried munitions, nobody's trying street just yet. Where the heck are these guys? Estriel hasn't found a gunfight just yet. Nobody's crossing.
Estriel's only job is to make sure that the cross is secured going over towards A. That's good information that nobody's on this A bomb site quite yet. You got player number 2, a Bink. He's watching from top maps. Nobody's crossing back over. There's the confirmation. Estriel Gonna see Prolu cross, dive right back through. Neptune needs to take this chow so the bomb can get laid down here at A.
Yeah, you need to create some space here. Neptune not going to find it. Double chow from Noisy and Bink will send him away. Trades in favor of Decimate ultimately, and this is a very late help come through. Oh my goodness, the pinstripe kill feed. Ultimately a 1 versus 2 now for Prolu. Bomb in hand. Might be able to translate himself over towards B, but needs to deal with Flames first, and yes, he does. And I thought for a second there he's going to make Bink think that rotation is through, but he's going straight back towards A. Bink has read the play perfectly and wins the 1.
I mean, that is such a good call coming through from Bink. Again, he was laying prone over inside of the open archway. Loses his teammate who's watching all the way bottom anvil and pushes inside of the bomb site. Again, if you're pro loot, that is such a massive 50-50 that you don't have any information. I mean, Bink very much so could have been all the way back ring stairs, essentially trying to anchor spawns for P3. But he pushes through inside of the A bomb site, whether pro loot was aware of that or not. He's still pushed inside of the A bomb site, unfortunately. That'll be a 2-round in a row for Decimate. Bink's going to open up this round, just making sure that the flank is secure. Very aggressive A defense, I will say that much, with Neptune. Has a trophy system to keep himself afloat here on the A bomb.
This is very heavy in towards A site for Millennium 7. It's a play that will throw Decimate off a little bit. Say, Prolute's job becomes a lot more important. Needs to make sure that nobody crosses back over towards that B side, because if that happens, the round completely flips on its head. That's not what's going to occur here. Decimate putting all their eggs in towards the A basket. Flames trying to put some shots through, but no aim assist whatsoever. He's not going to be able to convert into a gunfight. Fortunately enough, his teammates do, and now Millennium 7, they've scarpered.
All relies on Spark to maybe try to find a play. Noise is going to catch him out. If Spark can maybe find that kill, go 1 for 1, it makes Mohawk's job a little bit easier, but now he's in a 1v3. He's just going to get pushed out inside a closed archway. Decimate able to win yet another round in a row. And they are just putting Millennium 7 on skates. Again, it has been all our control all the time. Once First Blood comes through, the second almost feels inevitable for Decimate, and they just make all of this Millennium 7 feel so trapped, and the majority of them almost forced to try to make a play. If it's not going to be Neptune on the map, if he's dead, then you feel like it should fall to Prolute, but both Neptune and Prolute got cut down so quickly off of that A defense that it came down to Mohawk and Spark to try to force the play in towards the art room. Does not work out. 3-round lead for Decimate.
And that's going to be so frustrating as well, right? Because Millennium 7, that's a play coming out there. But they really felt like they should have had full control of the A side. The fact they don't win the trades is going to be so annoying. Millennium 7 now find themselves in a situation they were in that last round, right? I mean, Decimate have fully stacked themselves towards this A defense from both the double doors and from the open doors area. And, well, something is a little bit different. Spark's positioning, namely, will take Bink out, and now looking for shots against Noisy as well. This is making Decimate feel uncomfortable, and it is paving the way for the bomb to go down.
Estrio couldn't deal with Prolute on the cross, and he escapes as well. Now you also got to be worried about the flank. This retake, you would feel the majority has to come through the street side. They can't allow Spark to exist on this angle, and the rest of the teammates need to find value inside of Art, and it is just all popping up in M7's favor. That was a very disciplined play coming through from them, just to make sure that they can at least find the damage. Spark finds the timing to get over by the P1 trucks after watching the flank for about 20 seconds or so. Catches one player off guard. The damage on a Noisy was good to confirm that the defense was pretty one-dimensional in and around the double arches. Nobody top maps to try to recontest that push from Spark. Gives up the angle, allows Prolute to plant that bomb. M7, they stop the bleeding. Keep this within 2.
Yeah, it's that adaptation coming through from Spark that just definitely changed that round. That veteranship that we always talk about with Millennium 7. Play to be made on the defense. It's like business as usual from both of these two sides. Decimate here just for the moment, right off the start. Just making sure that nobody from Millennium 7 gets too aggressive, too comfortable with the round.
And it's been all rails and inside of Art. This is what Decimate want. To try to catch Millennium 7 off guard. And the player that's been mostly aggressive to do it has been Neptune, but he's playing around the P1 cannons, not giving up a free kill. Being aware of that, it's going to start going up through the dubsteps. As his teammates are planting this bomb over at A. There's nobody from Millennium 7 that can stop this. They get first blood.
Oh, and Estrio gets the second as well. That's not nice at all. Prolute, I thought that he cleared top, and he was wrong. Neptune now for the 1v4. That's a stun that does go out, but I mean, connecting doesn't really mean a lot, to be honest with you. He somehow caught Estrio off guard. I don't think Estrio expected that rotation that fast. So Neptune makes this somewhat more manageable. Again, though, it feels like it's outside of the realms of possibility, especially as that 1v1 is a little dicey. Decimate, they absolutely win out there.
And I'm not too sure. I don't remember who that player was for Millennium 7, whether they were playing down by the side door that leads inside of maps, or down by the anvil over by the closed archway to look underneath the door. But I mean, there's no rhyme or reason why you should be able to cross over by that A bomb site, get that bomb planted for free at 100 HP for Estriel. A lot of confusion for Millennium 7 to even allow that A push to come all the way through. And when the retake was even a thought, Decimate again have full on arc control. Let Millennium 7 have it up on series point.
Indeed. Millennium 7, Season 3 champions, of course. They wanted a better start than this. They still might have it, but at Decimate, a roster of young guns not to be underestimated. Now Millennium 7 looking to aggress. Utility being thrown out towards closed. Estriel, he is there. Shots being thrown out, and they're going to connect through the gallows. Mohawk down, and now Proloot is absolutely rattled. Spark going to react by trying to take him down, and I think for the moment there, Estriel somehow finding another one. Hello? Surely not number 3, Spark. You cannot let this happen.
Spark's going to be able to recover the bomb. He's going to get the heck out of dodge. Neptune, though, top single. He's going to meet a swift defeat. Spark got dead silence. But he gets scouted out. Bottom art and Decimate completely roll over Millennium 7 in the map number 5. Oh my heavens. This is an interesting day of Challengers Elite. Your former champions of Season 3 unfortunately can't get it done in a map number 5, albeit looking great in both the Search and Destroy and Control for this series. I thought it was going to be a 2-3-5, but Estriel calls game. 11-4 for Justice. Had himself a great map number 5.
Yeah, it's NA Challengers, right? This is the big thing. I think, you know, even despite the fact that Millennium 7 are Season 3 champions and they come in, technically speaking, as the favorites, as it were, I just don't think that word even means anything in NA Challengers because it is just such a topsy-turvy region. You just never know what's going to happen, and coming out the gates there, Millennium 7 falling to a new-look Decimate Gaming roster. A desperate win, I think, for Decimate Gaming, generally speaking, right? Because they completely overhauled this roster. Last season, they come in with a very strong roster, right? A Diamond Con, a Vehicle on there as well. Like, you have those players on side. You expect to do something of note, and they just came flat on their faces last season. So for a better start here for Decimate Gaming, this brand new roster, that is a pretty good one, taking down the reigning elite champions in Millennium 7. While we've got the chance, though, I think we can take a look around the grounds to see what's going on, finally, to see what is happening at this point in time. I believe that over at twitch.tv/WeAreClutchGG, they did just have the conclusion to the Boston game versus Omen. Not too sure how that one did conclude. They were in map 5, and Omit, I believe, is just taking it 6-1. So that's unfortunate for the new Boston Academy team, who, well, I mean, they wanted to have a good start with Snoopy on side. They're still going to take a little bit of time, I think, to settle themselves in, but certainly not the start they wanted.
It's just a tough matchup, right? I mean, Omid are a very, very good team. We got to see that a lot, especially, well, hell, even all the way through the Texas Open, also leading through Season 3 of the Elite. Phantom, Squid, Yee's Purging. Not an easy team to beat. I don't care if you are Doug, Sensor, Martin. There's only 2 series, actually, that didn't go map 5, by the way. Orbit were able to beat Need and Org 3-1. They lost the Search and Destroy round 11, but everything else looked pretty convincing with the 100-point club on Fortress Hardpoint. 250-78 was that scoreline for the map number 1. And Cruz & Co. Anarchy were able to beat Outlast Gaming, that is Promar, Darkside, Gus, and Cryptic, where they were able to win it out in a 3-1 fashion. Completely shut them out in that Expo Control 3-0, by the way. This is the Group A standings and how things have shaken up. A lot of map 5s, Brody. Everybody in Group A having themselves a field day. Good lord.
What is going on, mate? Today, something's on the water for sure, right? Because we had all of this in Europe, where all the, whatever you want to call it, the craziness going on over there. We had, of course, that one, I guess, messy matchup we had between Clutch Ray and I think it was Notorious. That was a big upset for them. But here in North America, feels like that train is absolutely not stopping with game 5s across the board. It's Omit, Convoy, and Hive x Street Mob Gaming that come out on top of their respective matches. First matches down here in Season 4 of Elite. Big victories here in Group A, I think, for Hive, especially that victory versus Rocker ESG. We didn't necessarily expect Hive to be coming out the gates like that.
No, we did not. I mean, Hive looked great. And they're going up against a very tough roster of Rocker x ESG. And a lot of probably people are thinking, where's Doug at? Well, if the clutch stream wasn't good enough for you, he'll get him up versus Hive in the next series. But here's the look Group B. Again, Anarchy able to win 3-1. Same with Orbit, the only 2 teams to not go map 5. Versus Outlast and Need and Org, respectfully. We got to see the grand conclusion of Decimate versus Millennium 7. Decimate were able to walk away with a very convincing map number 5 win on Fortress Search and Destroy. So your Season 3 champions might be down, but they're certainly not out. You never want to start off 0-1, but most importantly, Brody, this day becomes even more treacherous for these lower teams that are 0-1 because you don't want to start 0-2.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like it might feel like, obviously, with the expansion of Challengers Elite, that there are more games now to kind of play with, but still, that doesn't quite change the implications of finishing 0-2 at the end of day number 1. Not a good look at all, especially when North American Challengers is just so closely knit. It's a rare occasion to see a team go 0-2 at the end of day 1 and end up like qualifying for playoffs, end up doing well. I think the only time that that's ever happened, at least in my memory, is like Boston Academy, maybe Rocker at the beginning of season 1.
Atlas Lions also come to mind. Don't forget Atlas Lions.
Yeah, they do that every season, actually. But that's like an Atlas Lions speciality. We don't talk about that because that's like Atlas Lions. We don't expect that. Anyway, regardless, a lot of close matches going on at the moment. Game 5's galore in our first sets. But you've already spoiled it, mate, so we'll just talk about it here. It's time for the revenge story. Snoopy, he jumped ship away to Boston Academy. It's time to see whether that ship will sail or it will sink as they go head-to-head with their former teammate in the form of Hive, ex-Street Mob Gaming. It's going to be a banger. We'll see you on the other side of the break. Ahoy, Mahates. It's time for more Call of Duty Challengers Elite here with North America. We're ready and raring to go with a grudge match to kick off our second slot of the day. Boston Academy taking on Hive x Street Mob. I'm Infinity, proper on my right side. Mate, one of these days I will get my directions correct. Today is not that day. But I'll tell you what, mate, the only direction I need to be is in your direction. How you doing, bud?
I thought that you were going to continue on with that entire pirate reference, like ahoy, scallywags, welcome back to the ship of Challengers Elite Season 4, but you kind of lost me there, buddy. You could have, and you didn't. I'm doing great, though. I mean, the first set of, series that we had, just all delivered. I mean, there's only 2 series that didn't go map 5. Those ended in a map 4. It's still early days here. We got a lot of teams that are 0-1. Let's get into the second block.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's start off the conversation then with the team on our left side, Boston Academy. They have made a change. Would you believe it? It's North American Challengers. Of course, it wouldn't be a new season of Elite without a new set of teams and new rosters to talk about. Snoopy is the big emboldened player here joining the lineup. Snoopy, his stock over the course of the season has skyrocketed, and he now solidifies a roster that have gone through a few changes this season, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the first roster change that we've been seeing from Boston Academy, right? I mean, this entire team started off, at the end of last season playing along with Ghosty and Kremp. Then they moved to playing with Beans as he got picked up the 5th player for the Boston Breach going in towards the Modern Warfare 2 season. He gets called up to main. Kremp then gets called to main after Pentagram steps in. Sensor goes to main AR. And that left a little bit of a vacancy as far as that 4th player is concerned. We saw Johnny come in for Kremp after he got brought in for Boston. Now it's Snoopy, along with Coach Mike in the background. This team definitely makes some waves.
Yeah, absolutely. Season 3 proves that they don't need Beans and Kremp to perform top 6 there. They are consistently... I'll tell you what, if I could use one word to describe Boston, it would be annoying, because they always seem to come out of nowhere and perform. Just when they need to, when it's required, like looking all the way back to, I think it was like season 1 when they made that miracle run, right? Like, they are just producers of these kind of things. So never count Boston out, especially with Snoopy on the lineup. But we have, of course, a grudge match. I mentioned it, Snoopy, he left Hive Street Mob Gaming to join up this ensemble. And Hive, well, they had to kind of react, right? Adapt to that change, bringing Mott and Velux in the lineup to replace Snoopy and Infinite. And we were really questioning what this roster would look like after that change. Honestly, mate, seeing them earlier on in their first match of the day versus Rocker ESG, I don't think I was that concerned anymore.
No, I mean, there's obviously still going to be a certain amount of question marks, right? I mean, the strength of field, I think, is what you're mostly going to be looking at for Hive x Street Mob. They deliver versus Rocker x ESG. That's a big first test. And now the possible of consistency is also on the cards. I mean, your SMG duo is Velux along with Rupert. If you told me at the beginning of this year that I was going to get Rupert as far as the secondary SMG is concerned, I would say that you are blasted, homie. But along with Mach in the backline, Thresh is always going to deliver a stellar KD, whether it's 1.0 above or even just barely under. I think that Mach's a great addition to that AR lineup to allow Velux and Rupert to create as much chaos that we got to see in that Rocker matchup.
Yeah, it's for sure interesting with Mott and Velux specifically, right, with their individual performances this season so far. This is a really good chance for them to skyrocket up the leagues with this Hive x Street Mob Gaming team. But we want to talk about players individually speaking, and there's only one man we can talk about before we get in towards these matchups, of course. The man who jumped ship, the man who has walked away from Hive Street Mob Gaming. It's Snoopy. And his name has been on the tongues of a lot of people this season, right? Because Snoopy now, I think, has found himself a path. He wants to follow in the footsteps of Beans and Kremp on Boston, try and make it into the CDL. And Boston Academy is the perfect chance for him to do that.
I mean, hell, if track records are anything, if you play with Doug, you might just find yourself into the league, right? You got Dan, Ben Beans, and then also Kyle Kremp, also finding themselves in the way of the league one way or another. I jest, but this kid is unbelievable. I mean, this is his season 3 stats. 1.0 KD is no easy feat as far as an entry and lurking SMG is concerned, especially with what he was doing towards the tail end. It allowed Hive x Street Mob, when they were playing as a 4 LATAM roster, to make it all the way to grand finals in the winner's bracket side. Kills per 10 minutes is absurd. 23.9. This guy is everywhere that he needs to be at the right time. I'm interested to see what he actually looks like alongside Pentagram. And that matchup versus Amit was happening off of our broadcast here, bro. They lost it in a map number 5, but this guy is not only just good in the respawns, he can also make some waves happen in the search.
All right, well, absolutely. Let's take a look then at the map set for this banger of a series. And it's an interesting one for sure. One that, in my opinion at least, like, if Hive was the same roster, I would say this would lean towards them. But we don't really know what to expect still. Despite seeing them win a Game 5 versus Rockery Gianni, I still don't think we have enough to go off just yet, like, looking at the strengths and weaknesses, per se, of Hive 2.0.
And I'm looking at that map number 3 for the LSU control. Again, we're going to get a lot of question marks as far as what map 1 is going to look like. We know that Boston Academy have been very good historically on Mercado Search and Destroy, and that's through all of their iterations as far as the roster is concerned. But I think the LSU control is going to be very eye-opening. I mean, as far as Thresh and Reaper are concerned, hell, you can even add Snoopy into this mix as well. And towards the tail end of last season, that was never a very friendly map mode combination for them. Map number 5 also kind of jumps off the page if we do get there. That was both the map number 2 for both of those two teams in their respective series. Both of them lost 6-2, 6-4 respectively.
Alrighty, well, we're not wasting any time here, folks. We're going straight into game number 1 between Hive Street Mob and Boston Academy again. The revenge story for who? That's the question. Well, Hive Street Mob coming out with a dagger right off the rip of this one. It's going to be a 2-piece coming up from Velux. That's going to be translating into control of the hard point for Hive, and it gets better as well because the map has completely flipped right off the rip. Sensor tried to play his life. It was for nothing.
All for naught. Now you got to try to paddle out from red if you are Boston Academy. Not want all the time in the world to go over towards Hive Street Mob, but they're just about doing everything right. And what the rogue parallel spawn just happened over on the west side of the map. Player number 1 of Thresh is essentially spawned on top of Shawnee. Both of them are going to pass each other like 2 ships in a night, but it actually opens up an opportunity for Boston to try to press up into Dome.
Yeah, they actually have to translate this into kills, though, and they don't actually have the numbers to make it work right now. Velux on screen, so keeping an eye out for any players that might have filtered past the defensive line and spawns. Those players now starting to aggress. On the hard point, it's going to be number 5, Snoopy, looking for the kill. Will not find it versus Rupert. Sensor now from up high will get swatted out of the sky. Things looking pretty good as far as a first wave of defensive gunfights are going for Hive. And now Thresh off the back of that kill versus Sensor, starting to regress through P1. Big first gunfight to take versus Shawnee. And you can already see Sensor just being super careful about the fact that Boston did not have control of the middle of the map. They know that as well. Great read from Pentagram to take down Mock.
Yeah, and I would say that that was an adverting disaster if you are a Hive Street Mob, because Boston, especially at the tail end of P1, had good dome control. They couldn't get past the 50-yard line. The Boston Academy, unfortunately, are going to have to allow Hive Street Mob to get the majority of time here at P2. Going to handshake this for potentially P3. Snoopy, though, not a great start for him. Again, it needs to be said, it's not an easy map mode combination to find value with an SMG, but an 0-5 start is not going to be beneficial for Boston Academy to try to answer back early here in P3.
Boston Academy needs to get some time with the back of the P3 hill, and that's not gone well as it is. Shawnee and Snoopy overwhelmed around the back line. Now they've lost control of the back spawn. Pentagram should be aware of the fact, should get the call from 6 and Shawnee that they have lost control of the spawns, and even that is not enough. Pentagram sees Velux just flying at about 120 FPS, and there is no stopping that. Velux now moving forward as well. That's going to be another double for him as he finally gets shut down. Hive not got control just yet, and Snoopy against his former teammate, now looking to really put the dagger in. Unfortunately, is not able to get anything done. And for Hive at this point, I mean, there's 20 seconds left. If you can get control, that is great, as Rupert will find yet another double. But just taking this time away from Boston has to be so aggravating.
I mean, also look at the route man on screen. Thresh has gotten his flippies on. He's all the way to the backside of P4, while the rest of his teammates is essentially spawning inside of P3. Shawnee's still trying to contest for scrap time, and they're going to give it to him as well. I mean, that's the right call if you are Hive. Help out your comrade down over here by the God Rock. It's going to be Velux at least trying to search for this trade. He's got Snoopy all the way in towards the back. Snoopy, all the wiser, will get that kill. Middle of the map was secured by Pentagram and Sensor, as the rotation has now been confirmed for Boston.
Big kill from Boston Academy. We always talk about the fact that the spawns here on P4 are pretty hard to break and flip away. Hive, they know that. They've got to take about 15 seconds or so of valuable time to make their way around the back line. Rupert's already been tagged up, but he doesn't pretty much have much choice to play this in any shy manner. He's going to double up with Mock, though, to take down Center on the hard point. At least momentarily, they will garner control, but it is only for a moment here as Boston Academy fight their way back through. Pentagram with that frag onto Rupert will solidify the remainder of that time. And just like that, never count any team on Hydro hardpoint as Boston, they're right back in the game.
I would say that's a required response coming through from Boston Academy, especially with how back and forth P3 even was. To be able to get this much time over by P4 will make this game feel just about even, just by a few seconds or so. Hive X Street Mob, though, looking to concede the middle of the map, try to hold the line. Thresh is trying to anchor out the spawns towards the back, will be confirmed by Rupert spawning in the backside of P3. Now it's just about dealing with the initial hit that Boston Academy are manifesting.
Oh, lovely first nade coming through from Rupert. And Soupy and Sensor back towards the respawn point, but Shawnee and Pentagram, they have a response in kind. It's 2-piece after 2-piece at the moment early on this hard point, but Hive come out on top here for the moment. Now a couple of players looking to reaggress around the back line, and Thresh will just pick both of those players off screen. It enables a nice little safe and sound moment for Rupert to just chill inside the generator hard point and start really racking up some time for Hive. And with 30 seconds left here, start to look towards making sure you have mid-map control. If you're Boston Academy, maybe you can dig yourselves in for some scrap time, but is that even worth it at this point? The nades have been absolutely on point for Hive in this first half.
I mean, Rupert has just been having himself an absolute field day along with Thresh. 14-6 on a 4 spree, 11-5 on a 3 for Rupert, 14-11 for Mock. Again, I mean, but Boston Academy need a response coming in towards the second set. There's a lot of big battles still happening over by P2. Saw there's Snoopy there at the final few moments, was able to at least take down Mock, but he's at least trying to find his own trade. You got a lot of players down towards the southeast side, and this is where Hive do need to be very careful. They do send a couple players to maybe try to contest P1, but you really realistically don't want to go all in for the rotation towards P2. There's still a lot of time here at 1.
Yeah, indeed there is, but they're just very happy with the backup plan, right? The backstop that is Fresh. He was just so simply able to pick up a double. Now Mock providing that overwatch with the AR as well. Boston Academy got 20 seconds off this hill, and they are immediately unearthed. Now, fortunately enough for Boston, despite the fact that Velux just got a disgusting 2-piece on old, there is a bit of a respawn coming through. I think it was Shawnee who spawned up over towards New, and the kills off the back of that as well mean that Boston are still in the conversation for this game. But again, Hydro is a very unforgiving hardpoint map. There could have been a situation there where Hive found themselves very much in a commanding lead if that spawn didn't come in.
You gotta be gentle. She's a fickle beast, is Hydra hardpoint. So Boston just finding the right kills at the right time. They're gonna be able to flip out the map.
Streak.
Kill streak is being called in. It's going to be Thresh. He's going to be bringing that down from the heavens, and well, it's going to find Snoopy. That should open up the space. Look at player number 4 is Velox. He's all the way in towards the back. That'll flip out the spawn. Sensor needs to hold on.
Yeah, he's got 2 players to contest with. Dancing with Mock will win that tango. Velox, of course, off the back of that survives too. Nice trophy system placement just in time. Will survive Semtex play coming on through from Boston Academy, and this is a really struggling point in time, I think, for Boston, just generally speaking. This is 30 seconds of contention that you still really need to go full in on, and also focus on the rotation as well. And Rupert is just waiting patiently for those guys to get aggressive on towards the scrap. Velux is there as well. There goes Sensor 2 by way of Mock, and just like that, Hive now really in commanding lead of this game, mate. They've got an 85-point advantage at the end of this hard point. They soak up every single second, and Velux already on the warpath towards the rotation. Somebody cue the Jaws music. He's in the water.
I mean, it was just poetry in motion, was that P2 break, right? I mean, they get handed a very tough hand. They have to call in that cruise missile. There were players for Hive X Street Mob to be able to contest P2. Now their lead grows to just about 80. This break inside P3 might just come through very quickly. Player number 6 is going to be Shawnee. He's all the way to the backside trying to guard these spawns, but Thresh is in the anchoring position. He's going to get full Lux to spawn up. You found some kills, especially through P1 markets, but this hit now through the back, that's where the potency remains.
Yeah. And last time around, Hive X Street Mob were able to take Boston away from this hill, take a ton of time away from them on this hill. Pentagram now the last one left alive as they are completely overwhelmed inside. They get 30, 35 seconds on the back of this. This has not been a bad amount of time for Boston Academy to grab away. But nonetheless, you still can't afford to give up this back 20, 25 seconds like this. Snoopy knows it as well. Going in against his former teammate will take him down. But work still to be done. For Lux, Mock right in front of him, and it can only pick up one of those two. The trade needs to be good. And Pentagram has so much to do towards this rotation. Rupert has the heady and a stun check as well. That will make Pentagram weak off the back of the Semtex. He has the backup in from behind, and a big 1v1 to take around the mid-ruins area too. Rupert is now isolated, and Pentagram is still doing this dance. They still fight for these back spawned areas. Rupert is taking so long, just trying to carve out a space for Hive.
Well, he just has to stay alive. I mean, if Rupert can stay alive back here and keep on giving a lot of these players a slip, it buys so much more time for Hive X Street Mob players to start pressing on forward. Velux is going to be able to find 2. Rupert finally goes down. Soupy still spawns in over on the backside of Pentagram, who's still on this 3 spree Hive X Street Mob. They were unaware of that fact. And Boston Academy, this should be the securing of the scrap time, barring any heroics from Velux.
Yeah, this is why this hill is so frustrating to deal with if you're not the first team to touch, right? Because those back spawns are absolutely cemented. So assured. Boston Academy off the back of that find themselves back in the conversation for this game. Only 45 points down now. They'll be the first team to touch towards New as well. Hive, a few different areas that they could choose to try and approach this hill from. Looks like it's going to be mostly a heat around the back line, though. And Snoopy, how ready is this for this? Rupert, Fresh, got to take both of them down here in this situation. Snoopy's already been tagged up by a Semtex, going to have to back away, and now the support is going to be in from Pentagram too, who now finds himself on fire in a row. Snoopy still keeping Thresh at bay around the backline. There was a player up top. I think that was Rupert, who does still go down, and Boston Academy, off the back of this scrap into initial, are about to come back into this game.
They are fully back into this game. Pentagram's now finding himself up on a 5 spree, 21 and 18 now for Nate. Mox trying to at least salvage what could potentially be in the middle of the map. It's just a little bit of a bait play. He still got spots in towards the back. Shawnee, Snoopy, Pentagram, they all deliver on the goods. Yeah, you can anchor out the spawns as you might try, but Boston Academy will reign supreme with the majority of the time here at 5.
Yeah, this has been an incredible flip. Hive had a 70, 80 point advantage over Boston Academy. That has whittled away into nothingness. And Boston now starting a streak out in this game. It was Pentagram who was on a streak not that long ago. Snoopy and Shawnee now on a combined 8 spree with 4 between them. This is looking pretty good if you're a Boston fan. I know there are a lot of them out there. I've now trying to look for P1 time. That's going to be a streak coming on down. It's not going to do anything thanks to the trophy system, but Shawnee and Snoopy are there to pick up the slack. Again, now 5 in a row apiece. One player still hanging about, and Snoopy passes him like a ship in the night. It's okay, though, because there is that 6th kill.
6 kill for Snoopy. He started off 0 and 5, now up to 18 and 20. Has that cruise missile in his back pocket. Shawnee also up on a 5 spree, looking for kill number 6. Could be double cruise missiles here for Boston Academy. Keep in mind, you, they could still close it out here on P1. So Hive Street Mob, they have to contest. They're all going in for the rotation through the middle of the map. Thresh, Mock, able to at least find 2, but still 2 players remain in P1.
Yeah, there's a lot to do here. If you're a Hive, you need to get in towards P1, and you also need to flip the spawns for P2 as well. They could do both of these 2 things. They've gotten towards P1, and now we will see a P2 regardless. But big 1v1, and Rupert catches Nate off guard. Pentagram down for the count. Boston Academy have lost control of the spawns.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a heavily go-for-broke play. I mean, Boston Academy now, they only require 5 seconds. 1 clean break is all they need. Snoopy's going to call in that cruise missile very quickly. He's still on the 8 spree. Is there a trophy system? Not in towards the back for Mock. Big first kill to have, but you still have to get past Rupert in the water.
Yep, and he's also underwater as well. It's going to be a player up towards the top. The Lux is the only one able to produce a gunfight. Mock is going to be down. There is the swarm. And Boston Academy, despite being down in this game, have come right back through. 80-point lead? Don't worry about it, mate. Boston have had their way.
And you don't have to worry about 80-point leads when you got jet skis, man. That is just absolutely absurd. Boston Academy, I mean, the way that they were just able to resiliently fight back through all the way back on P4, that's where the majority of their time came through, don't forget. Especially through the first set and, hell, even towards the second, that they just really, I mean, they found themselves, I want to say like a 5th, potentially 6th gear, but they could just be a souped-up Ferrari for all I care. That thing's got like 8 gears at this point, because the way that Pentagram, Snoopy turned their game around, Snoopy, again, starting off 0 and 5 through the first set of hardpoints, and then finished it off with a massive streak. That cruise missile gets called in, and then everybody can start flooding in towards the front. They lost the spawns initially, but when you got resources like that, and you got some good play calls to back them up, is Boston Academy really showcasing why they are a force to be reckoned with.
Yep, absolutely. This was a map which, by the way, they were not confident on when they had Johnny on the roster last season. They were 0-3, I believe, on Hydro Hardpoint last season. Now they finally get their win with Snoopy on board. And you're absolutely right to point out, those streaks towards the end of the game from Pentagram, Snoopy, and Shawnee absolutely turned the game around. Just chaining P4 and P5 back-to-back like that completely turned the narrative of the game. I was fully ready to say, all right, here is why Hive won map number 1, because the way they were controlling the first half of the game was incredible. But Boston just had their way with them in the second. I think just off the kind of, I guess, the polarizing nature of the game, Andy, the stats don't look that snazzy. We'll say that much, right? It's mostly coming down, I think, to the non-traded kills from Snoopy and Pentagram was probably the most notable stat line of them all. And, of course, the shared hill time as well. But you cannot put in a stats just those final kills, those final 2-3 hard points from Boston. Incredible work to come back in the game.
From 0 and 5 to finishing on a 10 spree, 18 of 22 eliminations non-traded for Snoopy. Like, what? How do you have a regain in the middle of a Zarqwa Hydroelectric map number 1? I mean, it helps out when Pentagram goes 26 and 22 with 3,200 damage. Yeah, I would take that to go. Thank you very much, good sir. Mock was also having his way along with Thresh, but that's going to be a map 1 loss. I feel like Hive X Street Mob are gonna lose sleep over for sure. Again, they lost that. They had an 80-point lead going in towards, what, the second set. And that's just a very tough scene when you take a look at the rest of this best of 5 map set, because now we go over towards a Mercado Search and Destroy, where historically, through all of its iterations, Boston Academy have looked good on.
Yeah, you know what's funny is that statistically speaking, Boston Academy have never been strong at Mercado. It's always been like a 2-2, like 2-1 maybe finish for them in any given season. But it's like the clutch factor they always seem to have. I don't know, like I always come back to that kind of that sensor Ninja Diffuse play from like season 1. I don't know. I just always associate that map. But regardless, is look over towards Orbit and Anarchy, and we're in towards a Search and Destroy that was most certainly favoring the Orbit roster.
Anarchy able to take this map number 1. I was going down on Greenberg Hotel. They won a 250 to 238, so a very close matchup, and not just in scoreline, but I would also say stylistically in between these two teams. This is going to be a very, very fun one. And you have North America's favorite Kiwi of Cruz in the lobby, along with a very up-and-coming star of both Dak and Lunars with that AR in hand. Gunzy also looking to deliver here with the SMG, but Orbit definitely coming to play. 8-3 for Geo.
Looking for control of 8. Or B, excuse me, early on. Gunzy is already on site, but he has been tagged up by a stun. But look at number 2 on the minimap. It's Wiz. He's, well, literally living up to his name. He's whizzing around the map. There's 1. There's, oh, not 2 just yet. Dak will actually survive. Gunzy, though, surely won't be long for this world. And I really thought Wiz's Semtex was a lot to do something not more positive than that. In the end, he does take down his teammate. Cruz still now finds himself in a 1 versus 2 scenario. Shots over the top towards Jimbo. And, well, the coverage of the bomb site is good enough. That is a round for Orbit.
I mean, just that alley, that street side through Vans just can't be that open, right? I mean, you can't allow Wiz just to fly top admin like that, right? It's absurd how fast he was just over there. I was just like, wow, look at this very quick plant all the way through signs. They got a really good push coming through. Good coverage comes out, and just as soon as we flick, I mean, Wiz was already from behind. 8-2. By golly. What a stat line to have for yourself there if you are Orbit tying up that series.
Yeah. Big start for Orbit. One of the only teams to not make changes coming in towards this season of Challengers Elite, the final season here in 2023. Now we go over towards a more calm game, it would seem, between Treaty 1 Gaming and Omit. I'm not actually sure what the series scoreline is between these two teams at this point in time. Find out soon. Regardless, Omit forward up in Search and Destroy. We went from one team that had stuck together from Season 3 to Season 4 to another one.
Omit won the hard point on Fortress, 250 to 187. Though, we know how strong they can be in Search and Destroy. Gimme is 9-1.
Oh,
I'm 9-2. Street gets called in from Phantoms, gets his own trade, but not before Prada finds some damage, forces out a 2v2.
yeah, that information, even though Proto has at least even the odds in this round, does tip the round back in their favor. We know where Treaty 1 are located, and they're still going to go straight towards B. I thought off the back of that info they would just try and get the bomb down on A, but no, they're like, right, well, we know these guys are over here, so let's just go hunt them down. Did they see Juju there? That's the question. Juju at the very least has seen Gwyn. Knows that he's located towards the right side here. Slow exit, and Juju gets the head off Gwyn. So now a 1v1. He's just seen Juju as well, so now he's just trying to... I know exactly where he is, but no, no! Juju eviscerates him.
I mean, you got rounds to play with, and he's a very confident guy, right? Like, I'll say that much about Christian. The conversations I have with him, definitely confident, but as an SMG holding an AR's angle, more or less, that I would have much more respected for Ease to maybe play in a 1-for-1 position, maybe clear away the backside, fiddle around with some timing, but Juju gets the centering, able to get the kill on the 1v1. Again, that round does not happen. I mean, we hopped in. Phantoms was already mid-tablet crossing of the cruise missile. Prada finds 2 and forces out the 2v2 very, very quickly. And albeit the bomb being planted at B, cannot escape so freely. That's an expensive round loss if you are Omit. And Phantoms had to commit the cruise missile, but you still lead by 2.
Omit with the lead here in Search and Destroy. 3-1 Gaming. Already seen them today, capable of taking Search and Destroy away from top teams, even if they couldn't hold their lead. Once again, things will slow up towards a snail's pace here. Let's just keep an eye on the left side, making sure nobody goes around that back alley area. But Treaty 1, they're not taking the bait just yet.
Courage trying to find this sniper shot. I mean, if it was going to be anybody on the opposite side, pretty sure it'd be Siski. He's 0-6. He's got the bomb in hand. way he's playing, I probably reckon he's, yep, got an SMG. Dead silence push around the fence line. Purge was watching it, but the timing's not going to be favorable for him. He's going to be a little late. They see each other. Good damage, but now you got to rush to B.
Yeah, it's still a bit of space gain there from Siski. Needs to do more than that, though. The 1v1 against Purge is still active. And Purge, I never want to count out players at close quarters with the sniper rifle, especially Purge. It's enough to scare him towards sight. Now you're looking for exit frags if you're a Purge. He's ready for a close quarter gun back with the pistol. Not going to get it just yet. Elsewhere, Gwyn has taken down Proda, so now it is just Mirage and Siski on site. Yeez has found his way through, and Purge finishes things with the close quarter sniper. Mirage, last one left alive, and Gwyn takes his head off, and yeah, it wasn't the best, I think, push over towards site. It was the only play they could make in that situation, but just the numbers were not there.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, if you can get the kill top party, you're in a much better spot, but like, without finding that kill up top, if you are Siski, you're then forced for everybody to play on the backside of this truck where Gwyn finds this last kill. You have to concede so much space. Nobody can get up top trees, more or less. I don't know if you even know if you wanted to, knowing that Purge was very much so still alive with the boomstick in hand, but hey, regardless, Omit, as far as their retake is concerned, finding first blood, making Treaty 1 really force their hand and have to force out plays. Looking pretty darn stellar, if you ask me. Up on map point to take a 2-0 lead here.
Yeah, things you expect from Omit roster. A team that has been knocking at the door of top 4 for, what, since the beginning of Season 3, since the end of Season 2 now. This team has come out of nowhere and a real threat. Here for Treaty 1, though, they're looking to do the exact same thing. Proto has been part of that play, 7-7. And a 7th kill off the back of a flank, and now this has completely turned the attention of Omit towards their backside. Of course, Juju is also there, so a 2-2 split coming through from Treaty 1. It's Colton trapped. Jeez.
Proto is definitely on one. 8-7. He's leading his team in KD. Something you could possibly rally behind, but Yi still has the bomb. Oh, Mirage, the timing. Luckily enough, Yeez only has a Vaznev up in this positioning. Is Nate going to get the kill? No. Yeez has to drop down to find said kill and loses the bomb in the process.
Just clearing space. Around that corner. Siski! Oh, no! I tell you what, I never want to count out Purge in those situations. And if he has a bit of a snappy reaction... Oh, Siski's dead to rights. But I tell you what, mate, that round... Proto was everything.
Yeah, you'll see it from Siski's POV. Again, you know, the peeker's advantage certainly not always there. Have to throw an entire shoulder and body to see that player back couches that you almost have to think that you'd have to quickly snap jumping across. 3D1 staying alive. And yeah, it's really been the Prada show. He's just been showing up, finding these two pieces, creating space, causing distress for Omit. So much more to do. Still trailing by 2.
Indeed, there is a lot more to do here. Treaty 1 got to claw their way back in towards this one. Aggressive play coming inside sight from Yeez, and yeah, Proto's just not going to expect that. But luckily enough, Siski is there to have his teammates back, and they will trade off. That's not good, though, because there was another player for a moment to deal with. Gwyn will not fall foul. Now that bomb is slapped down inside an A site that's in the hands of Omit.
It looks like Gwyn is just sitting on it. Got a trophy system to at least keep him company. Buddy system, folks. Urge is also causing a lot of room in towards the back, but losing Phantoms, that's not going to help out your affairs. Now you're lacking information. Where did Juju go off of that kill? Dead silence also still invested. Player down low is Purge. He just heard that door creak open.
Yeah. You can hear a lot here in this game, Purge. By the fact that Mirage had dead silence, now knows at least somewhat where they're located. But Treaty 1 still have a path back in towards this one. They just... I was going to say need to silently find their way around site, but the fact that they've made this long of a route and still haven't found a single shred of information is not exactly favorable. They still don't know where Gwyn and Purge are located, and well, now they do. Purge takes the first 3 shots off. Juju finds himself in a Gwyn and Purge sandwich, and you do not want to be the filling there. 7 seconds left. It might be a time to get cooked. There you go. Gwyn to take him down. Purge maybe had that final kill. Either way, Omit take the search and destroy. They look as confident as ever.
Yeah, it was either going to be the game clock there or the kills to come through for Omit. Again, you finding that first blood if you are Yeez. It was just playing prone inside the doorway. Gwyn was his assistance. And the moment the trade comes through from Siski, and we found ourselves in that 2v2 after Phantoms goes down over by the rock. I mean, if you are Treaty 1, you have so much space that you have to clear. You have so many questions about where these players might be located at. Gwyn never gave up the angle after he saw the bomb patty cake there at the A-bomb.
Here's a look over towards it. Match going on right now. Boston Academy and Hive X Street Mob. Boston, they made that sensational comeback in map number 1. Now they're 4-1 down. Shawnee finds himself in a 1 versus 3. Yeah, not going to be able to pull the miracle this time. And this is now one of those times where we are going to have to see a miraculous comeback coming out from Boston.
Yeah, sure will be. Again, colors, name tags, those are all backwards, so... Only trust everything you see on a grain of salt. Trust our beautiful voices instead. Yeah, I think that if you are Boston Academy, I mean, if there's going to be any sort of growing pains whatsoever, we always talk about this when you go through a roster change. It's probably going to be in Search and Destroy, and you think that would be the same thing for Hive, but 7-1 for Thresh, 9-5 for Mock, showed up in their last series. Why not have another map here?
That's weird, isn't it? Doesn't feel like Hive has skipped a beat whatsoever. Boston barreling towards the A site for Lux. We'll find first blood, however. Rupert now looking to get aggressive as well, despite that nade coming through from Snoopy. Rupert trying to double up, and Pentagram gets the better of him. So now we find ourselves in a 2 versus 2. Pentagram and Snoopy push forward. Once again, trades galore, and it's Snoopy versus Mock. New kid versus old, and Mock is getting confident as hell. So is Snoopy, to be fair, and I'm surprised those early shots didn't warrant a turnaround and a little snipe from Mock. But it's not to be. Boston find a second round.
Yeah, good trade game coming out from Boston, especially over what we know is the tussle of that A-bomb side. A lot of nades, a lot of egotistical chows can come through. But even right there at the end, I mean, Snoopy knew. At the moment that he saw the glint from the sniper rifle, if Mock doesn't hit the first shot, he's going to try to reposition and bait out the last second chow, if not try to play against the game clock. But, I mean, Snoopy's just going to run him down. 0-6 for Doug. Not what you want to see, but could be the start of something good. You're trailing by 3. Hive, though, still up on that map point.
Yeah, I think the thing is, in Search and Destroy with Boston Academy, specifically, whatever it is, Sensor, when he starts to play well, they always find a way back in towards it. And it's Mikado as well. It's always when he does well. But still, got to survive an early onslaught of the sniper rifle from Mock, and that is a nice way to remove him from that power position. That nade will take him out of the play. For Hive, though, they seem more preoccupied with a push over towards B, and Sensor has just run away from sight.
Sniper shot ringing out. Mock's going to take down Snoopy. That's a big first blood to have for yourself. It more or less at least confirms that your flanks could be more secured. Lux eats a bullet inside an elephant room, though. Mock's still trying to hold this middle of the map while the rest of the bomb and teammates are actually rotating in towards the A-bomb site. I mean, Pentagram was unaware of this fact. Now, Rupert with that kill can plant the bomb here. Yeah,
this round is completely flipped on its head off the back of the first snipe, and then, of course, the rotation. Either playing it perfectly, and there you go. Just like that, Boston Academy, it says they win again. Listen to our sultry tones, because they didn't. 6-2 victory there for Hive X Street Mob to come out on top now. 1-1 in the series. They should feel like they're 2-0 up, but they are absolutely not, and no Mikado magic to be found here for Boston.
Long-time duos come to mind. Panda, God RX. And you also have Mock and Hollow. It's the first time that we've seen Mock not play with Hollow in quite some time. And dear golly, oh my, is Mock just playing out of his mind today. 11-6 on the Mercado Search and Destroy. Was also delivering a lot in the respawns in his first series that we got to see from this Hive roster versus Rocker. And I'll keep it a buck, man. I think that you definitely got to give a lot of respect towards this Hive roster. Again, whether it is growing pains for Boston, or the overall ability for Hive to know what their roster looks like. I've been seeing a lot of tweets from Velux, especially about Rupert and his ability to try to get more comfortable with the SMG. These guys have been practicing. They've been scribbing a lot, trying to prepare themselves for what was going to be a very tough and demanding Season 4 of the Elite. And honestly, albeit losing an 80-point lead in that Hydra map number 1, I'm pretty sold. I'm willing to buy some stocks of this Hive roster. They're the real deal.
Yeah, for sure, and I definitely had my doubts, right? I think all of us casters here were like, look, Mock hasn't had that great of a season thus far, let's be honest. A lot of that, I think, has been out of his hands, let's say that much, because of obviously what happened with Twisted Theory and, you know, teams before that as well. Like, it's been a bit of a weird season for Mock. Velux is also still relatively fresh, I think. He still hasn't found that much success thus far. I think the 4th place in like Smog Alpha in Season 2 is probably the best place he's had. And so I think replacing what was a really well put together roster from Season 3 of Challengers Elite is a huge task for those players. They have a lot of weight on their shoulders, and they seem to have shouldered it pretty well. Coming out now and winning the Search and Destroy, that is a big bounce back in this series, a must-needed victory as we now go into the LSE low control. Annie, when we got in towards this best of 5, you said this was the map to watch. Tell us why.
Well, I'd say it's all going to be about the AR battles, right? I mean, we just saw it. I mean, say what you will about Doug. He can pop off at any given point in time. It just specifically looks a little bit disjointed when we saw that search and destroy. Just, I feel like that the lack of faith is truly there. But when you talk about this Hive Street Mob roster, we got to see a little bit of them versus Rocker X ESG on Expo in their map number 3. Their decision-making, their trade game, and overall ability just to dictate the pace throughout the entirety of a control map was absolutely sublime. So you bring that over to a map like El Asilo Control, and I think Boston Academy are going to be potentially staring down the barrel of being down 1-2. Could potentially have been a 3-0 as far as the series is concerned, the way that Hive and through that 80-point lead, but nonetheless, we still got to get there first. We'll swap back over towards another LSE control. This time it's for Orbit and Anarchy.
Yeah, for sure. Again, this is one of those crucial matches. It should be noted as well, just when we go back to that conversation point about champs qualification, Anarchy Gaming and Orbit are two teams, I think, within like the top 6 seeding in North American challenges, so they are absolutely fighting it out for more of those points to make sure that they do qualify for champs via auto qualification or via Toronto, who knows, whichever way you want to get it done, they're teams to watch. But here in this particular matchup, as you said, 1-1, right now 1-0 up in the control are Orbit, and on the offense, looking to close things out over towards A to try and put an extra 60 seconds on the board. Dak on 2 in a row now, looking to put a stop to it. He will find himself on the point as they sliver of progression away. Jimbo, though, going to pick up a double, and Dak still finds that stop, looking for gravity as well. And oh my goodness me, how has Dak done that? But the problem is, while Dak has done some heroics over towards A, the threat is now over towards B, and this second tick is about to be 3.
And Dak can't stay to deplete that third segment. He's also going to get gunned from behind by Jimbo inside of Kegs. So now player number 8 of Wiz just needs to stay alive inside Garage, but he felt the pressure of the game clock to try to step on that B zone. A is going to be looked at by Cruz. There's nobody over here. And I think the way that Anarchy are playing this in a 14v9, they're willing to chalk the B control zone. Unless they find these couple of kills, this is egregious. It was so close to being chalked. Dak finds the last 2. No entry over towards A. And that's going to be just about a full hold, a few more last-ditch efforts, but Wiz touches. Is this enough?
This has to be enough. This has to be enough. That can surely not do it again. Yeah, he has to check that right-hand corner. And oh, Jesus. This still might not be over, by the way, despite the fact that Luna's just picked up a double. Gravity's still on the point, and Luna's finds 3. That is despicable. And now Orbit down to the final 2 lives. It felt like they might have had it out. Despite the fact that Dak had slammed the door closed on them once, the door was wide open. Now, I think the door might be closed again. Jimbo and Wiz, this would be miraculous if they could pull it off, but there's no water into wine situation here.
All right, 1v9. Electric kick.
Imagine. Yeah. Oh, we'll see you later, Wiz. Even he knew. He was like, look, guys, I'm not going to do it. I just want you to know, please don't be disappointed in me.
I think, honestly, though, if you are looking at that from Orbit's POV, you are still very satisfied that you walked away with 5 segments. I mean, let alone even able to capture that A control zone was a big moment at that. I mean, if Lunars doesn't find a 3-piece over by B, that would have been an offensive round win by Orbit. You felt like just looking at the lives remaining and how we hopped into that round number 2, that it would have potentially just been a clear-cut favor for Anarchy to be able to close things out, but a couple good breaks, a couple good gunfights to be found for Orbit. At least find themselves 5 segments in that round.
Alright, we're 1-1 now here in the control. Anarchy getting aggressive at the start. Lovely set nade from Lunas to take Geo out of position. Jimbo now up close inside tools. We'll see what he is capable of. Tagged up down to 16 HP. Surely going to have to back away here and wait for some coverage to come from up top. And that is not going to come in time whatsoever. Gravity, Jimbo, both of them down for the count. Geo from Pride Rock, he's going to fall as well. Wiz is the closest player to do anything about this. And Anarchy, they know, they've had the numbers. They can just stack on towards this point. B, about to fall by the wayside unless Wiz or perhaps Gravity can do anything about this, but they will not be able to. And for Orbit, now they need to position themselves to stop that transition.
Yeah, I mean, the snowball at least does get halted ever so slightly, especially with Jimbo reprising inside of bottom tools. Should be counting some numbers here. Lunars is unaccounted for. He's all the way back Pride Rock. He's going to gun Gravity. I mean, Jimbo's going to be looking for this trade. He's got a Vaznev in hand. Yeah, Lunars isn't going to be able to get the regen. That's a big trade to find, especially securing towards your backline. Oh, that has been happening, by the way. Geo casually gets up top radio tower. That's a tough gunfight either way that you look at it for Dak, who got the first 2 bullets. But Geo's going to maintain that power position for now.
Yeah, that's a big power position that you do need to take down, and Cruz just does it just then, so that'll open up a little bit of a lane now for Anarchy to find their way on towards the point. Jimbo gets stun checked, though. So this attempted flank should be called out. It actually won't be, but that gets away regardless. For Anarchy, he's trying to be as annoying as Jimbo is being right now is the play call. Gunsy down low. Dak in close proximity, and Dak is going to go down. Again, you really wanted to keep these numbers up. You really wanted to keep yourself in the conversation for this point right about now, but time is ticking away, and Anarchy, they just want to get this one hit through. Gunsy's just spotted Wiz from afar. Jimbo also around the point in a bit of a position that you would not expect on this top arch, and now Gunsy's just seen him, but it doesn't matter because Dak gets the kill anyway. Jimbo now needs to double up here because they're on A.
Needs to drop down, and he's got Wiz's assistance to he's trying to keep this contested. Two different players in two different doorways. Cruz cleans them both up. Gio's the only one to find a kill. Stack it up, Anarchy. I don't think Orb can get here in time. Yeah, there's no chance off the back of the spawn that you're going to get here in time. Maybe Wiz can touch? Maybe? No, yeah, Wiz is not going to touch in time. Brilliant play coming through from Anarchy. And it was the fact they waited, I think, for so long that made it so successful, right? They didn't just go in one by one and immediately just throw the offense away. They waited to make sure they were all in position to do something of note. First opposition was getting Gio off the top radio tower. You find that first kill, and then you also saw the shoulder being thrown from bottom lockers just to see Wiz afar over by the yellow shack. That's another great information to find for yourself. By the time that Jimbo was able to pounce top grill, you found at least that trade. But that was the only thing that you're going to find if you are Orbit, and by that time, you were just spotting all the way in Bufu. Anarchy just one defensive round win from taking the swing that mode here.
Big power position. Gio goes for it right again, and he will take down Cruz this time around. Now he wants to get himself in that positioning. Dak, I don't think he expects Gio to challenge that quickly. Jimbo follows up with another one as well. Now Orbit. They're on A. Slow progression. And they're going to send players one by one. Cruz will be the first to hit this one. He's already been tagged up. So the jump up comes up from Gio to try and finish him off. And finish him off he will. Anarchy, they are struggling to get players in the point at the moment. They've only got one kill. Make that two as Gunsy doubles up for the team. Luna's off screen finds another one as well. That's actually a second on the point too. And just like that, I felt like Anarchy had lost control. Now they're back in the driver's seat.
And they don't even get that second segment as well. I mean, from a fantastic opening break, now lives are just marginalized to a 3-life lead, favoring that of the offensive Orbit. Gunsy needs to be careful. Can't win the initial versus Gravity, so you might be able to slowly work your way out from your spawn. Next player up defensively is going to be Cruz. Jimbo's going to gun him from behind, but that's still not enough space provided. Yeah, you got Gravity. He's pushing up past the football field, but Dak is still here trying to defend this B zone. Completely gives it up. So I'm not too sure Anarchy are more than aware this is still a B execute.
Dak's still here. Oh, Dak! No! The way he snaps on the third. Through the fence, by the way. You don't get any aim assist through there whatsoever, and Dak still makes it look like you damn do. Third will be denied. Time running out here in this round for Orbit to make this work, and you don't have much map control whatsoever. Gunsy, Lunas, they're getting aggressive through spawn. I think Wiz might have just been found out over towards A as well. Lunas knows he's over here, but at the very least, Wiz is going to have to stop the clock and earn some time for his team. There it is. Lunas to take him down. Gravity now needs to steal Lunas, and that's the team shots from them and Dak to finish him off. 14 seconds. Jimbo has to make the play from behind. Shots going out towards Dak. It's a power position he needs to take away, and Dak still has not died, but the rest of the numbers here. Gio will find two, and now over on point.
Oh, Dak. Tough gunfight gets stunned up. Wiz will be there traded out. That's the third segment going to be captured, and lives are even. 16 plays up against 15. Jimbo, no dead silence. He's trying to push through checkers to potentially find where a couple of these players are located at. Looters throwing spam shots, bottom tools. You don't have any players over by the flank. Cruz also made the heads-up play you see here from his POV. He is top house. Any kills are going to be a good one at that. Trades are going to benefit that of Anarchy as they hold on the initial push.
45 seconds for Orbit to make any progression at B whatsoever. And I will say, Anarchy's defense here is a little bit tenuous. Lunas is the furthest player pushed up, and, well, it's not tenuous anymore, is it? Gravity and Jimbo, they were threatening on the flank. Lunas now inside the football field, wants to score a goal, will do so versus Wiz. Open lane out for Orbit. Attempted flank coming through from Dak. That's going to pick up one, and it should slow up Jimbo as well. Dak again. How many two pieces he's going to get it? Why don't you make it three, Dak? Not four, surely not. He's only down to one bullet. It would have to be a direct headshot to make it happen, but Dak still finds fourth, regardless of the back of that reload. 10 seconds to try and save this control, and I just don't think they can. They do not have the numbers. Lunas is streaking out again towards the end of the game. That is a showing in round number 4 from Anarchy.
Brother. What the hell? Dude, Dak is twisted, man. That guy is absolutely twisted. I mean, just the amount of challenges he's hitting as well. I mean, I'm going to DM him, like, soon after. I'm trying to figure out what sensitivity he plays on because he is just all over the place, snapping through fences. No aim assist required when you got shots like that. 30 and 23 out of the young man. 26 and 16 for Lunars as well. Even Cruz had a very good game at 22 and 19. There was realistically not too many answers coming through from that Orbit roster as now they trail by a map in their best of 5 series.
Wow. Hive Extreme Mob here. I mean, they looked pretty good in the last series again. We've kind of been stunned at how good they did just look. I tell you what, we're not stunned about Reaper just being Reaper, right? This is just insane how good Reaper is with an AR in his hands. Especially in Season 3. I think he's proved that he is definitely pretty competent with it. That's a good start coming out from Hive. Going to kick things off pretty well on the defense. How can they translate that into an offensive victory?
And I think that's where the conversation does have to go, right? I mean, that's where this Hive roster is going to be very deadly on a map like a CeeLo because Rupert can pull out that third AR with Dead Silence as well. This push initially is going to be through top admin. Snoopy's going to find the initial. He's facing both of his forward teammates. Thresh trying to at least find the wall bangs will keep Snoopy honest. It's the nade that gets the job done, but trades are still good for Boston to hold on.
Yeah, I love this as well. Despite the fact they did lose a player or two, they still push up off the back of the play. Shawnee to take down Mock. This is a lot of map control to earn early on if you are Boston. What's the trade-off is that for all the numbers you have over towards A, you don't have as much of a defense on B. And out, look at Rupert pushed all the way up towards AC. Pentagram wants to try and stall himself towards bottom green for the spawn trap kills, but none of that is going to recur. Boston Academy have still allowed players to go by, and well, Sleepy comes off the spawn to pick up one. Now it's going to be Fresh that has been dealt with, and finally now Hive can start to move up off the back of all those kills, but it is not towards B.
Oh my god. I mean, Hive can barely even get out of their spawn. They're barely even inside of Billiards. Mock Thresh, able to at least find two. Middle of the map is open. It's just Shawnee, who's top radio tower, has so much work to do. The clock's going to get stalled out at 18.2 seconds. Shawnee, under immense pressure, is going to at least stay safe from nades.
Oh.
Was coexisting here for Thresh, what felt like 20 seconds. Sensor also finds Roof on the opposite side. Clock ticking down.
How has Shawnee gotten away with that, by the way? He was weak to hell and back. And he finds another as well. This has been such an indomitable defense from Boston. Might well continue as well. Thresh trying to play his life on this point. He's down to 2 HP though, and well, I don't think you even got a dream at that point, to be frank. Velux trying to hold on to the round, but my goodness. Boston had him boxed in for 99% of the round. I think we saw like one wave of gunfights coming through from Hive, and that was it. And even that was put a stop to by Shawnee and co.
I mean, like, how do you not push Shawnee if you are Thresh? I guess, like, he's under pressure, top cat, not a top kitchen, but, like, Shawnee was 30 HP. Yeah, you got a trophy system down. You can't throw a nade to take him out, but you can't just coexist top tower like that. That was weird. Very strange. No segments captured, by the way, for Hive X Street Mob, so they really need this defense to stick.
Got to be strong if you're Hive. They'll take control of the middle of the map too, and they see the numbers. Rupert most certainly sees the numbers. He manages to take Shawnee out. Mock. Oh, no, Mock. No, not Velux as well. Snoopy. He's a killer.
Oh, dear me. But he's the only one that's realistically finding kills. I mean, Shawnee's still alive, 13-9. Snoopy's got double weapons. He's just flying. Oh my god.
My god.
Trade this man. Get him out from your back line. You are not safe.
No.
Wait. Oh, no. Puts him on skates, pulls out the boxing mitts, punches Velux in the face. He's not done yet.
I'm convinced this guy could be playing gun game, and he'd just do it with all the weapons. He's got a Vasnef, he's got attack in hand, he's doing the melee as well. He was feeling himself there. That was... Oh, dearie me. Doing things to me, mate. Snoopy finally gets put down, but it is, well, a pretty good play from him because he creates so much space that Boston are able to kick their feet up and capture a extra 60 seconds on the board now. And Hive, they look rattled. Just ready for all these transitions. Yeah, it really is laughable at this point, isn't it, mate? Shawnee going to pick up one on the entry. Trade's coming in, though, and this is good for Hive. They seem to have stabilized.
And they should know that their football field isn't secure right now. You got player number 5, Rupert. He spawns all the way over, adjacent over by the A zone. You still got one player at the dead A zone. Is Doug. He's trying to cause a little bit more distress, but the main focus for Boston are all over by the B zone. These numbers for Hive to recontest are taking a long time to hit the wrap and to also retake the building.
Yeah, there's a lot on Hive here. Yeah, there's players around the front line, but there's also Velux coming on the defense around the wrap. And yeah, he's actually going to pick up one. Thresh going to take down Snoopy as well. That was a nice reaction coming out from Snoopy towards Garage to move forward after losing her teammate. But the reaction is better. It's stronger for Hive. Refuse to die here for the moment. Velux is still such an annoyance, and it is really frustrating when a player entrenches themselves in towards green like that. But Velux finally goes down. And now for Boston Academy, it feels like they're trying to reset themselves back towards that transition from A to B. Number 1 on the minimap, that's Shawnee, and Pentagram 2 starting to really approach, and Sensor has picked up the first kill. Shawnee's been found out, though. The players on the flank here hasn't gone as solidly as they would like, and they have to be careful of COD timing because Velux is on the prowl.
I mean, Sensor had to have been sniffing pixels off his monitor to see Thresh all the way back yonder. That's insane. But it's all for naught. GP's the only player that's pushed up. That's probably the best player to have in this situation. Vaznev pushing all the way out from green, trying to get behind enemy lines. Doesn't clear top pride rock. Thresh will take him out. 25 seconds remaining. Hive looking to hold on.
I will say Hive's defense here has been rock solid, apart from when Snoopy blew it up earlier on. It's relatively weak for the moment, though. Mock is the only one over here. It is only momentarily as now. Rick's control once again in favor of Rupert. Velux is pushed all the way through, and the only hope that Boston have is that Snoopy can go huge, which honestly I wouldn't put it past him at this point. He's actually picked up the first kill. 2.5 seconds on the clock, though. Snoopy has to touch point, and he's not going to be able to. And Velux just does enough there towards the end. Finishes at least on a killing spree. Not too sure if he did find the sick required for a cruise missile. But I tell you what, mate, Hive did well to weather that storm.
Yeah, no, they absolutely did. I mean, the way that Snoopy started that round on a massive spree just put Hive in the absolute blender. I mean, it felt like Boston Academy, whether this is true or not, had about a 5-life lead after the A-zone got captured. It was about a minute 45, if not closer to 2 minutes, on the board to try to convert over by the B-zone. But the way that Hive played, making sure they had Velux try to push up over by the house, make sure the Thresh was top pride rock, try to always combat and Snoopy through the middle of the map, top and bottom kitchen, whatever may have you, they at least extend this to another round. So 4 segments, though, comparatively to the 0 segments for HiveX Street Mob. So you feel like they got to win this. If they don't want to see a round 5 offense, they got to get it done here. But so much easier said than done when the SMGs are delivering on the opening breaks.
Yeah, it's Snoopy again, right off the rip. I'm so glad our observers know what's up. They know who we want to see at this point in time. It's Snoopy. Snooping about. From behind. Oh, he's going to get caught off guard by Rupert. Would have been nice if he could have taken Velux with him. But no. To the grave he will go. Shawnee. First player pushed up. Rupert's not going to connect a single shot, and Pentagram going to act with information from Shawnee there. Flies down from high to take him down. Looking for a second versus Mock now as well. And really starting to threaten here are Boston Academy on the defensive side. But Hive still have players filtered through.
Gotta get on that B zone. This, you really do feel like has to be the push that does stick. And they're losing so many more members. How has Snoopy been able to get in and around this fence line consistently? 20 seconds remaining. 4 life deficit for Hive. They got to get on the zone.
Yeah, they've got a couple of options at the very least for Lux on the flank. And I was going to say maybe they can try and create some space over towards B. But you know what? Flux is just going to do it over towards A instead. At 20 and 12, he's having a great game. He's feeling himself. He has created a lot of space for Hive so far here in this game. But Pentagram, I'm going to try and save that A point from up high, is sent packing because he's on 35 HP. No way to try and challenge a gunfight, but the reposition is now going to be through. One last-ditch effort to try and save this A point. It is going to be a hit here. Shots in a mock will be good enough for a kill. And now Sensor on the other side should be good enough to try and contest this. Isn't just yet. Boston want to hit this together, and here they go. Pentagram now from Checkers. He's going to go down. It's trades in favor of Hive, and there's the extra 60 seconds.
Snoopy just invested the cruise missile.
Yeah.
Oh, no. That might come back to bite them in the rear. His lives are even. Thresh is around the back. He's got a double weapon setup. You would feel like that Mo's got dead silence the way he's flying around the back line. He's also got his sights focused over towards Pride Rock. Now, all of Boston off of that A zone being captured. Still got the close parallel spawns to B. So they're going to be able to get themselves a pretty strong setup. I have to wait for the respawns for now.
Hive still got options here. Mock and Velux still challenging. And yeah, Mock just finds the perfect timing there. No dead silence required for him as he takes the head off Snoopy. 25 seconds left. He might want to pick up the pace a little bit. Well, this player pushed up for Hive. Needs to do a little bit more damage, create a little bit more space around the backline. Shawnee has to spot it up top, and Mock's going to lose that particular 1v1. Sent from the top AC to take down Thresh as well, and Rupert's flank is also denied at every single avenue. Hive being denied a chance at B. Perhaps Phalanx can do something in this situation. Will finally pick up Snoopy, and just playing your life here is paramount.
Oh, the Lux would have loved to be able to find that next kill. Pentagram is also shooting. Ghost finally gets the kill onto Thresh. More trades come through. 3 dead. Boston Academy hold on. Although Hive were able to get themselves that full A-zone capture, I don't think it's enough. Again, we hopped in late as far as that round 1 is concerned, but I'm pretty sure that Boston Academy got more than a single segment on their opening offense. That'll confirm round 5 defense for them if it is true. HiveX Street Mob, again, through both of their offenses, have just really struggled as far as opening breaks are concerned. Hell, even with that round 3 defense that came through, Snoopy was just running them over. Gotta shut him down. Even Pentagram came into that round at like, I want to say like 8 and something, like 8 and 11 or something like that. He finishes 14 and 18. It's definitely starting to heat things up. Something to rally behind. Johnny's also on a 5-3, 26 and 18, looking to replace that cruise missile that Snoopy invested in the previous round.
It would be nice if they could get it. Put themselves in a really good stead to try and win out this round number 5. Pressure though for Hive towards B. Rupert taking some shots, gonna have to hide inside tools here momentarily. He can still do some damage if Boston don't see him coming, especially if he can take this 1 versus Shawnee. Not gonna see him to the left there. That's gonna ascertain, excuse me, that streak for Shawnee. Boston Academy now have a secret weapon.
How do you use it? Hive tiptoeing around the A zone. It's only Velux that's over here. You see Boston Academy are really trying to find where this player is located at. Sensor's also going to try to go contest top tower. Did not look to the right, so now that's in Rupert's possession. That was the one big moment for HiveX Street Mob to finally get that A control zone, but nobody is near Rupert to benefit from such a power position.
Velux on the crowd though. Looking for more, and he just activated that dead silence for full falling as well, so that will count. Will not be there for the next life. And such a flank will not work once again. Hive. Desperate times, desperate measures. It's time to get yourselves towards the point. Mock gonna take the head off Sensor. Big power play there, because now there's nobody up top in AC. It will open up the lane here for Hive to make their way down the football field. And now as Pentagram goes down too, things are looking pretty good if you're Hive. You don't want to get too egregious with it. Mock pushing forward for players off the spawns. There's a player sitting in the corner. It's Shawnee bringing that streak down, but it does nothing on the defense as the trades continue to fall in favor of Hive. It's Thresh for 2.
Gotta look both ways. The second you exit the door, could have gotten a free kill onto Shawnee, but he invested the cruise missile. Second segment captured here at the B zone. 18.1 seconds. Hive had themselves a very strong life lead in by way of 4. And, I mean, Pentagram just flies towards it. You gotta chalk that, brother. Set yourself up inside of the house itself, because now Hive are finding exits off of 60 seconds being accrued. 22 plays up against 17. One good push, and Hive might put this control to rest.
Yeah, it's the investment that's also kind of frustrating, right? Because of the fact that obviously now you don't have it as your get-out-of-jail-free card for this next hit over towards A. Hive very happy with the positioning now and the time on the clock as well. 56 seconds. Rupert's going to put a stop to that clock going down. Will be taken away from the point, though, so back down it will go. Shawnee up top in this power position. Again, Hive didn't do such a good job in their prior deep or offensive round, removing him from here. But they are just contesting from angles where Shawnee can't really do anything about, to be honest, using the coverage of the doors, and now Rupert's just going to eviscerate him. Snoopy now needs to get involved right towards the point. There goes Fresh. Sensor from down low as well. Sensor will find 2. Snoopy needs to also get Velux here, and they will. That is a clean house for Boston.
16 plays up against 13. Snoopy, aware of the situation at hand, has that silence mid-pop, so he's going to press up over by the yellow shack. Almost loses the gunfight versus Rupert. He always wants that red tower positioning. Every kill going forward is a big one for Boston Academy as the clock continues to tick down.
Hive, one good hit. That's all they've got in the barrel kit. And Snoopy towards the middle of the map is just not going to allow such insolence. He's looking for more. He's feeling it. It's Snoopy once again on the prowl, looking for kills. Finally goes down. Big kill for Fresh. 12 seconds now. Hive, you got to turn up the heat right about now, and you don't really have much of a choice in the way you want to do it. Players on the point, though. 6.2 seconds for the clock now. Velux on the flank. Pentagram going to be brought down to 17 HP, but he's got the team shots and Sensor up top as well to work with. But this second team progression, it's coming pretty fast. There's 2 players on the point. Sensor and Snoopy going to double up, and now it's just Velux on the point to try and play his life. Try and waste some time for Mock to come through. Neither of them will touch, and Boston Academy hold strong. You have to go to round 5 here in Alasilo, but they will win.
Got a little dicey there. It almost felt like every single time that Hive loaded into another offense, it kept on getting better and better. 0 segments in their first, 3 segments in the second. Round 5 offense almost sees them to get the full-on capture. And yeah, I was worried there for a second. You saw Sensor even in this final kill from Shawnee, who finishes at a Herculean 32 and 22, by the way. He's just had to drop from that red tower position because he wasn't finding value with it. He had to assist Pentagram, who was down low. One shot for quite some time. That if those handful of kills did come through from Hive, we would have been spelling a completely different story as far as this series is concerned. But Boston Academy have themselves a 2-1 lead nonetheless. Speaking of 2-1 leads, Anarchy looking to close this out in 4 versus Orbit.
Yeah, again, big game. We talk about champs qualification. Anarchy and Orbit, 2 teams up there. Anarchy now is 20 seconds shy, finishing 2-0 on the end of the first day of their return to Elite, especially for Dak and Cruz. 14 seconds. Wiz up top, though, wants to put a stop to them. Big kill coming through from him and Gravity, but they haven't actually done anything to try and take them away from the scrap time. Finally, they do, but Gunzy now finds himself on 5 in a row. He is doing so much damage, and it only takes 1 good hit to just break open this game and finish things off for Orbit. There's number 6. Gunzy has earned that streak now. That is a good get-out-of-jail-free card for the remainder of this game. Now, here you go. Gunzy still feeling himself. Looking for number 7. Player sat towards the right in the corner. Gravity also close by. And Gunzy slashes them all up. Anarchy just completely wiping them away as Gunzy and Lunas will double up. He'll get the triple as well. What a way to close out Embassy Hardpoint.
This team is nasty. What? You ain't never seen a performance like this from Anarchy, especially online. On LAN, yeah, totally, absolutely. But, like, online, they absolutely come through, deliver on the goods. A 3-1 win over Orbit is a very tough feat, especially with the names that you do have on that roster. But even for Anarchy, to be able to go out on the day 2-0, after not even qualifying for Season 3 of the Elite. They come here, they know they gotta get the job done on day 1. They absolutely do it. They beat Outlast Gaming and now Orbit as well. What a great start from Cruz & Co. there from NRK.
And I think the thing is about Anarchy, right, or NRK, whichever way you want to pronounce the name, right, is that they are a team that has always been a threat. It's just they haven't been in Elite, right? That's the big thing. This team has been together for a very long time. I don't think that Cruz and Dak were even in Season 2. I think Dak might have been on Twisted Theory as like the fill-in when Hixie moved up to Toronto Ultra.
That's right, yeah.
That was the extent to which that he participated in Season 2, but he still returned immediately to this new look Anarchy gaming roster. And still, like, Anarchy have been that team. I think, like, if I look towards their last 2 Challengers Cup performances, if I remember correctly, it's something like they won like Cup 10 maybe, or like they got 3rd in Cup 10 and they won like Cups 9 and 8 or something like that. Like, why we don't often talk about Challengers Cups because they hold somewhat less importance than Elites and LANs. But even when you look over towards LANs, I mean, Cruz and Dak haven't placed outside the top 6 the entire season. Every single open event they have been there. And then of course, just this very NRK roster, they themselves, with of course Cruz and Dak on that roster, got top 6 at Texas. Like, they just haven't been spoken about because we haven't had a chance to cast them in Elite.
I think we really need to start having a further conversation about Lunars. I mean, this guy, I think he's like, what, like 19? As far as an AR player is concerned, is just putting up just massive numbers. And it's not just in series like this. It's consistently dropping numbers. Just a very stable AR to go on the back line there of Cruz. Here's your final stat boards there. Yeah, I mean, Lunar's 32 and 19. Hell, even when we got to see a little bit of Anarchy, I think it was like the LSULO control, Lunars was dropping 3 pieces. We got a little bit of that Hotel Hardpoint, right. I want to say. If not, I so believe that Lunars has probably dropped 3 pieces. And Sabby also delivers on such pressure as well. I mean, 25 and 19 out of Gunzy. Cannot go unnoticed that this kid has been slept on, I want to say, ever since that Carnage Gaming roster back in Modern Warfare 2019, trying to find his feeding underneath him again. And this roster is really, really stable. I mean, across the board, just squeaky clean, especially in the hardpoints. They take them both in this series, only losing the Embassy Search and Destroy to Orbit. Expected a very tough Search and Destroy team to go up against. But, hey, man, if you want to put some stocks into one of the new teams that had to qualify in towards Season 4, look no further than that Anarchy roster.
Yeah, absolutely. And Anarchy Gaming, off the back of that, well, they finished 2-0 at the end of day number 1. A great start for a returning team, at least in the form of Cruz and Dak. Of course, Lunas and Gunzy have also had their moments in Elite this season so far. But this roster that's been together for quite some time, looking pretty good on their Elite debut. Decimate also 2-0 at the end of the first day. I don't think we necessarily expected that, considering kind of, this roster was an entire remix off the back of a disappointing Season 3 for that original Decimate. I say original. What even is the original Decimate roster at this point? They've had so many compositions this season thus far. Still, 2-0 for Flames, Estriel and Co. Great performance from them. Millennium 7 and Orbit, they populate the middle of the table, and then Outlast Gaming and Needog at 0-2 apiece. More or less, I think with a couple of exceptions, maybe Millennium 7 being 1-1, this is kind of how I expected this group to go thus far.
Yeah, I mean, more or less, right? I also gotta give yourself a little bit of a chuckle. Yeah, Decimate, technically by name, also have the Boston land win underneath their belts. That's
true.
That's old T-Fell Enterprises, not to mention, what was it, like Season 2? Season 3 of the Elite?
Yeah.
Funny stuff.
With a different roster, by the way.
Yeah, with a very, very different roster, by the way. This is map 4, by the way. Thank you, production, catching it up. It is actually Boston that have a 2-1 lead over Hive Street Mob, and after a very good LSULO control out of members like Shawnee, as well as Snoopy through their opening breaks, looking to continue on with their winning ways here in the Mercado map 4.
Yeah, for sure. All those Boston fans out there will want to see them finish the series in this manner. There's a lot riding on this, not just in terms of getting a win on the board for Boston, but doing it, I think, for Snoopy against your former teammates would be a nice way to validate the move. Start for Boston. First 20 seconds off the back of P1. They also might be able to get a few more seconds as well, but I think more importantly, they've cemented the spawns in towards Cantina for a P2. So this is a real money rotation coming through early on from Boston Academy, provided by Sensor around the backline. He finds himself on 5-1 to kick this off, looking for kill number 6, but none of the shots against Mock connecting, and now might find himself facing fresh around the backline. Sensor, if he could earn this streak, would be huge, but I think he's about to be overwhelmed by Thresh. Still playing his life, still somehow alive. Ow, almost gets away, but he'll feel like he was around that corner.
Doug must have hit the pull-up bar after that map number 2 loss. That man's been coming different in the past, well, the LSU control and leading into this Mercado map number 4. That's a big boy lead that Boston Academy been able to build for themselves, just down to 17 seconds. And, I mean, Hive Street Mob, they want to give themselves a really good shake at it. You got 3 and 2, Mock and Thresh. They're already inside of this elephant room, being threatened early from Boston Academy with the mutual information that Reaper's still soaking scrap.
Still fighting here. Our Snoopy and Sensor, and why wouldn't you when Snoopy's able to double up like that? Isolates Velux coming off the spawns. We'll have to wait now for his teammates to spawn up and get involved in the action. Pentagram and Sensor Hill providing the coverage around the middle of the map. They do go down, and now it's just Shawnee and Snoopy left in, and now it's neither of them left in. That is a very fast response coming out from Hive. They lost the hill for all of like 10 to 15 seconds.
Well, and even more so than that, right? I mean, that was a 3v4, essentially, because Rupert was still over by the old hill, soaking up scrap time. He walked over here on a 3-3, finds kill number 4. Pentagram will take him down. And this is a crazy turn of scrap into initial. Boston Academy looking to take it away, though. Snoopy, Pentagram, Sensor, all delivering the goods to find themselves 4 dead in a row. They'll break back in for some scrap time, and they also got Pentagram alongside Sensor on the rotation for 4.
Yeah, close spawns in effect here for Boston. They're still going to have to fight for it. They're technically speaking in a 3 versus 4 here momentarily, while Snoopy soaks up all the scrap time on Elephant Room. Thresh looking to threaten through. I don't know if they've got a trophy system to prevent themselves from dealing with any incoming nades, but it doesn't matter because you've got Pentagram there anyway to deal with Thresh on the initial. There goes Mock 2, but in from behind it's for Lux to pick up the double. Rupert will find number 3. He still isn't done just yet, though, because Boston, they will continue to spawn close, and Velux doesn't have the teammates to cover.
A lot of time here on P4. A lot of time for Boston to build the lead. A lot of time for Hive to keep this even. Player number 2 is going to actually get a pretty gifted spawn. Thresh is looking to at least pinch this from behind. He needs to clear the clothing truck first. The Snoopy inside the hardpoint's looking to at least hold on. Trades are going to be good. Can Sensor deliver anything more? The answer is no. 4 dead for Hive Street Mod. Now, keep in mind, Boston held on to that just down to 20 seconds or so. They can still hold this lead at this rotation for P5.
Indeed it is. Right call being made here from Boston just to give it up, chalk it. Don't stress too much about it. Make sure you solidify yourselves for the rotation. It is, technically speaking, a 2 versus 3 here, at least momentarily, before Pentagram can come up the spawns. Maybe some good timing here, especially for Thresh, who, well, will end up falling to Pentagram off the back of that spawn that I just mentioned, but still, not all secure just yet. Reaper's still hanging about, has got control of that back dumpster. Pentagram, weakened up from the first few shots, feels like a challenge is required, and that challenge does not go well as Reaper finds the second. Still, though, Boston off the spawn. DP next up to try and do some damage, but he finds his way in the dark and quickly is removed. Shawnee also loses his one towards Rupert, and for Hive, this has gone wonderfully. Boston, they had the rotation and they immediately lost it.
Rupert's on another kill spree, by the way. He's up on 4 in a row, 12 and 8 for Rupert. Block's also trying to find engagements inside of Dark. Rupert's trying to find the trades. That's another 5 spree. Was 1 away from getting himself that cruise missile. How influential would that have been? But I would argue you probably don't even need it. Not with the way that Hive have been shooting, especially towards the tail end at 4 and leading in towards 5. Just in and around Elephant Room has really been Hive Street Mob's biggest benefactor as far as their scoreline that they hold right now. Boston chalked it, going into rotation over towards P6, and they're losing gunfights. Lux needs to find the gets the trade from Mach. And that is a very quick scrap to initial coming through for Hive.
It is. Good kills coming through from Fresh, though, to try and cover, because otherwise they would have been stuck in a pinch situation with 2 players on both sides of the hard point. Now Reaper starting to heat up over by the back alley. Will go down. Lux finds himself on a 2. Shawnee now looking to find his way through. Fresh is covering the bottom, so Mock is all alone up top here and deals with 2 players that double challenge. Nicely done there from Shawnee and Sensor, who now will find their way on through for the remainder of this scrap time. Hive want to be careful. Rupert is looking for this one, and through the windows, he's not cleaning those. He's coming through to clean up Boston instead. What is that? 3 for Rupert. Shawnee spawns up around the backline, but Hive, they are knocking at the door for the rotation.
Any questions anybody has about Rupert? The ability for him to play with an SMG in hand, put it to rest. Oh my God, Rupert! He's got some assistance by way of Mach, but he's on yet another spree. Looking for kill number 6 versus Doug mid-map. He's gonna give it up for now, but talk about influence on the map.
This is what they mean by flexible players, right? Flex players. Rupert is most certainly showing up at the moment for the squad. 5 in a row. Thresh has already earned his 6, so that's a cruise missile in the back pocket. Can he find it this time around? He's got way too many players to contest with, and both of them will overwhelm. And that 6-3 is going to be denied. Thresh still on 7 in a row, by the way, as Velux now looks to push through the warehouse. Found one, looking for the second against Pentagram, and the shots are good to do so. So a big 30 seconds left to fight for here would put some serious damage in this game for the Boston fans. And I think Boston know it as well. They've still got to try and hit this if they can. Velux, well aware of the fact this hit is coming. Is he ready for the timing, though? I don't think he was. Didn't anticipate Velux coming that quickly towards their kill. So Boston should be able to soak up the scrap time. Thresh and Mock, who Fresh, by the way, still on 9 in a row, has not died. Looking to put that into double digits for the kill on Pentagram. And, well, I think he was weak for that gunfight, but Thresh still makes it look disgusting.
Double digits, Thresh? It was like, what? It was triple negative at one point. Okay. What a flip of the script that first set of hard points was, huh? Boston Academy had themselves quite a bit of a lead, walking away from P4. But again, Hive Street Mob, the majority of their time come in and around the Elephant Room, both P3, P5 respectively. That break inside P6, and then the recontest for P7 by way of a couple sprees. Thresh is still going on, by the way. Finally gets traded by Sensor, but the trades from Hive are that much better. At 200 points, Boston are reeling, backs against the wall.
Yeah, and I think Boston, all I was going to say had, is to ensure they had the rotation. That is now absolutely out the window as Thresh and Velux combine for 3. Now Velux, you just feel it in his gameplay, right? At 20 and 16, he's not had that amazing of a game. But when Velux starts going off, when he starts popping off, it is a problem. And Boston Academy, I'm not really sure they have a solution. Got to find a way in. And this is one of the hardest tills to break here we have on Mikado. Fresh off his 10 spree, finally going to get shut down now as Sensor and Boston Academy knocking around the back door of the alley. Thresher's going to get a kill off the back of a trophy system. That coverage is pretty good. Sensor the only player close by to contest, and he is not going to be able to.
No, you can still close it here if you are Hive. The one benefactor for Boston is you don't have a lot of players that are able to get into position to maybe try to clear more space around the back alley. That's where this hit's mostly coming from. Snoopy's gonna fly up top Cantina. He gets met by Velux. 21st kill here for Vale. Pentagram will find the trade, but it looks like Hive are looking to hold.
Yeah, it's just so hard. These guys, they've got no choice right now but to go in one by one, and they're getting punished for it. It was number 8 Pentagram that was close by. I don't know if Boston can do anything about this. It's time for Snoopy to do something huge against his former teammate, and Rupert will deny. Can Pentagram touch? Yes, he can. The kill versus Mock is there, but the second will not be. And Hive Street Mob take the hard point against all odds. They were down by quite a margin in that game, Andy, but they send us to a game 5.
Vamos! Thresh! Rupert! What the hell, brothers? Just went absolutely mental there towards, I want to say, like halfway through the first set of hills, where they just flipped the script on its head. Everybody benefited from it. I mean, it says high streak for Rupert for 5, but I felt like this dude just went on like 4 or 5 sprees, like back to back to back. I felt like a broken record. We're like, oh, there's Rupert again on another 4 or 5 spree. About to get himself a cruise missile. Oh, silly me. It's actually Thresh that is able to get himself the cruise missile there with a 12 spree at the end of the first set of hills. Boston had like a 50, 60 point lead at the tail end of P4, but then again, a flip of the switch. The Lux felt like he became unchained as Rupert and Thresh were working in tandem off of Mock's crossfires. So much space was denied. Only 4 of those 25 kills were traded? Come on, this guy's crazy.
I feel like the thing is with Mikado, just generally speaking, right, is that it is a game that can very quickly slip away from you, just given off these money rotations that we always talk about, right? And to be fair, Boston Academy, I mean, like, they got broken. They had control of the parking lot hardpoint. They had control of P7. And they lost it. Hive Street Mob off the back of those streaks that we were talking about from Rupert and Thresh, despite the fact that Rupert didn't manage to get the 6th in a row. It was 2 back-to-back 5 sprees, and of course that phenomenal 12 spree from Thresh that absolutely just decided the way that parking lot hardpoint was going to go. And then, of course, the rotation from P1 to P2 as well. Those were the 2 daggers in the second half of that game where Boston Academy, they just lost control. What a series, man. What a series this has been. Again, I don't think we could have this any other way because of all the storylines we've got on board here, all the Boston fans out there that are always kind of cheering their team on through roster change after roster changes, through new iteration after new iteration, and of course that story of Snoopy moving away from Hive to join this team. It is a huge gamble for a player that just got second in Season 3. It has to pay off.
I'm going to give myself a breath of fresh air here as we take a look at where we're going for a Fortress Search and Destroy map number 5. Again, that one jumped off the page right next to that LSU control. No reason being is because both of these teams did lose their Fortress Search and Destroy in their opening series, 6-2, 6-4 respectfully. But to give yourself at least some housekeeping around the board, Omid were able to get the 3-0 versus Treaty 1. They 3-0'd them on the Expo control to seal the deal. Millennium 7 also 3-0'd Outlast Gaming, 3-1ing them on the LSU control and 6-2ing them on the Mercado Hardpoint as well. Estimate, again, that 3-0 versus Need and Org is a good start for them to have for themselves. And of course, we got to see the closure of the Anarchy versus the Orbit matchup ending in 4. This one will continue to trek on, and I'll go ahead and echo you there, brother. I think Boston obviously have a lot of fans. I know they're back at house staff. I got a long time to talk a lot with them. Last year at the Boston Open, and again for the previous major that happened there at Fenway and MGM, respectfully, it was just absolutely sublime to see how much support they actually do give this team. We want this Boston roster to do well. They're constantly kind of throwing a lot of these curveballs. I know it puts a lot of stress on Coach Magic's shoulders that he always has to figure out how these new pieces of the puzzle actually do work for themselves. They somehow always find themselves making their way back in towards playoffs, but I mean, this is a potential going to be another elite season where Boston might just be starting off 0-2 if they can't scale away this map number 5.
Yeah, and look, I don't want to, it's a really unique situation that occurred, but we will bring it up. It wouldn't be the first time that Boston had gone 0-2 at the start of the season. I talked about it earlier on, Andy, right? It was that kind of miraculous run where they were 0-2 the very first day of, Season 1 of Challengers, and everyone was really sad and down on the fact that that had been the case. Obviously, as you say, Boston are a very popular team. But they then made that miraculous run, right? I mean, they ended up qualifying very last minute. I think it was the last 3 games they managed to win away. And then, of course, finishing things off with that run all the way to 3rd place, I think it was, in the bracket, was still something to behold and one of my favorite elite moments the entirety of my casting career. So Boston absolutely have it in them. But again, they don't want to make it the hard way. They want to make sure that they do get through here with this victory versus Hive for a plethora of reasons.
Let's see how they get on. Again, our map number 2 in this series was a Mercado Search and Destroy. Hive let Boston have it. They won it 6-2. Trades galore coming through. Snoopy able to take down Rupert 3v3. Velux still has that bomb in his back pocket. Can't necessarily feel comfortable to plant this bomb. with Mock potentially having info that sensors on the other side of that door.
Boston Academy not giving Mock any information to work with here. They're heavily reliant on what Sensor can do. Watching the cross, and of course Snoopy, he was pushed through, but Thresh have their own secret weapon, and Snoopy is going to activate first. That should up the sense of urgency for Thresh. Even if he does cross towards B on a flank, will get caught off guard. I think Snoopy's going to get caught here. Yeah, Thresh is going to take that player down. Now we find ourselves in an awkward 2v2. Thresh is trying to make it a 2v1, but the shots are not good enough.
Oh, Thresh finds the coverage to get back inside one of these cuts. Look where that bomb is down at, inside of munitions. Thresh, luckily enough, has Dead Silence. Loses the 1v1 initially versus the door. Mock will find the snipe versus Shawnee. 1v2 and Sensors on the flank.
Yeah, oh, no, the knife!
Oh, no, it's the pistol whip.
It's pistol whip? I mean, mate, yeah. I don't care. Melee, whatever it is. These, when you see a player running at you like that, it is a horror movie. And I don't know if there's a scarier player to run up against than Mock, man.
I feel like if you get hit with that first, man, like, irons go to the moon, man. Hardly any recovery whatsoever. Shock has never hip fire of the attack, but tough situation to have for yourself if you are Boston. I mean, Snoopy tried to do everything right there. Found the first, and then the second as well for Boston. Looking for an answer back here on offense. Mind you, Snoopy has the bomb. He's waiting for this push through in bottom single.
That's the right call to make. You don't want to let anybody get through bottom single. Towards up. Now, feel confident enough to get the bomb down. Hive will not be able to put a stop to it, so what does the reaction look like for Hive? They've already lost a man. It would be nice if they could even the odds. That would have been a great kill for Rupert to get, and I don't know if they have much of a choice in how they want to approach this one. Maybe a little bit more autonomy now, as Velux picks up that kill versus Pentagram. But still, there are players on all sides to be concerned about. Namely, I think Shawnee is probably going to be the one that catches them off guard towards Street. You have to keep an eye out. There you go. Shawnee goes down towards Street. Rupert, big one to lose on towards Sensor, though. Time to win them down in this round. 20 seconds to go. You have to reserve 7.5 for the defuse. And as such, all that Boston need to do here in this instance is just play their life, keep themselves away from the bomb. Sensor with that kill is good enough, and I don't think Velux is even going to be able to get his running boots on to take Sensor down. The kill is there, but the defuse will not be.
That's a fantastic post plant setup. You're looking at from Boston. They're able to get that bomb planted at A. Pretty scot-free, and they all just play in these 1-for-1 positions, and it causes a lot of, I guess, disjointment as far as a break is concerned, or a retake over by that A bomb site, because you just have so many different angles you have to cover. And by the time you're done clearing A and B, C, D, and potentially even E is another off angle you have to be worried about in and around munitions, around the A bomb site itself. Only so much you can do. You are Hive X Street Mob. Boston answer back with an offensive round of their own. Very aggressive take defensively, I will say.
This is super aggressive here for Boston. The defense. Very little pressure on towards A itself. Lux is still a little bit cautious of the fact that one of these players is about to fly through bottom up. That will not occur just yet. Instead, now Hive going to rethink their game plan here momentarily. It gives a lot of space to Pentagram on site, and he might be about to strike.
Have to wait. All the doors. Oh. What is happening?
His timing. His timing is insane. Pentagram finally flies, and there you go. Mock down for Lux. What are you doing? That's your teammate. Hello?
I mean, Ripper just got snapped on. I'll tell you that much.
I mean, he definitely died. I don't think he's expected to die like that.
No, oh, man, that's tough. So we get out. What has happened between Pentagram and Rupert in that door? That's one of the world's greatest mysteries here on Outbacker Fortress for sure. But yeah, I mean, Pentagram even just fighting that first and then just swan diving his way to almost belly flop on the bench was enough to cause distress for Hive X Street Mob. That by the time they try to get back over towards the A zone, team kill comes through. Boston just have to hold on 2 rounds in a row.
Shorty's initial stun will slow up Pentagram here on the defense. Just sure if that was a defensive stun coming through on towards Snoopy. This is a fast plant. Courageous. And the bomb will go down. Snoopy also gets away scot-free. So, Hive now have to work with very little map control, very little information off the back of this play. Pentagram up top, just making sure nobody attempts that jump up, and Rooper is about to. Maybe Mock just on the pre-fire. Pentagram going to get overwhelmed there. It's players from all sides as they look to clamber through the windows. Numbers in favor of Hive. Is time, though? That's the question. Now a 2 versus 2 as the trades go down. Snoopy finds a second one up top, and now it is all on Mock. To try and find a defuse, I don't think he's got the time.
No.
These players are separated as well.
Oh, and Snoopy's just going to run inside the site. Not inside.
Oh, no!
Mock!
No,
It's going to be close. It's going to be close.
He got it.
You think he got it? You're so confident. It's going to be just so close. 0.3
No!
seconds. Are you kidding me?
That was a foregone conclusion. That was
Snoopy!
done.
Snoopy just came flying through the closed archway. You'll see it right here. That confirms the information. Why? Doug, why? Channel that.
Those challenges are terrible. Those
Oh,
challenges
but
are
Mock Snap
terrible.
is that much better, man. Oh my god.
I'm rarely speechless. You know this of me. Okay, let's put that one to the back of our minds, folks. Okay. Mock will be feeling pretty happy after the end of that round. Hive also feeling pretty happy as well. Does that confidence flow through towards round number 5? That's the question. Feels like Boston haven't changed their setups. We're going to get this bomb down, though. How does he plant it? Or doesn't go for the egregious plant. Sensor will not be able to stop it.
Those plants all going to be in the back. That flank is secure. You got player number 8 Pentagram. He's trying to get up top tree to maybe try to convert in towards top rails. But the more time this takes, it will benefit Hive in the post.
Oh, did he just...
He could have been spam shots at the door.
Yeah, maybe. It did feel like bullets on the body hit. Boston now trying to regain control of the site, and it is slipping away from them. Sensor for the 1v4. He finds the first. Getting any more than that, I think, would be fortunate at this point in time. These players are just not positioned for Sensor to get these kills.
Nope. Gonna get a late shout. We'll take down Rooper. At least that's 2 to Doug's name. Spam shots coming through, just gently closes the doors like, thank you very much. I will close the door into the next round. Yeah, that just go ahead and just exclaims how difficult it really is to try to retake that bomb site, especially when in the post plant. Got players in towards the back. All the nades get denied coming through open and closed archway. That the majority of that retake has to come through from top tree, inside of rails, munitions, whatever you decide to call, all those different very annoying power positions inside of P4. Hive just lock it down. Take the lead right back, albeit by 1.
This is a very close search and destroy between these two teams. Back and forth, and oh, Fredge gonna start the round in superb fashion. Shawnee, Sensor down for the count. 2 versus 4 now for Snoopy and Pentagram, the newer additions to the lineup. Snoopy being tagged up, down to 6 HP he goes, and there's no escaping that. Pentagram trying to pull off a spectacular play. No.
Oh, man, oh, man. I mean, Thresh, like, his roll out there defensively, right? Like, he just comes up through the open archway, lobs a frag grenade, lands in the lap of 1, rips the heady off the next. Fully zone coverage there from soon after. I mean, it just made everybody feel so trapped for Boston Academy. That round happened like 30 seconds. It was settled within like the first 10. 2 rounds in a row for Hive. 6 and 2 for Mock. 6 and 3 for Thresh. ARs are feasting.
Yeah. At least I will say, for losing the last 3 rounds of the bounce, Boston haven't got that much to be concerned about. Wide wave streaks, I believe. That is something positive to take away. Good start, though. Rupert. His attempt to fly over towards A. Going to get caught out by a lovely nade over the top from Sensor. That should give them way to move forward. Snoopy? Did he make noise or something? Did he, like, howl out into the wind? The shots go through the door and send Snoopy flying.
Bomb dropped in a pretty precarious spot. Pretty recoverable at that as well. But it becomes that much more dire. This flank starts to really be an act. Sensor starts pressing up. It could have been miscommunication because Snoopy was nowhere to be found for the trade. Only finds 1. Mock answers back. Shawnee 1v2.
That's the second time. It just feels like Snoopy and Sensor, maybe those teaming issues that we were talking about, just are not in the sync at all. And Shawnee's got to don the cape. Save the day. And Mock is just not going to let that happen. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think it's all on that one play, but it could have been a savable round if that was a little bit more in tune.
The play could have been salvaged, or the round where, what the body was that?
Oh, it's like GTA 4 ragdoll physics right there.
I mean, those doors look pretty wooden, but I'm pretty sure that's like 2-inch thick steel, the way that body just ragdoll across the A-bomb site. But yeah, I mean, if Sensor can press up, get some damage, Snoopy would have had a better angle, at least for that two-piece, but I mean, you're almost relying on a two-piece to come through, at least for the trade of Sensor regardless. Could have been miscommunication regardless. Hive Street Mob up on series point to go 2-0 on the day.
And again, what a glorious victory it would be, right? So much riding on this for Snoopy. Not everything, for sure. There's still a long way to go here in the final season of 2023 Challengers Elite. Still, this would be disheartening for sure. Snoopy's going to get the bomb down. Once again, the escape is on, and he feels a little bit uncertain about this one. Feels like a second nade might be coming over the top, but it will not. He escapes.
Very different look for Boston Academy. We'll put a pin in it, and we'll talk about it at the end of this round. But Snoopy, after planting the bomb, gets all the way top tree. Shawnee's here watching the angle. 2 kills come through in quick succession. It should be a Boston Academy round win.
I felt like Fresh was wearing armor plates there for a second. How many bullets he soaked up? Oh, dear. Boston not dead yet, mate.
And in that very different look for Boston Academy, you know, historically, whether it's a meme or not, you know, typically Dog is the one that carried the bomb. He's typically tasked with getting that bomb down as quick as possible with the Overwatch. Snoopy is actually the objective player with an SMG in hand, having the trust for Doug to overwatch him on that back staircase to at least deny any player from pushing up, whether a trophy system was there or not, to deny any nades. Quite a different look that we have not seen from Boston Academy, with a different player playing the OBJ and the bomb at that, but you get to see what it looks like when Snoopy gets to exit with his life.
Indeed. Boston. Seen them in situations similar to this before. They could still clamber back. I'm really sorry, Boston fans, if I've just cast a Gusher team. Hive. We're going to get this bomb down. Once again, teams here on the defense, to be fair, have been not great between Hive and Boston of actually stopping this bomb from going down, despite the fact that it is doable. Yet Rupert feels a little bit unsure about it. Sensor's starting to aggress through open, and Snoopy, no dead silence to speak of, so has to do this silently. Will catch Fresh off guard, but the bomb is down.
Oh, he's getting free shots on a Rupert. Oh, no. Shawnee gets the final blow. Snoopy's in the back line. His post plan is all but crumbled at the seams. Gets the next on the Mock. It'll be 3 kills. Pentagram will take it away from him, but goodness me. I mean, Snoopy committed that dead silence yesterday just to completely wrap all the way through the streets. Nobody from Hive was even alive to watch that angle. I believe it would have been Mock that would have been tasked with it, but he, unfortunately, was nowhere to be found. He was inside a top munitions somewhere. Thresh was all the way over by the logs, so making sure that Rupert can get that bomb plan for free, and albeit he did, the exit in the retake for Boston was so good. Snoopy just found his 10th kill in this map number 5.
Yeah, and those are the kind of plays that you should subscribe to Snoopy for, right? I mean, like, those are the kind of plays that he is known for. He was known for on Hive. If he could consistently pull that off, and, you know, granted, you know, it's Modern Warfare 2, it's Fortress Search and Destroy, there are only so many ways that you can do it in an original way that would catch Hive off guard. But still, if he can do that consistently, that's where Hive might find themselves in trouble. Boston refusing to die here. Aggression coming out from Snoopy. Needs to be careful, though, because Rupert's on the other side. That stun will connect, but there is Veluxa's also there. And, yeah, he's not confident enough that he does not get that kill away.
Damn doors. Shawnee's looking for the trade. Mock doubles up. Sensor still holds the bomb, but you're really relying on Snoopy to find some value here top. But
has to find something, and there is a plethora of arrows, white arrows on the minimap looking at you. How do you handle this if you're Boston? You've got a little bit of time to work with. Now that's dead silence activated for a sensor. Snoopy's just hoping he can catch one of these players off guard, and Hive are just not giving anything away. They're not giving a shoulder, anything, shot. The thing is, the path to planting the bomb is also kind of closed, because you can see Velux on the minimap. He is watching it. As soon as they can go to the plant, he should get to right. Sensor is going to get away with this plant. Does he get away with his life as well? He does, and that is a confusion moment.
Oh, Snoopy has no idea what's underneath the double stairs. Mock will take him down. Last kill is going to be Snoopy on the map. It will be found top boat by his former teammate of Rupert Skywalker. Have yourself a series, young man. 11-4 for Mock there at the end. Snoopy gave his best shake at it at 11-8, but man, Mock finding those first 2 kills really was the end-all be-all. And like you talked about there, Brody, they're in the final round of 10. You had so many arrows that were just posted around the P1 trucks, players around top-bottom maps over by the open archway as well. There was just going to be no way that Boston Academy, much less should have been even able to plant that bomb. Again, it takes a certain set of stones for Doug just to say, I'm just going to go plant it A. Didn't have the coverage from his teammates, didn't have any sort of angle that was looking over by maps, if not inside of munitions, over by the open archway. Just plants that bomb, tries to give himself a winning position. 2 dead silence get popped, your streets are flanked. The round is over, and Hive Street Mob start 2-0 in the Elite Season 4. Who would have thought?
Yeah, let's start the conversation. But yeah, not us. Not us, that's for sure. Look at us. But yeah, let's start the conversation point there, right? Because Hive X Street Mob, I don't think anybody expected this kind of bounce back again. I don't think anybody expected what they did in Season 3. Let's get that out of the way, right? Because Hive, prior to that, whether it was Smog Alpha or Omit Mexico, they were a team that was edging on top 8. That was about it. They were a bubble team, and that's being respectful. Season 3 comes, and this Hive roster looks like a whole new genesis. Reaper, Thresh, Infinite, Snoopy, all of them seem to be working in tandem. And I think the crazy thing is, looking over towards Season 3, is that statistically, none of those players were very clearly the player, right? I mean, I know we put a lot of stock in a Reaper, a Thresh, even Snoopy at times, but none of them were the player that made the roster work. And I think we just had questions about what Hive would look like here in Season 4 with Mock and Velux now, kind of how that dynamic would work. It just doesn't look like they've skipped a beat, mate, at all. They look like the exact same roster that we know and love from Season 3, maybe even a little bit stronger. Looking against Boston Academy, this did not go the way that Boston wanted it to kick off the final season of Elite.
Again, it is so early days, but in these 2 series, this Hive X Street Mob gaming roster, they go to map 5 versus 2 different Academy teams. Keep it mind you, Rocker X ESG, they get the job done, versus Boston Academy, you see here on your screen, they get the job done. Comparatively to even when they were playing along with the 4 LATAM players, dating all the way back to Season 1 of the Elite, the amount of times that they've been to map 5s and lost it, you would probably have to take and count on a second hand, especially through Elite's past. But to do it 2 times over here in Elite Season 4, when it does matter the most for this team, again, early days, but I'm starting to argue that this is probably the best look that we have gotten out of Thresh and Rupert all year long, alongside Velux, who looks very activated on the map, alongside with those ARs, just working in tandem with Rupert, who's new to the SMG, and Mock as well. I mean, he's dropping numbers of what we have not seen Mock drop in quite some time. So now you got to start asking yourself the question, if you are this Hive X Street Mob gaming roster, who is the biggest threat in Group A? I think it might be y'all, because the way that you just opened up the gates swinging, the only other team that might be able to give them a run for their money would be Convoy and maybe Omit. I just want to see what the skill ceiling is for this team. They're fun to watch.
Yeah, for sure. They absolutely are. And again, it's that kind of peak for, Reaper and Fresh, they look great, but also from Mock and Velux as well, who, Velux, I think he's highly impressed us in Season 2 and Season 3, I think in particular. And then, Mock, obviously, we've already talked a little bit about how he's kind of had a tumultuous season thus far. But this is the best look they have. And again, what a time to peak, because Hive Street Mob, off the back of Reaper and Fresh doing so well in Season 3, we're already in pretty good stead for auto qualification for Challengers Finals. But if they also do pretty well in Season 3 with this new look roster, well, that would be a good way to make sure you don't stumble your way out of that spot. So things looking pretty good if you're a Hive XMG fan. Not so great if you're Boston, because I believe that means they finish 0-2. And again, I just want to make that comparison because we do talk about it off stream. For Snoopy, this was a big jump, right? He moves away, 0-2, there it is for Group A. He moves away from a team that just won Season 3, and it kind of really ups the urgency for this team has to work, whether it be now or whether it be in the future. And the only other comparison very recently that I can make is Abuser doing the same thing over in Europe, moving away from a Bobs onto an Aphelion esports roster, and just immediately realizing that it doesn't work. So I don't want it to go the same way for the Boston fans out there. That is a great acquisition to have to bring Snoopy on side, but still, historically speaking, those things don't exactly go well all the time.
It's just the growing pains that they got to get through, especially with Snoopy. It's a completely different play style, and maybe you could compare it to how Kremp used to play, but it's still a new player inserted into a roster that found somewhat of value, especially towards last season, and just have been going through so many different changes continuously, are both Sensor and Shawnee. But Hey, 0-2, 4-6 map count can never count these guys out quite yet, as they still have a lot of tough teams that they have to go up against. I mean, let's not forget, Treaty 1, Rocker XES. These are all teams that this Boston Academy roster need to start going through.
Right.
I don't think that this is going to be settled out quite yet. Anything could budge. I mean, we got to see what Treaty 1 even looked like versus Rocker XESG earlier on, or especially even going through the qualifier. I think that this Group A is going to continue to shake out very interestingly.
Yeah, I think of the two groups, if I'm honest, I think this might be the harder one. And I don't mean that in any... I always have to say, like, add the asterisk in there, like, guys, Group B, I promise I'm not pooping on you. But Group A is just like it looks really tough. And I think, you know, for Rocker ESG and Convoy Gaming, particularly, who I think still have their final match going on right now. I'm not too sure what the scoreline is between those two teams.
That's 5 in between Rocker and Convoy. It's having a We Are Clutch GG Twitch.
Right, brilliant. And if you guys want to watch that, please do, because it's wonderful. We should go look at. But as we said, you know, for Rocker, they might go 0-2 at the end of the day, right? And they just faced hard teams in Hive, SMG, and Convoy as well. Like, this is a really stacked group for Boston and for Treaty 1, I think especially. They face a real uphill battle looking at the end of day number 1 of action. But that is day number 1 of action, I believe, done and dusted, mate. Andy, any final thoughts before we send everybody away?
The hell is in the water, the airspace, or anything going on with Challengers Elite Season 4? We have not gotten this many map 5s, I'm pretty sure, all year long, especially for a day 1. I think I could even attest to Vanguard as well. We didn't start off with how close these elites honestly are. Very competitive at that. The road to champs is now. We only have, what, 1 team guaranteed so long as Rocker X ESG stay together. Pro points mean everything. Setting yourself up for Toronto, first place and second place, guarantee yourself a spot for champs. With those pro points, that means everything. Every single match does matter going forward, Brody. Make sure everybody's tuning in to Challengers because it's going to be lit this entire season.
Absolutely, mate. It's this is the final stretch, right? If things weren't exciting enough, well, they're about to kick in an overdrive here with the final season of Challengers Elite. And as you said, mate, Toronto on the horizon too. It's all looking pretty good here. Maybe not so fun teams at the end of day number 1 of action, but we've got another day of action coming up very, very soon. 2 more matches for everybody across Europe and North America. Make sure you're tuning in for that action tomorrow. Once again, at normal time, we have 1 Eastern and 6 p.m. EST as well. If you're over in Europe, which of course most people watching Europe probably are going to be. But regardless, tune in tomorrow once again for more Call of Duty Challengers Elite action. Until then, Manny and I, goodbye, guys.